Is everybody okay? I just want to make sure here because, boy, that number came out and, wow, turn on the blender. But hello, traders, friends, family, and yes, everyone else. It's Friday. It's the 2nd of August. Oh, yeah. Welcome to Topstep TV, the biggest and best show in the world. This is opening call, and he's biscuits and I'm gravy, and boy, that sounds good right about now, don't it? Bacon on the side, and for you vegetarians, bacon on my side. If we have any questions today, we're going to be answering them today. Lots going on here. We got some great educators. Wait till you see what Fast Market's all about. We got informative educational programming for you today and each and every day. We're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, your biggest fan. And yes, that voice in your head that keeps reminding you your success is where your preparation and opportunity meet. So keep that in mind. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, trading mentor, and my good brother, John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Johnny, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing great, man. I'm excited about today. I think it's going to be a very challenging and hopefully profitable trading day. I think it's going to be kind of binary. I think people are going to either make a lot of money or lose a lot of money today. So hopefully most of us are on the green side. Yes. Happy Friday, August the 2nd. As always, where our focus here is on accurate context, good risk management, and patience. Good morning to all of you. The top on the list here, Miss the amateur, True Sobrino, G-Man, Mike, Frizu, Big John Jones. Good morning, Theo. Toby, Future Spinning, Xavier, and a call out to Dan Trader, who was not top 10 on the list here on the chat this morning, but wanted to call you out anyway. Let's get down to business. Let's have a good trading day. What do you got for us, Eddie?
Well, you know what? I tell you, I was watching that number, and it was, it was.
Warning.
I mean, I've never seen, like, before we got on, before we started airing here, I was talking to Jen. I've never seen um, a market so erratic. I mean, and John, what did you tell me? I've never seen it. It was like a sound meter.
Yeah, like
And you
a
told
UV
me,
meter.
Yes. And John said because the volume at that time. Um, I hope that everybody's okay on that. And I really hope that you understand when we tell you it's better to be safe than sorry. Sit the sidelines, let the dust settle. Because I tell you, if I would have had a position on, I probably would have been skunked. Everything I worked for this week, um, out the window, out the window. But anyway, let's get to the, what do they call it? Oh, yeah, they call it news. News, of course. Well, before the chaos ensued, U.S. stock futures fell Friday. Investors had some disappointing earnings from the important tech sector while awaiting the release of the numbers that we saw. Literally, the market turned the blender on after these lovely numbers. They probably are changing here now, but I tried to update best I could. Dow was down 1%, S&P down 1.4, and the NASDAQ down 2.2. Wall Street indices, if you were with us yesterday, closed sharply lower. That was after the softer than expected ISM report. U.S. manufacturing caused investors to fret about the possible recession. Apple, Amazon, they had their earnings after the close. Intel, after the chip maker said it would cut more 15% of its workforce. So that's not good. Suspended by the fourth quarter. They were hoping that they'd have a turnaround. As we know, the Fed kept the benchmark interest rates unchanged on Wednesday. Now it's been there since July, but it also opened a door, reducing borrowing costs as soon as the next meeting in September. So we'll keep an eye on that also. And accompanying that statement, they were talking about inflation, saying risks to employment were now on a par with those of rising prices. So earlier this week, we did have that U.S. job openings. we saw that it fell modestly in June, while the new applications for unemployment increased to an 11-month high last week. And got that. And Johnny, I'm going to pass it back to you. And I know we've got some more numbers coming out here today.
Yes. So, you were talking about that JOLTS number on Tuesday and then the ADP on Wednesday and jobless clams yesterday. I think they were all leading to what really came out today in the unemployment numbers. The unemployment rate went from 4.1 to 4.3. Non-farm payrolls in July. In June, they were at 206,000 added jobs. In July, they were looking for 176,000 new jobs. It came out at 114,000 new jobs. Not good. Private non-farm payrolls in June, 136,000 were added. They were looking for 148,000. That came out at 97,000. Average hourly earnings dropped by 0.1%. All of this is just kind of a real another thorn in the Fed's foot. Their dual mandate is full employment and steady pricing. They are not doing a very good job of it. The market is really falling into a kind of a flight to quality. We'll talk about that here in a little bit. But still at 9 o'clock, we've got factory orders due out. Now we've got ExxonMobil and Chevron finally releasing earnings. They've shown up on my list a couple of times that they did not put out earnings, but finally Exxon beating on both, Chevron missing on earnings per share, but beating on revenues. The VIX up about 12.5%, up over 20.9. This is going to be very interesting. Very interested to see what Nick for a Tick has to say about that. The dollar index is down below 104 at 103.78, and the yield on the 10-year now below 4%, 3.85. That's a function of that flight to quality. We're seeing treasuries screaming to the upside. We're seeing most of the metals screaming to the upside. So there is a bit of a flight to quality thing going on here this morning. It is going to be, it's going to be a challenging trading day. Global and economic uncertainties have been squashing any rallies in the equities. We're starting to see the flight to quality products, pushing to the upside. As far as crude's concerned, I mean, I know you're going to talk about this right now, Eddie, but demand worries continue to crush crude longs, man. The crude is just barreling to the downside this morning. What do you think about crude there, Eddie?
It looked like it had a little recovery and it looked like it wanted to go north. But the GPS said, no, you're going the wrong way. Go south. Turn around, do a 180. And that's what we're seeing right now. We're back around 74.65 last. I mean, we topped out at 77.29. And it was a slow build, but that is what the markets are all about. So welcome to trading, folks. I hope you're having fun. But anyway, dude, where's my crude prices? We're on a course for the fourth straight week of losses. And I think unless we recover today, we're going to keep that going. Both benchmarks declined around 8% over the last 4 weeks. That's after disappointing economic data from the top oil importer, China, surveying showing weaker manufacturing activity across Asia, Europe, and the United States also raised concerns of a weak global economic growth weighing on oil consumption. Now, OPEC Plus, it's the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries and Allies, I guess that's the plus, has made no change in its production policies. That's after an online meeting Thursday, reiterating that it could pause plans to increase output from October. And that's what I've got. Before tip of the week here, I want to do an Olympic update. Checking for medals. What medal do you trade in? Gold, silver, bronze? Do we trade bronze? No, I don't think we trade bronze, right? Should be gold. It should be gold,
Since the
silver,
Bronze
copper.
Age.
It's the Bronze Age, right? China is leading with 12 gold medals, 26 total. United States has taken the second spot here with 9 gold medals, 39 total. France dropping to third here with 8 gold, 28 total. Great Britain, 8 gold, 24 total. And Australia, oh boy, Australia, 8 gold, 19 total. I guess United States 39. I mean, is it that we've got more raffle tickets than anybody else? Is it that we've got more athletes competing? I'm not sure. I don't. Is it equal? China, you only get 30 people to bring. United States, I don't know how that goes. If you know how that goes, let us know here. I would like to know. But anyway, let's get on to our top step tip of the week. All right. What you got? Emotions. How were your emotions today? Especially if you had a position on. If you had it going the right way, oh my goodness, you can log off, lock it in, and start your weekend. But if you were on the other side of that, anyway, emotions. Take breaks. Ladies and gentlemen, you need to step away. All right. You need to get up. You need to do something. Even yesterday, Coach Jay, he disappeared for a couple seconds. And I was like, looking, where'd he go? And he goes, he comes back. He said, I had to do some push ups. I had to do some push ups to get my focus back. Like, wow, dude, man. I mean, I do 2 push ups and the wife has to help get me off the ground. But I mean, do something. Step away, go outside. Even if you open up your front door and take a couple nice breaths of fresh air, step away. You feel overwhelmed, stressed, take a break. Right? And that's all I really got to say. And just remember too, bad emotions, bad emotions steer us the wrong way. And too many of us drift off into that rogue trader, and then we wonder why. It's emotions. Emotions. Johnny, what do you got?
Well, we all know that emotions while we're in trading, while we're in trades, while we're trading after losses, after wins, yeah, of course they're going to affect us. At the end of the week here, I just want to remind everybody if there's something else going on in your life that is creating turmoil, anger, venom, anything that's going on in your life, something sad, something really good, those are also going to bleed into your trading. So you just got to try and do what Jay did yesterday. Just kind of get yourself centered, calm, and cool. And if there's something that is bothering you outside of trading, it can affect your decision making process in trading. Just kind of give yourself a mental checklist. Is there something bothering me? Even something as simple as the dog barking or something like that can kind of aggravate you and can change your decision making process. So try and come from a place of peace, serenity, and happiness when you're sitting there trading. And if you're not, we're just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Pray for
You
peace.
got to do the Om. Om.
Yes. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Om. All right. All right. Well, without further ado, it is Friday, and let's get those charts up and at them. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today? Oh, there goes the harp. You on the harp. Cool it.
Got the
All
harp
right.
going. All right. Good. All
Still
right.
going, man.
Well, folks, we've broken below that 5% level in the S&Ps. That was the supportive level. We are now going to be opening below it. We're going to be opening with a gap. Yesterday on that after Wednesday's big rally, well, we probably trapped a whole bunch of longs up there. Those longs got smushed yesterday. We lost about 14,000 in open interest on that move to the downside yesterday. So that is more likely going to be viewed as long liquidation. But now we're kind of setting up a potential new leg below that 5% level that had been so supportive last week and this week. We're opening below it. We've got new information, a new impetus is sometimes what it takes to push a market away from balance and into a new leg in one direction or the other. Now, we don't know what's going to happen today. We could run into some bargain hunters down here. The way it looks this morning with the bad news, with the uncertainties, all of those things kind of piling on today with the NFP numbers and the unemployment rate. Just be careful, of course. This is potentially going to create a new leg lower. I've got our weekly kickoff low here at 53.50, which would be a nice downside target if we are going to continue the move back to the downside. A move back to 54.35, that 5% level that was supportive could create some resistance if price does get back up there. Sometimes a previous support level may become a resistance level. We're right in the middle of them. We are out of balance. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. We have a pretty considerable amount of overnight inventory that is to the short side. opening approximately 54.63. We're considerably below that. Weaker hands traders probably holding some shorts into this morning. We are opening with a gap, so gap rules are in effect. Gap rules are, if we cannot fill that gap relatively early in the morning, we're looking for opportunities to trade in the direction of the gap would have us looking for shorts. We saw the big, the knee jerk move to the downside. As long as we can hold below that 54.35 level, I'm thinking that if we may be showing acceptance of lower pricing. Maybe. Nobody knows for sure. We're just trying to put things in context here. The gap close to the range gap yesterday would take the price back up to 54.44.75. Of course, the settlement gap close would take us all the way back up to settlement. This yellow line up here, 54.80 quarter. We're going to have to get through this support level that may become resistant. Look at where price went to right on the number. What's that high there? What is that high? 76. Wait a minute. 54, 34, 75. Well, that is the 5%. What was support became resistance at the end of that, after that number came out. So that's a really kind of an interesting level for me. If we get the opportunity to see there, that would, it wouldn't close the gap. It might be resistant. It's on every major player's chart is that 5% level in the S&Ps. The profile yesterday was a trend day to the downside with, I can't say the dead cat thing, but I will say with a falling brick bounce. We got just a little bit of short covering at the end of the day, and the market has been pushing lower. So again, overnight inventory is short. We are opening out of range, out of balance. We are opening with a gap. If we can't close the gap relatively early, that may be indicative of price accepting at lower levels. Take a look at the NASDAQ now. All right. Well, yesterday, in the S&Ps, it seems as though the buyers at that 5% level have been exhausted. It seems like the buyers at the 10% level in the NASDAQ may be exhausted, or maybe they were just asleep. Who knows what happened? Volume was up yesterday on the down day. We lost open interest. That is true in both the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps. We've broken a support level here, ladies and gentlemen, and if we continue to hold price down there, we spend some time, build some volume, that could create a new leg to the downside. We do not know ECH, anything can happen. We don't know how the bigger, longer time frame regular trading hour traders are going to treat these levels until we get to that time, which is rapidly coming upon us. So we broke out below the balance in the S&Ps. We broke out below the balance in the NASDAQ. Now it's time to monitor for continuation or acceptance of price at lower levels. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. All right. Excuse me. So again, the another trend day to the downside with a falling brick bounce, overnight inventory to the short side. Gap rules, gap close in the NASDAQ, I believe takes us down to it takes us up to, I should say, 868 approximately. And that's pretty much right where that 10% level is. So a gap close takes us back to that 10% level, which is 18,885. We've got 18,844, which is weekly kickoff low, which was supportive at the end of the day yesterday, broke down below it in the overnight session, and we've been trading and continuing that move to the downside ever since. We do have plenty of visual targets down below in the NASDAQ. We know we've got the weekly kickoff low below in the S&Ps. Weekly visuals, we got naked points of control at 18,455. We've got another naked point control at 17,998. So those could be some potential visual targets for price if price does continue the move to the downside. And again, the profile yesterday, a trend day to the downside and seeing some continuation prior to the open here this morning. Here's crude oil. Crude oil has now broken below the weekly kickoff low. This could again bring another leg to the downside. Yesterday, we lost $1.60 in price yesterday. We added 10,000 in open interest, and volume was pretty good. we saw some pretty decent new selling coming into this market. Those new sellers are continuing to get paid. $75 is weekly kickoff low. If we show signs of acceptance below that level, coming back to it could be a decent resistance area. At the very least, it allows you to limit risk. It's demand uncertainty that is creating these downside moves in crude oil. But why is gas so high? I just don't get it. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. So, a pretty decent move to the downside yesterday. Kind of calling it a normal variation neutral day, and price is already looking for new levels to facilitate trade. Look at the 8 o'clock bar. Where did it trade back up to? $74.99. $75 is weekly kickoff. Wasn't supportive. Now maybe becoming a little bit resistant. That's a very interesting opportunity for us there, because remember, these levels offer us the opportunity to limit risk. Even if it doesn't play for you, it gives you, some decent risk limitation. I mean, 8 o'clock bar trading right up to that 75 level. Nice little spot for a potential short there. All right. So overnight inventory is short. We did open with a gap. We had a late spike at the end of the day yesterday, a late spike to the downside with a base at 76.60. What does it mean when the market opens in or below a late spike to the downside? It is attempting to say, or it is trying to accept pricing at lower levels. We're seeing the market continue to push lower as long as we can, as long as we hold below that $75 level. And I'm worried, I get a little bit worried. Sometimes they do become magnetic, so be careful about that. You want to try and confirm that there is a direction chosen before really getting too involved and even leveraging into a trade here in crude oil. Again, the profile is a normal variation with a late spike to the downside, and there's an example of what it means when the market opens the regular trading hour session in or below a late spike to the downside. We've got the crude oil, what is this? Gold. Sorry. So the flight to quality certainly seems to be on. Metals, treasuries, all rising. Fear rising. VIX rising. Longs piled in yesterday. We added about 13,000. And even though it looks like it was a down day because it's a red bar, it's overlapping to higher the previous day. So the value moved higher. Open interest moved higher. Buyers were present in this market yesterday. For all intents and purposes, we can make that assumption, but we never truly know. I'm monitoring for continuation if I'm long in gold today. If I'm not, I'm going to look for opportunities to possibly buy weakness. This is not investment advice. It's just what I'm seeing as far as the context and what's going on in the whole world right now. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. So what did we do yesterday? We had a normal variation trading day with a late spike to the downside. The base of that late spike, 24.8630. Probably not going to be seeing that level today. But with the market opening above the base of the late spike, it is indicating that the market is attempting to accept higher pricing. You can see yesterday, it was a kind of a goofy day here. Oh, that's because settlement is down here. Yeah, so we did, technically on the daily bar, it looked like a lower close, but it was a higher close as far as settlement is concerned. So, the market is still continuing to push higher. Volume was pretty good yesterday. Open interest coming in, still seeing buyers coming in, still seeing higher highs, still seeing higher lows. I'm looking for opportunities for potential longs. We did not open with a gap. We pushed higher when the number came out. We just traded below that bar. That is a ripper right there. Probably a lot of people got ripped up on that one. But just be careful today. We don't know what's going to happen in these markets. There's a lot of uncertainty out there. There's a lot of new information in the markets today. Just look for that one good trade. One good trade. That's all you need today. Have one good trade and then go and have a nice weekend. Always remember to take a deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And please pray for peace every day. Let's get down to it.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Coming up next, I could see him in the green room. Coach Jay. I bet she's doing some push-ups, maybe some sit-ups, and right now, ready for it. Get that blood moving. Coach Dakota. I bet you he's ordering a burrito right now. I would think so. I would
breakfast
be ordering
burrito
or biscuits and gravy, John. Hoag and Andre are
Yeah.
going to be joining. Yes, the Hoag and Andre. I see Andre there. Hey, Andre, drinking. What do you got there? Little screwdriver, little vodka, orange juice, something. Yeah, a little bit, just a wee bit. It's Friday. What the hell? Tuckman's going to be with us here. Roast my trades with Mick and Jack. We got lots going on. Nick for a Tick's going to be here. Coach Ray, don't go away. We're going to be right back with Fast Markets and Friday, baby. Be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get our weekend plans in the gate. And let's say good morning to Andre. Andre, how are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right, Eddie. Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets, and non-farm payrolls came out not so good, did it, John?
No, it did
No.
not. And
No.
it's not good. And I think for a change, bad news is not good news today.
We got there. We finally got there. All right, we are now open. You heard that opening bell. So a big drop in the NASDAQ, big drop in the ES off of that non-farm number. So, John, talk to us. What are you seeing in ES and NQ?
Well, we have some pretty big opening ranges, or at least 1 minute opening ranges here. We're already at 7 points in the S&Ps. We're opening out of range, out of balance. Thinking about taking an opening range trade today, just because of that. Better trade locations may happen early in the session today. Obviously, we're kind of right in the middle, at least in the S&Ps, of that 730 bar. Jay, what do you think of that? I mean, we're right in the middle of it.
Yeah, right in the middle, which to me tells me just be a little bit patient. It looks like we're holding 50% of it as a support right now. So I wouldn't be surprised to see somewhat of a retracement of that move. But right in the middle, I'm going to stay patient. A lot of times we know that that news candle sets the range for the day, especially with how wide that candle is. It's 220 points. So that could be the range for this New York session. So opportunities at the extremes of that is what I'd be looking at right now to see if those hold. But also, we are on the daily chart. I talked about this a little bit last week. We're near the the year-to-date anchored VWAP on the NASDAQ, which is at 18,452 right now. So wouldn't be surprised at a test of that either. So I'm going to stay patient for now. Did take some trades overnight, and we'll look to take something if it presents itself.
We still have a number coming out at 9 factory orders due out. Probably isn't going to be all that impactful, but
herbals too. All right, Dakota, what are you looking at today?
Jay, 200 points is not big anymore.
Oh, my bad. I have to adjust. Sorry.
That's like we move that in like a minute. Usually right. I would agree with you, but I would have to say the way this market is like right there, we've already went 50 points down, 50 points up since the opening.
Yep.
Yeah, that candle is kind of the range that I'm going to be looking for this market to either break down or break above. So I think that's fair to say. Anything inside that's just consolidation. We are down. If we look at the daily chart, and I went over this a little bit last night, we broke through all that support that we were looking at over the past week. We've sold off, and the next level that I've been looking at is basically these 500s to 400s. So I don't know. It's going to be a rough day. I've been waiting for some type of a consolidation day to where we just chop around, we consolidate. But if we consider 1 or 200 point ranges consolidation, sure.
Maybe
trying to scalp it. I'm just using my new style that I've been trading this week. I don't want to say new style, but it's just see money, take money, looking for just 15 to 25 point moves and just take profit, which is just absurd, but realistic when the ATR on the 1 minute's 40 plus points. Not hard to do.
Right, seeing some sellers here, NQ and ES. John, what do we think about this opening range so far?
Well, both the S&P and the NASDAQ have the opening range at the dead ass high. The Dow also with the opening range at the dead ass high. I'm kind of wishing I took the that break of the opening range to the downside now, but
yeah,
I'm erring on the side of patience with Dakota and Jay here.
Love it. Plenty of opportunity.
Massive sell-off.
It looked like a buy the dip, and then 30 seconds later, we're 50 points lower in the NASDAQ, and 15 points lower in the ES. I'm going to trade the ES today just for that reason. From a risk management perspective, I think if I trade the NASDAQ at all, it'll be MNQ. Coach Paul and I have talked about this with these expanded ranges. You don't need to trade the bigger contracts and in order to make profits, right? We can trade a couple of micros and just from a risk management perspective, be in a better place with those wider ranges and not have to pinpoint entries.
Wow.
Tick Stack Dough in the chat just pointed out there's a 2,800 contract bid in the S&P is at 53.75 even.
Let's take. Yes, there is.
Yep.
That's liquidity, baby.
Yeah. All right.
One of the two.
That is okay.
Well,
there were a couple of those that went off.
Filled.
Yep.
There was a couple of those that got traded through during that non-farm number. Right after it, actually, there was a 3,700 on the ask, right around where we're trading right now. I think it traded out at 53.91 half. 53.91 Hoag. If you see Delta at that price, 53.91, there's 3,200 contracts positive Delta at that price.
Someone says 4,000 bid taken out 30 minutes ago, 3,000 bid. Yeah. Wow.
Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of size going off right now.
Are these long? These guys got to be putting
them
long.
There's a sell.
Yeah, the one that was on the ask, it was a seller. So, Andre, good
Really?
question. You know,
Yeah.
are these longs? I'm thinking they may be because, like I said, we're near that year to date anchored VWAP, right? So
Yeah,
this is where we would imagine that institutions start to buy. Maybe not even maybe a little bit lower than that anchored VWAP, but we're close to it. So I wouldn't be surprised if these are longs. I mean, we don't know. Obviously, we don't know what they're doing, but would make
Look
a
at
lot of
this.
sense
Like
for
that.
bigger buys to start coming in.
We
Up
pop.
100 points.
Yep. Jay, look at this on my. If you guys want to go to my chart, I can show you something pretty cool here. It's going to be kind of hard to see because the font on this is kind of small, but I can go price by price and look at volume and delta at each price. So there's the 91s that Jay was just talking about. Actually, it's where is it?
Oh man, this market.
Oh, it's right here on the daily here. So it's right here. So 91, we had
Look at this.
50.
Seeing like
We had-
positive 3,300.
This thing is not reading right, but that was a sell. Wait a minute. Hang on a second. Let me get this.
Yeah.
It just looked different.
It's great. How about that bounce, Dakota?
Yeah, I'm so all we could. I don't know. I don't even have words, man. I can't even speak. I'm at a
Look at
awe.
this.
Like I just enjoying watching this. Like we're sitting here looking at the lows, looking to push daily lows, and then 100 points.
How do you get out of these trades? Like,
You don't get into it.
I got it straightened out now if you want to see this.
yeah, let's check it out, John. This is nuts.
So this is the overnight profile here. So the numbers came out at 7:30, so it's still on the overnight profile. So at the top here, you can see the price, volume, and delta. At 91, there was 5,081 that traded there, and 3,200 were on the offer. So that was a sell iceberg order. But 4 ticks below it, there's a buy market. There's a buy ice order. 4,600 traded there, 3,500 on the bid. It's almost like they just took, a few thousand contracts and made a point on them, made 4 ticks on them. I know it's hard to see. It's right here. You got kind of opposing iceberg orders there.
Yep.
It's kind of hard to see,
Inventory
but I just
adjustment
wanted to
going
show
on.
you guys that if you wanted to see it.
If we break above 670, we could see back up into the 700s. Oh well, we already broke it.
Whoops.
Hold on. We got to talk in the future, Dakota.
We'll rewind that, okay?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Now you can say it.
This is just wow.
Patience is actually paying right now because
Absolutely.
NASDAQ and S&P's just got the high the 1 minute opening range.
Look at that pop.
Are we gonna see a 200-point move in like 5 minutes?
Here we go.
In the ES, maybe.
I think we just did. Well,
There's 700 on NASDAQ.
yeah. Holy cow.
Nasdaq's coming back up to the London session opening range. The high of that range is 725. I got another 783 up there, which was.
And the sellers will come in. Nope.
Yeah, there's some targets to the upside.
And
Oil.
NASDAQ testing VWAP right now, overnight session VWAP.
Look at this.
Yeah, 200
Put it on the
points.
dump.
Just a blink of an eye.
He's right.
What
All right, oil.
yes, dude.
Oil's well beneath $75 now. Last trade 74.18, low overnight 73.96. I got lows. Wild. Markets are
It
wild.
made a
John,
gallant effort to try to get past those 77s, but it just
yes, it did. Oh, did the Fed miss this? Are they behind the 8 ball now?
Yeah, I believe that they are. I think that they've got a little bit more of a pickle than they were expecting on these numbers.
So too.
Think about their dual mandate.
Yes.
Stable pricing, full employment. They're not hitting on either of them right now.
No, they're not. Uh-oh.
200 points.
There you go.
200 points, Dakota. Oh, man.
Hey,
That's
you ready for another beating? You should have never
that's $4,000 on one lot, one contract.
Right. Which sounds good if you're on the right side of it, and it sounds horrible.
Yeah, I'm just
if you're not.
Yeah.
that
Crazy.
speaks to the importance of sizing down in this type
Agreed.
of a market.
100%.
Yep.
So, Jay, we just traded to the high of the 730 bar, right when that number came out in the NASDAQ, not in the S&Ps, in the
Right.
NASDAQ. Jeez, man, this thing is. We should have popped some popcorn this morning.
Yeah.
It's turning into a spectator sport.
Uh,
Fun to
I'll
watch
check on the
this.
biscuits and gravy.
Oh. Hey, this is my man, Eddie. Eddie. We had non-farm already today. We had unemployment already today. What else we got on the calendar for this Friday?
Well, coming up here in a little over 15 minutes, we do have our factory orders. Oh boy, month over month, June. They're looking at negative 2.7 from a previous negative 0.5%. Also, 12 o'clock, high noon with Jackie Cooper. We got the Dusty Baker Howard Hughes rig count. And that's going to be about it today. I tell you, we hit the mother load here early, and I think I'm still waiting for the dust to settle, and it still hasn't. But
No.
that's what I've got right now. Thank you, Andre.
Thank you. Jay, what were you going to say?
No, exactly what Hoag was saying, and kind of how we started the session, right? If my screen is up, we have that non-farm candle. I have it framed out here with this blue rectangle.
Yep.
We just traded to the low of it and the high of it, right? We rejected literally to the tick of the high of it. 18,761 was the high, and 175-point move off of that high. So the extremes of that candle provided pretty good opportunity because we also bounced right near that low, right around 18,542. Those are good trade setups based on what we've seen so far. Again, I didn't take them because I'm not interested in doing anything right now. And I'm looking at the ES. The ES hasn't done that. Go ahead, Dakota.
Ladies and gentlemen, listen to what Jay just said. He used the words, the extremes.
Yep.
So important to know where those extremes are. You just saw the extreme of the one bar on both sides. Support on the bottom, resistance on the top. Focus on those extremes. I love that, Jay.
Yeah.
So I'm actually looking to get long. I want to see some consolidation. Well, we just broke out, and I see it was resistance, these 670s. We broke through that, and I want to see if this market will allow these 670s to become support. But this is the type of market I want to be more patient and wait for consolidation. Because if I miss it, I'm perfectly fine. But I want to see more support here in the 670s before I just say, okay, let's get in long. And I'm starting to see it now.
The books are also extremely thin right now.
Yes, they are.
Dakota, I think I see what you're looking at on that 5-minute chart.
Mm-hmm.
That resistance area up there, we broke through it, coming back to it might be a nice opportunity. You're waiting for confirmation, you said?
Yeah, I'm going to see if we could just consolidate here, which we are, and then a break above like maybe 90.
Got it.
Hey, look at tilt.
Okay, I'm in long, long 84, long 84.
Long 84, Dakota. How many times?
One live account.
One. Thank you.
And I'm out.
Thank you.
Okay, $500. There, that's
Oh my gosh. Oh.
That was fast.
That was very fast.
That's that kind of a market. And that's 25 points. 25 points.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
That's
how anybody trades that thing, I have no idea, but you're so good at it.
$500 a second. That's a pretty good living.
Well, it is Friday, Dakota. You might want to lock it up.
Yeah.
Man, Yeah, it's I went and I got a combine and I actually labeled it F it Friday for fading Friday and see how it's going to perform fading me.
Wow. That was yeah, what all right, real quick, Dakota, what price did you buy and what price did you sell?
Well,
What's the
let's take a
timestamp
look,
on that?
shall
Just
we?
out of curiosity.
Yeah, let's see.
That was insane.
So I bought it
That
at
was like a 4 second
84
trade.
and I sold it at 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
Did you get a Slurpee while you were there?
I would too, yeah.
And it's Friday, and 7-Eleven does give out free Slurpees on some Fridays, right? But yeah, like there's 25 points or whatever that math is in just a second, like 2-3 seconds.
Yeah, that was amazing.
I think what's most important about that, Dakota, is you knew what type of trade that was going into it, right? Where you're not saying, "Hey, yeah, this is a support. I'm going to hold this. We're going to retrace the full move." Taking my money.
Yeah.
Good
Real
thing I
money
did
take
too,
one.
right?
Yeah, look at this
Yeah.
now. All right, folks. You see that. You see how volatile this is. You see what kind of trading is necessary to be profitable. Probably not the safest of trading environments, but hey, if you're going to be in, get out. Get in, get out. See how this
Right
plays
now,
out. We got a
sitting on the
number.
74 evens.
So, yeah, that was a pure technical trade. Like absolutely nothing else behind that. Not like just pure technicals. Like that was it.
Crude at the 74. Thanks, Eddie.
Yeah.
Micros,
So,
Sammy Wise, G. Micros might
Visual
be the play
target
today.
and crude oil naked TPO point of control at 73.52. That might be a good spot if you are short and short multiples to lighten up down there if it does get to that.
Buckle up. This is gonna be a wild Friday.
I was all ready to just like get in, like, all right, let's just do this. Let's do something.
Where?
Let's start early. And you guys talked me into being patient. I appreciate that.
We got you, Hoag.
Play. That's the play. That was wild. All right, so everyone's flat right now.
50 points. Straight sell.
Oh, yeah. Eddie, yeah, please, the daily levels. Go ahead.
Now, we had some levels from some of our elite here that RS had some levels downside S&Ps, which you called pretty good, 53.70 to 50.50, and we did bottom out there, very close to that. Also, looking at the 53.31 75s, and that's a 64 low and 53.09 even. These are some numbers that he has shared with us topside. We're looking at, he called a very nice high here. He says levels to watch, Globex stops at 54.44 quarter, and S&P topped out at 54.45 earlier today. So keep an eye on that also. It's going to be a high here. Opening below 54.44.75 will signify a good amount of supply. So that's from our friend RS.
Wow.
Thank
S&P.
you, RS.
The
and Eddie.
levels. Yeah. Speaking of levels, guys, we got the Topstep daily levels pinned to the top of the chat. My man JD gave me the all clear. Go check those out. Freshly updated. I got room on my screen for them. You should too. We got the prices broken down into zones just to visualize it a little bit faster, a little bit easier. These super volatile markets. So currently trading 54.07 in the S&Ps. Takes us all the way into between zone 9 and zone 10, already the lower end of these zones, man. We just cooked through them, these levels lately. It's been wild. All right, John, we're about 20 minutes in. What are our thoughts on the opening range? Wide, big? I mean,
Yeah,
what do you make of
it's
it?
kind of moot now because it's taken out both sides of it. And we're doing, I think, what Dakota was kind of expecting or hoping for is we're really just kind of falling into range here, digesting the new information. There may be some, good trade locations as the day goes on, but honestly, between the four of us, we've been in the market for 3 seconds, and Dakota made $500. I'm good with that.
Yeah,
You're making money like LeBron James. What does he make a second, LeBron?
Yeah, about that.
About that.
Oh, who
Gotta be pretty
knows?
close.
I would probably think that. Yeah.
But 200 points up, 150 down, and now we're in the middle of a 50-point rally.
Right.
What do you do with this, man?
I've just been scanning around, kind
82%.
of looking at other markets that might be providing decent setups
What do you got?
as well. Shout out to Jack. I'm looking at the bonds right now, where they might move. But all I'm thinking today is risk management. Right? How can I manage risk? If I'm trading the equities, it's going to have to be micros, and just looking for something that's moving a little bit slower. Same technical analysis, right? Same chart analysis. We have the non-farm candle that is going to affect the treasuries as well. We're trading around 50% of it right now in the 30-year. So that's a trade opportunity where I know where my risk is if I'm looking to trade back up to the highs of that candle. And I'm going to risk around $250 if I take this trade. And it may take 2 hours to lose that instead of 2 seconds.
That's easier pill to swallow, I assume. Hey, Hoag, question.
A little bit.
Well, yeah, Hoag, why is it non-farm? Why don't the farm payrolls matter? Well, why is non-farm? Any idea?
Hoag, $5. You lost $5 in a second.
No, I was not on mute. I was, trying to calculate a good answer to that. I mean,
if you don't know,
those are like manufacturing jobs, retail, service jobs, non-farm payrolls. Farm payrolls tend to be lower paying jobs. Migrant workers, they don't include that in there.
Yeah, farming industry, excluding non-farm. Yeah.
Thank you, Chat.
We get the VIX up over 21 now. The last time it was up over 21 was October of last year, or November of last year, October of last year.
There you go, Nick, for a tick.
I know. I was hoping he'd be around today to say, hey, VIX is real now.
VIX is definitely real now.
Oh, he's around. He's always around somewhere.
He's lurking. Yeah, he is. Yep. Hoops. So much for the summer trade.
Fell off. Okay, so there's a nice support and resistance zone sitting here right at 607, 604, and that is going to be the area I'm looking at now. If we just break down, it's invalid, but if we break above 611, I could take another entry to the long side.
Okay.
Well, you've been in the market for three seconds. You made $500. I'm not fading you today.
That was a hell of a read, Dakota.
We'll see.
We'll see. All right, take a look at the other
market. I'm long 601. Long 601.
Oh, here we go.
And he's out.
5 minutes remaining.
We're no break. This one's taking a little bit longer. Looking for a break. I'm a tiny bit early on this. If we do get a break.
Break.
5 minutes here. We got factory orders.
Rally, right?
Yeah, break above 611.
Got it.
And durable goods.
I'm out. Yeah, I'm not gonna.
And how much you make?
Minus $60, $70, but I got out.
Oh, and there it goes.
There it goes.
Blink, man. This is wild. This is wild.
Man, I got to get used to this. These markets are a little too fat.
This is just.
That was it. That was the trade, though. I got in a little bit early. I paid for it, but that was the 20 points. We got 20 points off that, right? Like that would have been 20 points. Yeah, we got up to 35. So got in at 601. We went up to 35. So yeah, that was a 20-point banger. I just got a little scared and got stopped out $50.
Well, I can't even trade the NASDAQ on a slow day. I don't know how you can do it on a day like today.
I mean, it's just pure technicals. When you break out, there's enough volatility in this market from a technical breakout. Like the momentum just carries it 20 points like it's nothing.
All right.
It's like
And
it's
there we
got
go,
bad
lower.
New low in crude.
Crude getting hammered. Yep. Gold trading 25.12.
I
We
know
got a
we
number
say
in
all,
4
all the
minutes.
time, Dakota, you say, even in slow markets, this is not a signals class. I feel like now's a good time to remind everyone there is a delay on YouTube. So we don't suggest following any trades, but
Oh, yeah, that's true.
definitely not on a day like today. Because if he's
Right.
only in it for 7 seconds, by the time you're listening to that signal,
Oof,
he's out of
yeah.
the trade. So
No,
There you go.
no, this is
that in
mind.
definitely
Good call,
not for the faint of heart. No, you can't even understand the trading concept or explain it enough while I'm in the trade. It's just really quick technical scalps in and out.
50 points lower.
Yep.
And here's a good example why. Like this is why, because the market's so volatile, and it's like 200 points up, and now we're 200 points right back down to these mid 500s.
Low of that NFP candle is right around here. I'm using a 3-minute candle. 543 is the low on the 3-minute. We bounced there before. Let's see if
this is a good call, Jay and Dakota and Andre and everybody. That we are not a signal calling
No.
thing. We are not.
Absolutely not.
What we're doing here is not investment in information, not investment advice. Do your thing. Trade your patterns. Trade your strategies. We're not suggesting the purchase or sale of anything here because there is no guarantees. Just gotta take your chance, manage your risk, trade your way, folks. Trade your way. We're just talking markets here, having a little fun here on a Friday.
Taking our own
I think
trades
the
for our
best
own
thing to
accounts.
do is when somebody gives a level, look and see the reasoning behind it. What do you see? And that's going to give you the idea of like, hey, you know what? That's a pretty good level. I see what they're talking about. So break it down before you jump on it.
Yeah, I'm long 76. Same exact setup.
76 is so.
Okay, and I'm out.
That's the spirit.
20
There it
points.
is again.
20 points.
Same exact. Like this was identical to the one that just happened. We had that nice little support, or this was resistance right at 80, and we banged up against it a couple times on the 100 tick chart, broke out, and sure enough, that was a 20 point, 30 point bounce. Like same exact setup.
What are the receipts, Dakota? We're not updating the board with this stuff, obviously. P&L
plus 800.
Gotcha.
About 8 seconds of work.
Yeah, so I
incredible.
entered in at 76 and I closed it out at 95. So 20 points.
Next time you have one of those
on our factory orders,
Thank you.
you should reverse it because it always seems to head the other way once you're out.
Reverse button is this for? Oh, you guys are doing that though Friday, right?
Yeah.
This afternoon.
Oh yeah, I'll be on
That's
for that
gonna be
one.
an intense one.
Yep. Oh, the reversal challenge, Jack. Yes. Yes.
One for two. I got smoked last time.
Same.
right, heads up here. Factory orders.
All right. Thank you, Eddie.
Looking at negative 3.2% month over month. Let's see what we got here. Coming in at negative 3.3. So we got 3.3. Durable goods revised. Coming in at negative 6.7. They were looking at negative 6.6. And the durable goods revised U.S. core 0.4%. They were looking at 0.5. Not too bad. They pretty much called it here. And that's what we've got. Don't forget, we've got 11 o'clock here, Feds. Now, this is just, I'm just seeing this here now. Goolsby. Goolsby. Feds Goolsby is going to be speaking at 11. So keep our ears open for that. And there you have
Where'd
it.
that
Back to you,
come from?
Andre.
Thank you. Where'd Goolsby come from? That was not on the calendar last night.
No, it wasn't. I just saw that right now, so I figured I'd pass it on. Yes.
It's kind of a ghoul. He just
Comes
kind of pops up and haunts us.
S&Ps, we got that 2,300 lot coming into sight here, guys. Again, 2,300 on the 53.85 bid. Coming in. Yep. Go.
Been there
53.85.
the whole
22,000
session.
on the
It's
bid.
been sitting there.
Yes, it has. Here,
Somebody's wishing order.
probably take it in the long run.
Oh yeah. We're all just watching it. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm talking on mute over here.
There it is.
That order was a lot lower before. When we first saw it, it was at 53.75.
That's that. Yeah, that's
Ooh.
true.
We're chasing. Maybe.
Still 800 on the bid at 75.
Yep.
Mm.
Running away now. Run
Breaking
away.
up back into these
All right.
600s.
Crude continuing to get smoked. Getting pretty close to that visual level. 73.52 naked point of control.
All right. Durable goods out of the way. Factory orders out of the way. Goals be on tap. About 2 hours. All right. Coming up to this 2,000 lot.
Trying.
Yep. 85 bid. 2,100 times. Write this one down. 385, 2,000.
Amazon taking a dump here today. Nvidia down, Microsoft, Google. Apple's up here, though. Apple up.
Yeah. The Amazon's getting hurt because I don't think my wife ordered anything yesterday.
No packages at the front door, John.
No. Santa didn't
Harry,
go.
we got no orders from Donna. God, man.
Gold turned to the upside a little bit. About a $6 pop in the last 5 minutes or so. Last trade, 25.16.
I want to see
He's getting
if there's a. Let's see what the kind of correlation is. Let's go with 30 in the S&P and gold.
You know, in the semiconductors, everything's red except AMD. AMD's sitting there pretty
Nothing.
here today.
There's no
Until that's
correlation, but it's when there's a flight to quality,
Go.
that's an opposite correlation.
I'm watching these S&Ps. Watch this 85 bid. 2,100 times. We're about 3 points away from it. It's flirting with it.
Paper gets filled, right?
It always does, Jay. Inevitable. Here we go. Watch
Goes
this.
to the point of greatest aggravation.
Here we go.
I'll watch the
Just filled in
time of
one
sales.
swoop. Yeah, thank you. Keep us posted here.
85.
The last 4 5-minute candles look so similar.
What are you saying, Dakota? There goes filled.
Wow, just burned right through it. Just absolutely smoked it.
One trade.
Really?
Somebody took it all.
Yep.
Are you kidding? Holy moly. There's more below here. There's our 1,000 lots sitting on the 75s ish. 800 on the bid. Wow.
Yeah, that was the
His
original
personal
price
account.
of that
Yeah.
2000.
Holy moly.
Take it, man. Take it. Do it.
So when things slow down a little bit, Hoag, if we can talk about that, Coach Paul and I talk about these bigger orders and what the business behind these orders are often.
Sure.
If we can talk a little bit later when the markets slow down about what that transaction might have looked like on the floor and how it could have been one order, I think that's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Right now, I'm selling off.
Look at this.
Here we go. Yeah.
15 points lower.
53.50 is weekly kickoff
Corey.
low in the S&Ps.
We're breaking. This is very tricky.
Jay, we're already
have
30
another-
points below those 74 evens. It's moving also.
Mhm.
Crude, watch crude.
In crude, yeah.
470s trading.
40.
It's
Got
looked
a
out below here,
naked
guys.
point of control in the NASDAQ at 18,455 visual target.
Take a look at
Let's
tilt here,
see.
Andre.
What do we got in tilt? 75% long crude. That's about all I'm seeing. 50-50. 76% long short ES.
Short S&Ps
Watch
and
these
NASDAQ.
markets. These markets are in free fall right now. I gotta keep on that.
So
We just had 2,100 left build on the
77
downside.
long in gold. Wow.
Thank you. We're 20 points lower than that 85. Wow. 85. We're 20 points lower
Everybody's going
than
with
the
the trend.
S&Ps on this 53.85s filled 2,100 times. We are now trading 53.63 to the downside. That's NASDAQ getting
year to date anchored VWAP. My bad, Dre. Year to date anchored VWAP in the Nasdaq is 1844, 18,445. We're 30 points away
Okay.
from that.
This is just, these markets are insane right now. Yeah, we got 76% long gold, 74% short ES. As we do continue to move to the downside, new lows in the ES 53.63. Scratch that 53.62 now. New lows. 53.
Hey, Dakota.
What the-
Safety in
Yeah.
numbers here.
Safety. Yeah. If we all stick together, maybe we won't get hurt.
Safety numbers is right.
It's a mantra of the zebra.
50.
This reminds me of like that 2010 clip of who is it? Was it Mike Santelli? It was somebody in the market that was just yelling, and as the market was just going down, like 50s trading,
Free fall?
50s trading, and just
This is
off the
Oh.
we are 25.
There it is.
We're in free fall.
Ben Lichtenstein.
Good old Ben.
okay.
We are in free fall right now. We are 53.59 last trade in the ES. NASDAQ also in free fall right now. Last trade, 18,460. I mean, the swings are super volatile.
Yep, 300 points
Crude
from the high right there,
Crude getting hammered.
and we were there 300
Yeah.
points in 20 minutes.
Crude just hit
30
that
minutes.
naked point of control.
Control.
Still in a strong downtrend here.
Yes, we are. Now
Crude
we got
as
here's
well.
the 600 lot on the bid. In the ES 58 bid, 680 times. That's nothing compared to that 2100 lot now. It's just whatever.
We're seeing delta
Yeah.
negative 7,500 in the S&Ps, congruent with direction.
Yep. Smooth my 7,500.
Just bounced right off of that year to date anchor VWAP in the Nasdaq. 445, 446 was the low.
man.
It's like they're putting the puzzles right there.
Yeah.
Still
We've
don't know
cooked through
that I
all the
wanna trade it,
levels.
but
Yeah.
Yep.
This level.
The only level I have below that is 18,231 in the Nasdaq. 18,230.
Why not? At this point, why not, Jay? Let's just do it. Last trade,
Yeah, I see what you're seeing,
18,460.
and
Yep.
I like that 18,200s
On the daily, Dakota.
is
Yep.
basically is the same thing. If we get this momentum and continue pushing, that's where I'm seeing this have a possibility to go. It was not very far away.
Mhm.
I mean, we sold off 300 points. What's
No.
another 200?
Well,
We're down.
we're
3%
below
on
the
Nasdaq
10%
right
off the all-time high.
Yeah,
The
we are.
15% off the all-time
What is-
high in the NASDAQ is 17,836.
836. That'd be 15 down 15%.
Coach Jay, do you use the naked point of controls levels?
I don't use them, but I found that, anytime a trader mentions them, they line up with the levels that I'm looking at. All the levels I use are based on volume, so that that is naked point and control stuff. But I don't use
Aaron was
volume
asking.
profile, market profile.
Just
Another thing
alcohol.
I'd like to ask is who's up, who's down, who's flat. See if Robert can get a poll in there. That would be pretty neat, considering what we're doing today.
This is
Right. Hit it, Bobby.
oh boy. 64% long crude now, 77% short, 81% short YM. There's a jump around everywhere. 67% short NASDAQ. Sorry, still selling more lows. 18,424 last trade in the NASDAQ. 354 new lows in the ES. Again, that 5385 was filled one swoop 2,100 times in the ES. We are now 30 points lower.
I tell you, this week has been very educational. I mean,
Man, this one's.
we've got. I mean, Johnny, you and me. I mean, we've been in this business like eons, and I mean, days like this traders would thrive. They would. They'd take a tinkle in a bottle if they had to, and they wouldn't leave the pits.
Fact.
100%.
Yeah.
Yep. VIX goes up, profits go up.
Losses also go up.
Losses do also
That's
go
true.
up.
That is true.
Yep.
There's a lot of space down here on the NASDAQ.
How much more are we looking at,
4%
Jay? You said
down.
18,200? I think, Jay, you had 18,200 something in there?
Yeah, 4% down would put us at 18,263,
263.
and I'm seeing an 18,238 level.
We're
yeah.
at 18,400.
There's-
We're at
there's-
18,400 right now. These guys just got more room to the downside. So we're looking at 200 more points to the downside here.
It's starting to get ugly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Starting to get real.
Not on a Friday, man. Not on a Friday.
So,
So
bad
far,
news is bad. Bad news is bad news
Okay.
now? Is that what you're telling me? Bad news used to be good
Yeah,
news.
well,
Now
yeah,
bad news is bad news.
if we start losing employment, we're headed for recession. And
Oh,
that's
boy.
the fear.
Not good.
Economic.
Uh-oh.
And with everything else, with all the other uncertainties in the world right now, we don't need this now.
Ruh-roh.
Uh,
Soft landing. Where's MP? So much for soft landing, MP.
We just hit the weekly kickoff low in the S&Ps. We got a nice little bounce off that naked point of control in the crude oil. NASDAQ is just walking through everything.
Just absolutely plowing it.
Circuit
Absolutely
breakers start at 7%, right?
Is that true?
Right now, yes. Right now, yes.
Because that's, I don't want to say
That's a great
anything, but
question.
like that could come into play. Like today is the
That's
day
a hot
we're
take.
almost down.
We're halfway there.
This is, yeah. If we do
45
continue, and
minutes.
if this continues to gain momentum to the downside, just
So
everyone needs to be aware that there is a circuit breaker, and if we do get to that level, it halts, right?
Yes.
Yes,
it does indeed.
And Topstep traders are supposed to flatten if we get within 2% of the current circuit breaker. So if we end up down 5% today, they'll be telling people that, okay, you can't hold a position, because people don't understand that if we lock limit down, you can't get out if you're long.
You can't get out. Yes, you cannot get out.
You
Yeah.
cannot
Buyers
get
are
out.
going to try to. Buyers are trying to step in here right now, John. We did just dip beneath 18,400. Made the new lows, maybe stops. I don't know what it was. 18,385 last trade. 40-point bounce last. Now trading 425. Again, lows of the day in the NASDAQ 385. Now trading 425. Nice 8-point bounce.
Russell
in the
over
ES.
negative
What's Russell
3%.
doing?
Down 3.32%. Everybody's steep.
What's 5% down on the NASDAQ, Coach Jay?
It would be from settlement, right?
Jay, turn your mic on. Wow.
4% was 263. 5% is 1875 ish, right around 1875.
15,000s. All right, we got some room still.
Dakota,
Look at that.
you were talking about limit downs. The last time we really had those limit downs was, COVID times. And
COVID,
I thought about it yesterday in the market recap, and I didn't say it because I didn't want to kind of speak about it. But yesterday's price action reminds me a lot of that, right? Where we had a limit down day, and then we see a full recovery of that day, and then the very next day is a limit down again. And that's kind of what we got, right? We have these daily candles where, 3% down, a full retracement of that move, and then the following day another 3% down. So that buy the dip program may be for a day, but this is starting to feel like a market structure shift.
But it's something we all need to be aware of as we trade.
Yes,
anything can happen. We don't want to get stuck being surprised in a position that we never want to be in.
Yep.
Who buy the dip, right, Andre? Those days are long gone. Like Jay was saying, there's been a market structure change, and buy the dip is in the rearview mirror for now. Thought the earnings were going to save us. Not so much. Intel, not so much. 50-50 tilt NASDAQ. 50-50 in the ES.
Johnny, that VIX is still moving north. 24.47 here. Up 31.63%. Is that right?
All right. While we have a momentary pause here, let's jump in with some market news. Jay was looking at the bonds earlier. Specifically, I'd like to take a look at the front end of the curve. This is a wild move. This is the 2-year Treasury falling below 3.9%. It was over 5% as recently as April. In the past 3 trading sessions, it's dropped nearly 50 basis points. Make sure I'm reading this right. Yes, on Wednesday, it was trading at 4.364%. It is currently trading at 3.919%. That's a lot of rate cuts expected. So he's right. On a similar note, Intel's laying off 15,000 employees and will stop non-essential work, which I kind of wonder what that means. If they had a lot of people that were not essential, seems like they should have addressed it earlier. And lastly, the bond man himself weighs in on it, saying the totality of the job reports is leading markets to signal not one but 2 concerns: a growth scare and worries about a Federal Reserve policy mistake, which Hoag has alluded to earlier. So you and L. Arian are on the same page there. Add all these 3 together, and you see what's happening in the markets right now.
Look at that. Thanks, Jack. Holy moly.
So essentially, they're saying they should have started cutting in the spring.
Yes, yeah.
Well, we'll see what Goolsby's got to say. 11 o'clock.
Yeah. Good call.
Whenever you're
target.
Whenever you're talking about these large macro things, it's like driving a cruise ship. They have a huge amount of momentum. So I think it seems kind of crazy to wait until the current change is, say, 2% inflation, because that stuff has momentum that will carry through. So that's where the idea of the policy mistake comes from, is that you had to get ahead of it.
Yeah. Let me get Powell on the phone.
Yeah, Jerome. I'd like to see what his office is like this morning.
I'll give him a call.
Yeah.
It's going to be
for longer.
For sure.
Sell the rips.
Sure did.
Speaking of that bonds move that Jack was talking about, from the the contract perspective, turned out to be a great trade. Didn't take it, but we traded from a technical perspective right to 50% of that NFP candle, and we're trading at the highs of it now.
New lows.
It's a really nice move.
The funny thing is, Dakota's made money, but both on the long side.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like that.
Well, that was earlier. That's before we started to just break down now. But
Really fall apart.
5
Oh,
seconds
my
in and out. That's all there was to be made too. And like you said, Hoag, when I'm taking profit, there should have been reversing.
Oof. All right, new lows. S&P's 53.43. New lows.
On the
Coach
NASDAQ,
Paul
if
in
we
the chat.
If we break 413, we could see new lows. 413.
Coach Paul
412
mentioned it
here on the
started with
NASDAQ.
the Japanese central bank. This is all because of them.
They raise rates.
Domo arigato.
So I'm going to take a short if we break below 413.
Okay.
If.
Huh. 83% short in the YM. YM well beneath 40,000 now. Last trade 39,840. Dakota looking to take a short here in the NQ.
Yeah, just waiting for the market to tell me if we do break down.
Yeah.
More
selling comments.
So, where is the buy in NVIDIA?
No. What's it trading, John?
102, 103, basically.
Wow. Is it really? Holy moly.
Yeah.
Wow. That's actually
Darling.
sounding really tempting, Hoag. That really does sound tempting.
I think it's around 88.
By 90.
Is the buy?
From my personal perspective, I would love to load up on a bunch of NVIDIA shares at lower.
It's your time.
Lower 90s.
I just took a one lot micro short. I'm going to try to build into a couple of micros short. First one is 434.50. 434.50. I'm risking about, and it's crazy with a micro, still about $100 worth of risk on a one lot. But I'm going to try to build into a short here.
Goodness.
On a micro, you said?
On a micro, yeah, just a one lot micro.
That's crazy.
I'm going to put my stop above
$100
18,500. So risking about 100.
You guys are going to have fun on that reversal challenge.
Yeah, Jack.
Oh, yeah.
Good luck. Hoag.
I'm ready, baby.
Yeah, man. Holy moly. This is
I'm just gonna sell and
I've been waiting all
see what
week for this
happens.
reversal challenge, guys.
JD, yeah.
Gonna be huge.
There he is. There he is.
Awesome.
Start stretching right now because you're gonna need it. It's,
Yes, we have an epic afternoon.
Yes, we do.
Well, considering
I love
what
it.
we're
It's
seeing here over the
it's
wire,
so entertaining. It's
It
so
is.
entertaining.
Citi predicts a half-point Fed rate cut in September and November. It's just off the wire.
I'm going to take the over on that.
50-point cut now.
I'm kind of looking for 0.25% today.
That would be crazy. Wow.
That would be nuts.
Now, Johnny, let me ask you: could they do that? Could they legally do that?
Oh yeah, they've done it before.
Yeah, they could.
Yeah, they've done it before.
I think, one bag non-farm though, that'd be hell of a justification to do it. But yeah, they can do it. I mean, they had to know what the non-farm was going to be Wednesday when Powell was speaking.
Let me throw you out a tidbit here.
Yes, Jack.
From the FedWatch tool. So, a few days ago, I mentioned that it was nearly 100% probability for a 0.25% rate cut in September. All right. Since then, there's now a 36% probability of that and a 63% of a half-point cut. So the odds of the half-point cut at the beginning of July were like 5%. So we're rocketing towards that.
Man. Wild times, man. This is good stuff.
Crazy.
I'll take the over. I think they're going to cut bigger and faster than anybody expects.
50%. Hey, we got 5,200 people watching right now. 50, yeah, on the way to 5,300. Please click like, please click subscribe. Let's get to 112,000 subscribers on this Friday, this non-farm Friday. Here on TopstepTV. Max says in all caps, we need rate cuts today. Today we need rate cuts. Hey, let's do it.
So we're seeing a little bit of a reversal pattern here,
Yep.
where we've started to find kind of a flagging pattern, and we just broke above it. So I would say that there is some buyers stepping in. So a few things that two things that I'm going to be watching is, do we reverse and this is a whipsaw and we continue back down? Or if we gain momentum, then I could see us looking to go find some areas of resistance around like 540s, maybe a break above 500. But this is a little bit bullish from my perspective here, on the 1 minute, and then same thing on the 5 minute, to where we had that 3-bar reversal and there was a lot of resistance, and we're starting to break above it and we are holding above it. So
Yes,
that is something to take note.
Yes, it is. Last trade, 18,480 in the NASDAQ. Now 490s. Low today, 18,385. So about 100 points off the lows in NASDAQ. About 12 points off the lows in the S&Ps. Last trade, 53.53. Oil trading down. About 30 points off the lows in oil. Last trade, $73.71. Currently, we are watching a reversal, like Dakota said. Dakota, we are moving to the upside here.
Yeah, 100-point rally from that bottoms, 110. So
Did Tilt get caught offsides here? Dow got caught offsides. Still 71% short as we're popping the Dow, but pretty much 50-50 in NASDAQ and ES. Gold's seen some sellers here. Last trade in gold, 2509. What's up, Johnny?
Just bringing this in. This was Coach Robert just put this in Slack for us. Contact, 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 break. It's the daily chart.
oh,
Well, JD, if you're ready, I think everyone's flat right now. We're going to see how much of this snapback of this buy. Yeah, let's try. Let's give it a whirl here, JD. Let's do it, man. This is nuts, JD.
Just waiting for this pop to slow down before I jumped in, but let's take a look at some hot streaks real quick.
Yeah.
Guess whose name's missing?
Oh, no. Where'd he go?
Oh, he tried for it?
No, Dustin.
Oh, wow.
What?
Unfortunately, Dustin went a bit on tilt yesterday. Hit the daily loss limit after a 46-day win streak worth $600.
That's all she wrote. Hey, give it up for Dustin, everybody.
Yeah,
Dustin let it ride,
$1.
yeah. Unfortunately,
Give it up for Dustin.
his balance after those 46 trading days wasn't enough to cover the DLL. But
No, it wasn't.
Dustin, you will forever have an asterisk next to your name on the fun streaks list here at Topstep. That is unless somebody goes to 47 days. I hope we really didn't get into Dustin's head there, because we've been talking about him all week. But way to go, Dustin. 46 days is an accomplishment.
That's
All right, next up, we've got
meet again,
Farmer Shore.
Dustin.
Until we meet again, Dustin. Good night, sweet prince. Farmer Shore. Farmer Shore is still hanging in there. $12 yesterday, trading the MNQ. Fan is back in the markets after a little break. 27 days. 27 days worth $5,600 for Fan. Nice job to Fan. Fan is also eligible for a payout right now. Virgil, almost eligible for a payout. I think 1 or 2 days. 2 more days of 200 plus winners, and Virgil will be eligible for a payout right now, sitting on 26 days worth $2,300. Alexander, also close to a payout eligibility status, currently on 24 days worth close to $3,000. And Jerry somehow skidded onto the list today. Jerry's making about $10 a day trading micro ES. We're working to get our data updated, so we're only going to be showing traders eligible for payouts. Hopefully we'll have that ready for next week, but right now we're just going with what we got. All right, yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. Before we get started on this, I want to give a shout out to Liam C., who had a great day trading yesterday. Our data was a little off. It said he made $104,000 yesterday. which was incorrect. I went back to double check it, and some guys on the wrist team are back there crunching some numbers to get me the real number. But he should be on this list. I had to remove him because we didn't have his actual number. But Liam C., if you're listening, nice job, buddy. So that brings us to Osanu, close to $4 grand trading the NASDAQ. Bhagwant Preet, full name, Bhagwant Preet. Sorry, we couldn't fit the whole name on the overlay there, Bhagwant Preet. $3,300 trading the ES. Nick for a tick, our guy, $3,300 trading the ES and NQ. And Matt, who's on my daily levels team, $2,000 trading the ES and NQ. These daily levels, again, they are not signals. They are our inflection points, levels that we as traders are looking at throughout the day. Keep that in mind, everyone. All right, and our guy Rips, nearly $1,300 trading the NASDAQ yesterday. All right.
Man, Rips has been on there a lot.
He's coming back. He's making a big comeback. Here's our payout totals from yesterday. Sorry. Andre, I didn't give you a chance to.
No.
437,000.
Oh, good. No, I definitely. I was gonna guess the 600,000s. I was gonna do 600,000, way under. Okay.
437. 245 payouts. Average payout of $1,784 for those 245 traders. I don't have yesterday's top payouts yet, but as soon as I get those, I'll run those through when we do the leaderboard. We'll go over top payouts in a little bit. All right, catch you in a few.
Thanks, JD. S&Ps, we got 2,700 offered at 53.76. 2,700 offered at 53.76. Last trade. 53.
Okay, Andre.
53. 20 point. What's up,
You
John?
got 53. 53.50's weekly kickoff low in the S&Ps. It traded 8 points below it. With a 10-tick stop, we could still be in a long.
Yep. That was a beautiful short. I mean, you take a look at NASDAQ. Sure enough, that's what it did. It rallied up to where that initial move was, and 520s became resistance. So this was support, and now it became resistance. So
Gold
that
selling
could
off
have been
here.
a beautiful short.
Gold is
gold
selling off. I
selling
did get
off,
stopped out of that
yeah.
short. I think I got pretty damn close to top tick on that. Yeah, my exit was 27. I was adding on the way up, so I built into 4 contracts. My exit was at 27. I think the high of that move was 29. Nice.
Thanks.
And we're coming back down.
I can sense the sarcasm just oozing through the screen.
My average, I think, so I built into that short. The average I had was around 494, so I'd be 20 points in the profit on a 4 lot right now.
Nice.
It's the right idea. And I'm happy I took it in micros. Again, that's a $300 loss. It would have been a $3,000 loss trading the minis.
Golden free fall right now. We're down about $20 in the last 5 minutes or so. Last trade, 24.91. These markets are. This is
Somebody
traders.
Please slap me.
It's crazy.
Please. Somebody slap me.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
What'd you do?
Nothing. But I'm thinking about going long.
Love it.
I
Slap
see
me.
what you see, Hoag. I see exactly what
Yeah.
you see. And I like it. I don't want to feed to you, that, but I do like it. I like it for a good 20 points.
Well, as Hoop says, new lows and crude. Thank you, Scotty.
Yeah.
New lows and crude, man.
Yeah.
When are my gas prices going to go down? What's up with that?
No way. No.
No, they don't. Do my
You
guys
ever
chilling?
notice like one gas station has like their gas like 50 cents more than the one
That's my
like
guy.
maybe a half a mile down?
Yeah. That's my guy.
Because
$5.19 for the cheap stuff.
What? Really?
He doesn't budge. It's crazy. He's a gangster. He does not budge.
There should be a law.
And
There should be a law like that. But it's, they're
Yeah.
buying it and they're selling it.
Yep.
Just like
Yeah,
donuts.
new lows and crude. Well, they $73.35. Last trade, $73.37. All right, Hoag, you're talking about taking a long. I assume you're talking about ES?
Yeah,
Or
I'm over
okay.
it. Well, I'm over it.
Okay, cool. Trade off.
And I'm not over it. If the market starts to find buyers here on the NASDAQ in the 450s, 460s, then yeah, I could take a technical long. But yeah, nope, not anymore. We just broke through it.
Hey, speaking of gas, in the chat, how much is a gallon of gas where you are? And make sure that you put where you reside, country, state. I see the fluctuation here. I know East or West Coast, it's like nutso.
And the grade of gasoline too.
For the
We have
cheap
to
stuff.
use premium, so we pay an extra $1.
Oh, for the expensive stuff?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh,
Tennessee,
no.
$2.
Look at this. $4. Okay. I'm paying like
guys
4 and a
got that
quarter
cheap.
here.
We're moving to Texas.
Steve in Texas, $2.89.
I
And a
know,
free
right?
coffee. Yeah.
It's twice that here.
Look at Tennessee, $2.86. Southern Cal, $4.30. That's about that here.
It's not bad. Aurora. Shout out Aurora. Hey, new lows here in
Maui, $6 to $7.
Man, that Maui Wowie.
Mm.
All right. 53.41 last trade in the ES. Slow the day, 53.41. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, that's a lot in Hawaii, but you get to live in Hawaii.
Yeah, it's a give or take.
Germany.
Lynn goes to Costco for the gas, $3.09.
Oh,
They do have a deal there. It's funny, Costco has its own gas station.
wow. Gold's getting
Yeah, they
absolutely
do.
smoked.
That's the only place we buy it. It's cheapest.
You got to buy it
Costco,
by the
yeah.
truckload, right? By the
Okay, I'm trying a long
Gold
from
down.
47.
47s. Okay, NASDAQ 47s. Last trade 60s. 460 last trade. Gold's down $20 in the last 5 minutes.
Come on, I want to get out.
Yeah. Really coming off.
Shout out Salina, Kansas.
Portugal, $6.74.
Ah,
Is that a
too
gallon or
slow
a
to
liter? I
close
know
that
a lot
one.
of places liters.
Mm-hmm.
Dollars
Dakota.
increase.
What price, Dakota?
I was 47, and I was a little too slow to get out of that one. It didn't give me the 67, 68s.
Something's going on
Trying
in
to find a
gold.
good short.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, Andre.
Yeah, we're down. You want to talk about free fall? We are down. We're gonna be down $30
30
here.
points in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, $30 in the last 10 minutes. Unbelievable.
On gold?
Yes, last trade gold 24.70, 24.84.
Wow. See anything on the news there?
Yeah.
I see.
I don't know what's.
Oh, wow.
It just did a basically a settlement gap close to 24.80 was settlement.
Yep.
Quickly.
Goldman Sachs adds a third quarter point Fed cut to their 2024 forecast.
Eddie, they were
Continue
goofing
to
on
go up
Moody's,
the
and
closer we get.
they were goofing on
What's up?
Moody's for calling for a rate cut in end of July. Maybe Moody's was right after all.
Really? Buckle up, kids. We're going to grandma's.
All right, new lows. S&P's 53.38 is the new low. This is
Yeah, that was a direct hit on that gold. Taking it right back to within 2 ticks of settlement. Settlement play.
It is 9:40 here on TopstepTV. Hey, we got to pull up in the chat of these 4 instruments. Which are you trading? NQ, ES, GC, or CL? Wow. We call those the big 4 around here. Okay.
Yeah, I think we continue going.
Yeah.
Dakota, you see the Nikkei down 6% right now?
Yeah. Oh, really? I didn't
Uh-oh.
know it was down that big. I
Oh,
know it was
wow.
Yeah.
selling off. I was looking for 34,000 to trade. My target to the downside
I
of the
get it.
Nikkei is 34,000 when I was doing those average moves or expected moves. And it's just,
You
yeah,
might get
34,000
it.
seems like a decent target on the Nikkei.
Hmm.
Nikkei has circuit breakers, right? It's a future here traded.
I think so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
it
should.
is.
It's a CME product, right? Yeah.
So does that mean, since we're down,
Ooh,
what's the
doggy.
percentage on Nikkei?
6.17%.
6.17 said Nikkei.
Don't be trading Nikkei, everybody.
Yeah.
Nikkei in
Because we're
trouble.
within that
Nuos,
2%.
S&Ps.
We're within 2% of
S&P.
the 7%. So Nikkei should
Dakota?
be
And
off
if you're in
limits
that
for us.
short, consider taking profits.
Yeah, if it locks down
Yeah.
the limit, you can buy it. But if you're stuck long, you can't get out.
Nuh-uh.
Mm.
Very scary. Very scary place to be.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, the market is still open, and once it hits that level. Well, what happens is all the offers at that level that are trying to get out or just trying to sell it, they pile up on each other. So, you can see a pool of offers at limit down in the S&Ps of tens of thousands of offers. Well, if you're long and you're trying to get out and you put an offer in there, you're behind thousands of other sellers. So the market will close for 5 minutes and then reopen with an expanded limit. And if you're still long and that market opens another 2, 3, 4% lower, you're taking all those losses. That's why it's so important to remember, if you are, in a position and you're going limit down, that if you're long, you're stuck. I mean, they used to have periods in the like the 70s, early 70s, where soybeans would go limit up for 5 days in a row. They wouldn't even trade. They would open up the limit the next day, open up the limit the next day, open up the limit the next day. And if you're stuck short, at that time, you're losing 30 cents a bushel every day. 30 cents a bushel times 5,000. That's a lot of dough you're losing. So you really have to be aware when you're trading futures if there is a limit, where that limit is. And that's why we tell you we're not there in the equities here, except for maybe the Nikkei. But I believe the limit until a certain amount of time, until noon, is 7%, or no, maybe it's 12% now. I don't know. We'll find that out. We have to find that out.
Yes.
But I don't think we're
Very
at
well
risk of
said,
doing
John.
that today.
I like that. Thank you, John.
I don't think we're at risk of doing that today.
Dakota wants limit down. I can sense it in his voice. I can sense it in your
Come
voice.
on, Andre. I just want.
I don't know, man.
I mean,
I'll be right back, guys.
He wants to see the world burn. While
I'm
Andre
wearing a
is
red
taking
shirt.
a break.
I'm wearing
Yes,
red
you
for
are.
a reason.
Eddie is working on a special project, so I was just going to hit a few plugs real quick. Guys, account nicknaming is live on Topstep. You can assign any nickname to any of your Topstep X accounts. Hoag, have you used this yet?
I have.
What's your nickname? You got.
Well, live account is Hoag's Heroes. And then I've got some combines here that I recently named. And so we've got the 150K Express is real money. The practice account is y'all suck.
Ah.
The 50K combine is one of them I have as profiles. Those would be trades that I'm taking off strictly profile information. Then there's the 500 tick chart. If I'm taking trades off of that, I want to be in that trading combine. And then there's the 50 trading. Then there's the 30-minute simple moving average that I'm looking at. If we're going to take trades, I want to be in that trading combine. And then there's the other one, the YOLO FOMO. If I'm already on tilt, I go to the YOLO FOMO trading combine and reset it just about every day. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm long 69. I'm
Long 69. I'll wait to put that in there.
69.
But remember, with the nicknames, you too can now name your accounts Dumpster Fire
I'm
or
out.
Former College Fund or Pelosi's Playbook. Whatever you feel like, that's available now. And since we have Dakota on evening programming, we got not only the New York Open, but the Asian and London Opens as well. So join Dakota at 8 p.m. Sunday through Thursday. That's Central Times for slow markets. And Deanna is on at 3:30 a.m. Central for you insomniacs here or regular people abroad. We may not be doing roast our trades today, but we do have a form that we're going to pin to the chat. If you want your trades roasted in the future, bring it on. I love seeing those accounts. And give me your account name, too, that you nicknamed it. That's all for plugs.
Thank you.
All right.
Jack?
Good luck, everybody. I'm off to do some top secret, top step.
Ah. All right. have fun, Eddie.
All the
Top
best.
secret.
And what's your P&L now, Dakota? I just guessed it.
Plus $1,200. I
There
was
we
long
go.
69, closed it out in the 90s. At 90, basically. So another 20 points.
And you've been in the market for all of about 12 seconds.
That's it. Yeah. That's just.
You love the NASDAQ.
Never mind. Never mind. Oh, I could have said something very inappropriate.
Dakota, where were you going with that? We
Where
don't.
are you
Yeah,
going?
we'll leave it.
Let's just say that's as long as they last sometimes.
Oh.
That's all it takes.
Yeah, some trades
like
are really
this-
short time frames.
Yeah. Yeah. And then when we get moves like this, I just try not to think about it because it's just, I would have, could have, should have. And there's so many examples where it's like, oh, that could have been 50 points. That could have been 100. Yeah. Short-term memory.
Yep.
Right. So we're getting a nice little bounce here in crude oil just below that naked point of control. As S&Ps are really kind of centrally or kind of magnetic, at least for the last few minutes, right around that weekly kickoff level of 53.50. Starting to see maybe a little bit of hope in the NASDAQ. The 30-minute bar put in a higher low, and we've taken out two visual targets in the point of controls that we've gone through today. There's a lot of space down below, but it seems like there may be a little bit of basing coming in here. Are you seeing the same thing, Dakota?
Say that again, on what? On crude?
NASDAQ, S&Ps, maybe starting to see a little bit of basing?
Yeah, that's fair to say. I mean, that's my strategy that I'm doing now has nothing regarding this, but yes, I do see it. This could be a double bottom. If we start to break back up above these 520s, then that to me would be a break above the resistance, and then we could see 600s again. Like I could see 600s again if we continue to break and hold above this level. So yeah, that's definitely reasonable. 600s. Do we see 700s? Possibly, but that's reverse. We're reversing right here, right now. That's the break, and we now have a higher high and a higher low over here on the 5-minute chart. And to me, we're now bullish.
All right, we're seeing things aligned then.
Yeah, double bottom. We just broke out. We made a higher high, higher low, and that was the higher high. Just as we were talking, that's it. Now the question is, do we hold?
Right.
And we continue to have this pattern. So what I would look for is I would look and wait for a pullback, and I'll be looking to buy a pullback. But I wouldn't just buy just falling knife like it was easy to do previously. I would wait for some type of reversal pattern, like a 3-bar reversal, some type of consolidation, and then a break back to the long side is safer, I guess. Waiting for the confirmation where I'm giving up some risk reward, so like my profits are not going to be as big, but the probabilities are going to be, better. So sometimes probabilities can far outweigh, risk reward, just depending on the situation. I think this is one of those situations where we're kind of going against the trend. We've been selling off so dramatically, so it's worth for me to wait for a more solid confirmation to go long in this market.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you, Dakota. I just pointed, it was just pointed out to me in the chat, and thank you guys, all of you that mentioned the fact that we do have a potential failed downside auction in the S&Ps today. I'm just going to put this on the chart on the screen for just a minute here. So, we have a pretty substantial initial balance. It's going to take a lot of energy to extend very far behind it. The third bar took a look below the initial balance, came back in, and buyers came after this right away. Now we do have to wait until 10 o'clock for confirmation of a failed downside auction, which is probably or is usually going to cost us in trade location. But we've seen failed auctions where we've preempted them recently where they just didn't play out. So you just have to be patient. If we do end up with a failed downside auction down here, and the just to be precise, the IB low is 53.42. 53.42. So you've got risk down to 53. 36 and about 36. I mean, if we do extend the range to the beyond that, that could mean that the failed auction is now back in that direction. So, if we buy it here and we preempt it and we end up getting whacked, that's just too much risk. If you're waiting for confirmation, sometimes that does cost you in trade location. But with this failed downside auction, if we do close above that IB low of 53.42, that's going to kind of confirm that is a failed downside auction, and you start looking for opportunities to buy near that level and just to limit the risk. If you miss it, you miss it. I've missed a lot of good trades, but just pointing that out. And thanks again to everybody in the chat. I was so busy chatting and everything. I failed to even recognize that we did leave a potential failed downside auction in the S&P. So again, thank you very much. And that is, that's one of the, I kind of sensed it, I felt like, all right, maybe we're getting a little bit of basing here. And that's when everybody was like, hey, there's a failed downside auction, Hoag. And thank you again for bringing my attention to that. That's great. Thank you.
You love it when the chat points out things. It just means they are learning and how intelligent. We do have some amazing traders here.
Locked in.
Where the Nasdaq just rejected on that bounce was right at the low of that NFP candle. The one we were talking about, potentially framing the range for the day. 18.544 was the low of that candle. We just traded back up to that and rejected off of it. I see what you guys are saying though, where we have that double bottom pattern, that higher low.
I see what you got.
But I'm not seeing the buying coming in above 500.
Yeah, no, it's just being patient and waiting for that confirmation. Yeah, and to go off what you said, Coach Jay, that is a resistance area like this 550s, 560s. And that's what I'm saying. Wait. I'm waiting. Be patient for that pullback. Then look for the market to turn around again and make another higher low. And then look for the market to push right back up into that area. Because we could very well, just continue to sell off and break and make new lows of days if we do not have that confirmation to turn around.
Wow. All right, gold found a bit of a bottom at 24.72. Last trade 24.78. All right, might be making another run to the downside here, Dakota, like you were saying. That's where we have last trade 18,460. Well, the day 18,385. Where was that 2,000? Still up there. 76s. That's S&Ps.
Yeah, where's Nick for a tick about the VIX?
Where is he?
I don't know.
Friday
Chat's
off?
talking about the VIX.
Let's take a look at bond yields here real quick. Wow. 10-year 3.83% in the 10-year, well beneath 4% yields. Yields are coming down fast. Fed in catch-up mode. Thought they had everything in sight. It's going to be soft landing. Now it looks like they're behind the 8-ball. Crude finally found. Wow, what just happened there? More sellers coming in here.
Mm-hmm.
S&P's about 7 points off the lows. 53.45 last trade. Again, we got Goolsby speaking in about 1 hour. It was not on the calendar as of about 2 hours ago. Kind of just popped up on the calendar, so not sure what that's about. But we'll definitely. He's not a voting member, but maybe they trot him out to signal something to the markets. He was not on the calendar this morning. The non-farm came out very poor. And all of a sudden, Goolsby showing up on the schedule to speak. Stay tuned with that. Boy, Dow's still getting hammered. New lows in the Dow. 39,650 last trade. Low of the day, 645. And
Shout out
gold
to
still seeing
Guillermo
more
in the chat. We had a call with Coach Jack the other day in Discord. He was talking about corn. Guillermo, if you're in that corn trade, really nice trade.
What happened?
Corn's up about 1%. Corn's up about 1% today, and just a ton of volume came into the buy side. Looks like a really nice trade.
Love to see it. Gold's still getting hammered. Gold down about $40 in the last 25 minutes. Volatility is amazing. Quick look at tilt. 82% short the YM. Obviously, keep in mind, YM gets these heavy tilts. Not as many traders in that. The sample size much smaller than the other big four markets, but we do like to give some love to the Dow. All right, here we go. New lows incoming on the ES. Last trade 53.38. Low of the day 36s. So about 2 points off the lows as we continue to sell here. NASDAQ.
It's why we don't preempt a failed downside auction.
You gotta wait.
Yep, just waiting. This is the zone where I would look for a higher low, but it's just we have to wait. I want to see the market consolidate and reverse, because if we start to break down, then yeah, just like you said, Hoag, not preempting, just waiting. If the market doesn't give it to us, we don't take it. But it's not looking too good.
And will it do it? One point off the lows in the ES. Dow continue to make new lows. NASDAQ staying a little bit stronger than the other two, but not by much. %61 short in gold, 50-50 in the ES, 50-50 in NQ. Well, yeah, market's kind of seems calm right now.
Yeah, after the wild start.
Yeah, these
seems like we slow down a lot, right?
Yeah. These 60-point ranges, 100-point ranges are nothing. Amazing. Absolutely. It's August. Summer has flown by. Scott saying all roads back to VWAP, Scott. We'll see. The slope of the VWAP is down and to the right. Hard.
The Russell's down about 4%, and I pulled it up just because it's coming into an interesting level, this 2100 psych level. So that may present an opportunity there. If sellers don't sell through it, then we might get a pop. So I'm going to keep this up on the side, and that might be a trade I take.
Okay.
If I don't see that selling come in at that level.
This is the area I want to see buyers in for that higher low.
Okay.
On the NASDAQ?
Yeah, on the NASDAQ only. If not, then it's no longer valid.
It's the moment of truth right here.
Yep.
530, 53.35 low of the day. ES, NASDAQ coming into lows.
Nope.
New lows,
It
yes.
just
Nope.
broke through. Yep.
Yep. New lows, yes. See if NASDAQ follows suit. Amazing. Brooksy, limit down ES. We still have a ways to go.
There's some buyers.
Yeah, the buyers stepped in. Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
Okay, now I'm going to wait and for an exact reason, like a technical, maybe a break of resistance, something. And so far, I'm seeing a break of 441 might be doing that for longs. Well, we just broke 441. Man, this market just moves so fast.
Wild, man. Your first trade, Dakota, was a $500 scalp in the 2 seconds was wild.
Yeah, something
Amazing.
else.
Sit back and watch. 53.38 last trade, and we're kind of a holding pattern here. The ES and NQ trying to figure out what to do around these lows. Buyers are stepping in now, not with much success.
I checked with the experts, and right now in the equities there is a 7% halt. If it locks limit there for 10 minutes, it'll close for 5 minutes and then reopen with an expanded 13% limit.
Where?
Okay. What's the price?
13%. If it locks limit there for 10 minutes, it closes for 5, and then it expands to a 20% limit. And after 2 o'clock, there is no limit.
Really?
Oh man.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
So, I mean, currently, we're down right around 3% in the NASDAQ. We start to get really ugly. We start to get around minus 5%. We're going to start telling people, be careful. Once we're down below that 5%, there's not. It's like being out past 1 o'clock in the morning when you're a teenager. There's nothing good that's going to happen there.
I'm long 38.
Oh, here we go.
Looking for a break back up into these 50s.
And you're still in scalp mode, right?
Yep.
Gotta be.
I'm out. That was a scratch. We didn't get that momentum, but I could definitely get into it again.
We still haven't taken out the initial balance low in the NASDAQ. We did in the S&Ps. We had a failed downside auction that did not confirm. To me, I mean, the S&Ps will still look like a sale as long as we stay below that initial balance low, which is 53.42.
Now making new lows, 39,599. Last trade, 594 low of the day. S&P's making new lows. NASDAQ catching a bit of a bid.
Yeah, NASDAQ is holding up a lot better.
It really is. Interesting. Even though the Mag 7's getting hammered. All right, tilt 50-50 across the board.
I mean, this range extension in the S&P is using a lot of energy. It's
trying
pretty
this
wide
40
initial
again.
balance.
Looking for a break above these 40s. Let's see if we could get it now. We tested it, pulled back, testing it again. Let's see if we could get a break above these 50s. That's what I'm looking for. On this momentum burst, if we could get it.
See if we get above the 40s, Dakota says. Last trade, 32, 31 now.
Back to the low in the S&Ps. There's positive delta, daily delta in the NASDAQ.
Really?
2,600 positive.
It's the same thing yesterday.
That's
2,600.
against direction. That's
Yes, it is.
a divergence right there.
Well, her
And I'm
S&P is
out.
looking. Gosh, it just won't stay.
S&Ps
Dakota
are
Wolf.
minus 9,400 right now, so that's congruent. But you've got
Yep.
positive delta on the lows in the NASDAQ. That's divergent.
Uh-huh.
S&P's making new lows as we speak.
Yeah.
Yes, loss trader 5-7. Well, it's not 5. It's 7%, 13, and 20% halts are the same in all of the equities on the CME group.
Does that take in consider NKD, right? Nikkei?
Yes.
Nikkei affected? Okay.
Yes, sir.
6.5% on the Nikkei right now.
Hopefully nobody's trading it.
I think it's 7% puts us at 34,300 about.
Now it's starting to feel like a technical sell-off in the ES. Just grinding lower.
What's Nikkei at, Coach Jay? We're on your screen. I can't see it. Okay.
Price wise, we're at what is it? 34,510 in the Nikkei right now, down 6.46%.
Incredible. What a summer.
Wow.
I'm gonna put a dome up here on a practice account if we get a chance to watch. If we do lock limit, what happens?
Oh, cool.
What
Come
dome
on.
did you put up there, John?
It's the SEP Nikkei right here.
I think somebody in chat off the check had said that it was 8/12/16 for the Nikkei. Let me check this out on the CME site real quick.
Okay. It was my understanding it was all of them. Loss trader, so your position would not be closed before the halt. So if you're long and it locks limit down, you cannot, you most likely with great probability will not be able to get out of that position until it reopens. And when it locks down the limit, it opens usually considerably lower once it reopens.
Very long
If
15
you're
minutes.
short, you would be able to buy it locked down the limit because it's all offers. You can't offer price any lower, so you can't sell it. You get stuck with that position if you are long locked down the limit. If you're short, you could buy it.
Hoag,
You
what
can't just
contract
sell it.
are we trading in the Nikkei? I have not traded the Nikkei before.
September.
Sup. We're 78% short. Okay. Still just grinding lower on the ES. Dow as well.
Mhm.
Man,
Yeah,
gold's getting hammered. Gold's down.
So
It
this
is an
is
8%.
kind of how much?
It's an 8% limit. I think if I'm looking at this right, 35,040 for the limit down breaker. Does that sound right?
I'm long the Russell, by the way. Just the one
Well,
lot.
it's the
Yeah, you
Nikkei is
are.
currently trading 34,510. This is what happens. You have a potential failed auction. You buy it up here. The market comes in, and then the market opens, leaving single TPOs. And that's usually going to be a bearish signal. And then the market comes, trades back to the initial balance, and that's where the sellers come in and you start breaking. Of course, that's typical, but nothing ever happens exactly the same way twice.
Yeah, I'm long the Russell 2106.5. Just a one
Love
lot.
I love it. 2106 half Russell. Long one. Oh, my bad, Jack. My bad. 2106 half Russell. That'll be our first Russell trade.
All right.
And that I can remember on fast markets.
I'm long NASDAQ from 44.
Hey, buyers in. Oh, nice.
I'm really tempted to hold this one just a little bit longer on that higher low that we were talking about.
Ooh, tricky.
Let's see. We'll see.
Godspeed, Dakota.
You know, you got a potential auction fade. I'm trying to get long.
Okay, I'm out. Here. There we go.
Yeah.
Oof, that was 60 points.
Yeah.
Wow. Nice.
I'm
So
out
like
of the
little
Russell
loss.
I don't
And then,
know.
oh man, there we go.
Nice cover. Oh
Man, I closed it at 503 or something.
or something. I love it. All right. Gold continued to absolutely just get smoked.
I'm out of that Russell trade also.
All right,
P&L
good.
updates.
Yeah, P&L updates, please.
1500.
Dakota.
I am up 400 on the day. I did take some gold trades last night as well. So 400 on the day for the session. I think I'm flat.
Well, this seems like a good time for
Yep.
yesterday's best XFA P&Ls. What do you think?
Love it.
Here we go. Zachary Cole, Eway, and Ty, all outstanding days trading the NASDAQ yesterday. Zachary up close to 33 grand, Cole with just over 30,000, Eway 20,000, and Ty with nearly $19,000 in profits yesterday. Akinwande just barely squeezed the name onto the overlay there. Spread it around a little bit. He was trading gold and the NASDAQ. Of his $18,000 in profits, 13,700 came from gold, and the balance 4,300 came out of the NASDAQ. Always big numbers come out of the XFAs these days.
Notice that.
All right. Didn't have this one earlier, but here are yesterday's payout leaders. Going to be a nice weekend for these guys. Timothy, all XFA. These are all XFA payouts too. Timothy, 27,000 from 4 XFAs. Monica, almost 18,000 from 5 XFAs. Karen, Miguel, and Lean, all from single XFAs, 12,000, 10,000, and 7,500. Enjoy it, folks. Do something good with it. All right. Here is the bottom half of the Topstep leaderboard. In 6th place, we have Edward. Edward dropped about 15 grand across 5 XFAs, fell from 5th place down to 6th. Eway, just saw him on that XFA P&L list. Eway's 20 grand, just good enough to jump back onto the leaderboard. Eway was in 15th place yesterday, jumped up to 7th place today. Joseph made about $10,000 donation back to the markets yesterday and fell from 6th place down to 8th. Pinson lost 3 grand in his live funded account, dropped a rung on the ladder. Pinson was in 8th place yesterday, currently in 9th place. And Eric is back today, too. Eric actually took a small loss yesterday across 4 XFAs, just a couple $100, but still managed to sneak back into the top 10 despite a loss. Eric was in 13th place yesterday. All right, James, let's hear it.
James has it this
But
time.
why male models?
You serious? I just told you that a moment ago.
Right.
What? What?
I thought that was pretty incredible. Thank you, James.
Yes, it was. Rafa. Wow.
All right. We'll start at the bottom here. In 5th place, our guy, Nick for a Tick. Nice 20 grand winner yesterday. Moved back into the top 5. Nick was in 7th place yesterday. Then no change to the top 4. Same order as yesterday. Brian P. took a $21,000 drawdown, still hanging on to 4th place. Quinn B. also a drawdown, $25,000 across 5 XFAs, still in 3rd place. Chung suffered a $10,000 drawdown across 6 funded level accounts. He's trading a live account and 5 XFAs, still in 2nd place. Chung had that huge $180,000 winning day on Wednesday, if you don't remember. We talked about that quite a bit yesterday. And all hail our glorious leader, Rafa. Rafa dropped $5,000 in his live funded account, but he ain't budging from first place. So
Beautiful.
Yeah, Nick was the only positive trader in the top 5 yesterday. So
Wow, interesting.
shout out to Nick.
Thanks, JD. Good stuff.
There is your Top Step leaderboard.
Wow.
Only positive. Yeah. James, are you there? James, the title for today's stream. Can you tell me what the Easter egg is? Every market is different. Parentheses, just like you.
Well, Andre, you ever heard of the kids show Yo Gabba Gabba?
I remember, yes.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Dakota.
Yeah.
What the
Yo
heck?
Gabba Gabba is a kids show created by a guy from the Aquabats, one of my favorite ska bands. So he likes to invite other bands onto the show and create kids song for them. This one is originally called Every Snowflake is Different Just Like You, performed by My Chemical Romance. You
Love
Google
it.
it. It's fun. It's Gerard Way, the dark My Chemical Romance emo brooding boys in bright colorful clothing, singing about how everyone is different, just like you.
Love it. Well done, James. No one got that one today.
No.
Okay, I like it. Keep making them hard. Keep making them
Vanessa
hard.
from Top Quiz told me to step up my game and make them harder. So
Ooh,
heard that.
okay.
Mm.
Yeah, nice.
When you got to title 300 episodes or whatever,
Yes.
you run out of ways to say the ES is up.
I can imagine.
Slowing down here a little bit, but we do have that London close in 12 minutes.
Yes, we do.
We might see some volume come back in.
All right. Hey, let's do a live.
All I
trader.
can think of is where is the buy? Where is the buy?
Yep, I'm long
boy.
62. Long 62. 462 on
There you
the
go.
NASDAQ.
There it is.
There it is. Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see how this is going.
Okay. Dakota is long 62. One lot, Dakota.
Yep, just one. Just one. Oh, maybe I missed closing it out. Let's see if we get a push above these 80s. Come on. There we go. I'm out. Closed 84. That puts me at
Dakota.
2,000.
Good on you, man. He dumbed down the size,
Yeah.
switched up the trading style into pure scalp mode, up $2,000. I bet he has had an open position for a total of 60 seconds today.
Yeah,
I think that's true.
Yeah.
All about 20, 25 points.
Yep. So adapting on the fly in real time. Good stuff. Big league stuff.
You got Delta and the NASDAQ up around 4,000 now. Positive.
Seeing a decent bounce off the lows in gold. I think we made a low of 24.52 around there. Trading 24.61 right now. But that was, Andre, I think when we called it out, it was a 30-point move in that 10 minutes.
What did it?
We won a full 60.
$60. $60 in gold. That's real money.
In 45 minutes.
Unbelievable.
It's
on volume too.
Yeah.
It's $6,000 on a one lot.
Wow.
Wow.
That works.
Did we find out what happened in gold? Like why it was selling off? Is there a reason?
More sellers and buyers.
Oh, Jay couldn't help himself. Jay could not help himself there. Well, look at him. He can't even put his head up. He's looking down. He knows. Oh, I love it. Yeah, I had no news. No, I have not seen a headline, but clearly something was behind it. Jay. Hey, live trader update. Leaderboard here. House account's down $96 somehow. How is the house account? rips up $4,000.
That's interesting. That's
it is. It really is. D hit the daily loss limit. Dakota up $1,500, down up to about $2,000. Nick for a tick DLL today. Liam up $33,000. Rafa's a beast, man. All right, so 8 a.m. Central, Rafa was up $4,000. 10 a.m. Central. Rafa's up 29 grand. Luanis.
Oh my
up,
gosh.
I know. Luanis up 5 grand now. Again, Rafa at 8 a.m. Central, Rafa was up $3,800. Come 10 a.m. Central, I'm sure he got short. 10 a.m. Central, up $29,000. Rafa.
He's trading
on
big.
what?
He had like huge,
I would-
huge position size.
Short king.
His
Oh,
this
yeah.
volatility.
Yes.
So do we know when Rafa's run to the top of the leaderboard started? Because someone in the chat asked, was Rafa Dakota? And I think Rafa just might be the Stranger Things version of Dakota.
Dakota?
Right, where Dakota made
awesome.
that run to the upside, and Rafa's making it to the downside. Downside markets just seem to make sense to Rafa.
Dakota,
He's
what do
like
you know?
Oh man,
He's like the
we need to get
Wario.
him on.
Wario.
Wakota.
I will say he
Jay
is
like
a
that
better
one?
trader than I am. He is navigating these markets like a professional, and I love to see it.
Yeah, well.
And to answer your question, Jay, Rafa has been at the top of the leaderboard since July 11th.
July 11th.
Just
Okay.
over. Yeah, he's been up there for a bit.
Thanks, JD.
And that sell-off started July 11th. We made the highs on the NASDAQ right below 21,000 July 11th.
He's Michael
Rafa saw
Burry.
that short. Yeah.
Jack, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, Jack? Oh, shoot. All right. S&P's taking a peek at new lows, perhaps. 53.33. Low day 31s.
Yeah, I've been trying to pick bottoms in a practice account because I'm not convinced of it. So I have this urge to buy, so I'm doing it in a practice account.
You have an urge to buy, John, because what? We're building a base here, consolidation at the lows, exhaustion from the sellers.
We weren't able to leave single TPOs below the IB, so there could be an auction fade here at some point today. And we've come a long way this week to the downside, and it's Friday. So if there is a long, it'll probably be after 2:00.
Yep. Saw that yesterday.
Yep.
I'm long 53.
Yeah, there it is.
This guy. I will see how long he holds it though. I mean,
I'm out 68.
Hey, no, man.
Like,
I love it.
fun.
I love it. I
This
love
is
it.
fun.
Absolutely love it.
Just enjoy it while it lasts, I guess.
Agree. Good on you, Dakota.
Look at this market. Oh my gosh.
Nice trade. Nice trade. I know it popped a little higher here, but still, it's nice trade. Taking what you can. This one's like the runner of all runners.
Morgan says 50% rate cut coming.
JP?
I don't know. Hoop just said.
Oh, yeah. There it is in the red.
Morgan says.
In both September and November.
Yeah. So I should have taken
All right.
over.
They're trying to bully Powell.
Yeah, is that what this is, Jack? I think that's what this is.
Yeah, you just set it up in a way that you kind of force their hands, and like the bond market can maybe do that.
Very interesting. It's
Wow.
fascinating to see this happen.
Citibank is forecasting 125 basis point in Fed cuts this year.
Oh, come on. They're just outdoing each other now. Like, they're just one-upping each other. They're just one-upping each other.
Yeah. Topstep is coming out and saying 5% cuts tomorrow.
Thank you, Jack. We can outdo you all. Back to 0%. Yes. Like Jack said, the bond market Fed fund futures can try to force the Fed's hand.
They can, because they don't want, I mean, it's not part of their mandate, but you really don't want chaos in your debt market. And they are kind of pushing the hand right now. You see with how much the yields have come off right now, they are pricing in those cuts. And if they don't come, it ain't gonna be good.
Row. Yep. 40 last trade in the S&Ps. Dakota, what price did you enter there in that last trade? In the NASDAQ?
48, maybe.
48. Okay. Wild.
Maybe, yeah, somewhere right there.
All right, we got Euro close coming here in 5 minutes. Scratch that, 4 minutes.
I like that hindsight capital slogan. We'll let you know.
I like that. Who is that? JMB Sleep. I like that. We'll let you know. We sure will, man. It's pretty damn good.
We'll tell you why.
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
That's pretty good. Buyers just got rejected right there in the S&Ps.
We're struggling to hold above 500 in the NASDAQ.
We are. Boy. Gold caught that bounce, like Jay said, about $13 bounce off the lows. 24.66 last trade. Seller stepped in at that 500 level. In the NASDAQ, now trading 465. Sounds good, Jack.
We got to come up with a big list of sayings for hindsight capital. I could imagine there's lots of them. That was a higher time frame idea. My long-term investments are just short-term trades gone bad.
Always.
I love our chat.
Hindsight capital. We told you so.
We told you so, yes.
All right, boys.
Thank you, Jack.
How about a Series 3 to cleanse the palate for the weekend?
Oh, nothing cleanses the palate like a Series 3, Jack.
I have a little note to answer a chat question once we get done with this. But first, the amuse-bouche. Let's see the question. A market that has distant contract months trading at higher prices than near-term contract months is said to be A, inverted, B, expensive, C, contango, D, sloping.
A or C, which one?
It's I know it. Where's the poll up? Hoag, you know this one.
I narrowed it to 50-50. A or C.
I think we already had this one, but
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's only so many topics, Hoag.
The one above B, the one below B.
AKA C? Is that what you're saying? The one below?
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
I have a bunch of flashcards if you want them, Coach.
Well,
Jack.
It's not backwardization.
No.
That's my second favorite word, but let's go ahead and see the answer, which, of course, is the best word in futures trading.
It really is.
Contango.
It really is.
Yes.
Contango.
Now, Jack, if it was vice versa, that would be inverted, correct?
Yes, or backwardization.
Backwardation, yes.
Backwardation.
Yes. Contango. That was a good one. I like more of those. The questions have gotten harder. Not gonna lie.
Somebody, as long as we're explaining since we've been talking a little bit about like the treasury curve, somebody asked about why the value of a treasury bond would change if it's a fixed interest rate. That's why we have the markets, right? So yes, when a bond's issued, it gives the same coupon, but the price of it changes on the market. So if the rates go higher, the price of the bond goes way lower, and you can do some calculations to get the yield to maturity of what the rate would be when you purchase at that price. So the markets are what makes people buy or sell it at different levels.
Yep. Thanks, Jack.
De nada.
All right. Euro close just happened here. Let's do a quick recap of the markets. Big ranges in the NASDAQ. Like Dakota said, having trouble staying above the 18,500 level. Current trade 18,475.
Yep, I did take a loss. I tried to buy the 480 and we just spiked down there. I took a loss.
Okay. Can we get a P&L update when you have a chance, Dakota?
1650.
1650, not bad. You're being nimble in and out today. Gold still seeing a bit of a push higher here. $16 off the lows, 24.69 last trade. Looking at tilt 50-50 across the board, so not much happening there. Crude about 30 cents off the lows. Last trade 73.48. Crude with a $4 range today, folks. Crude with a $4 range. Amazing.
I'm long again from 80.
Thank you.
Dakota, it's like you're inside my head today.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just fooling around in a practice account because I want to buy it, but I don't think it's ready yet.
That was a scratch. No, that was $50.
Hoag, when would you say it's ready? I know you said later in the day, maybe when we see people closing positions. Is there a structure you look for, like a technical pattern, or is it more a timing thing?
Probably more a timing thing than anything else. You know, it's probably gonna have to start before I'll get in it.
Yeah. Yep, that makes sense.
Just try and, if it starts, try and find a little pullback and try and get in, find a way to manage risk. But the current situation that the S&Ps are in, this situation has a tendency to just chew me to ribbons. So we had a failed downside breakout. It didn't play out. So the market opened in the single TPOs, came back, checked the IB low, put in a new low, and now it's ranging, spanning the IB low. It's been my experience that I trade a market like this very poorly. Very poorly. I'm going to say that outright, just poorly. Every time I get into this situation, I'll cut myself to ribbons because there's no decision being made down here. Okay, we've made a decision up here. We're selling it. We're selling it. We're selling it. Try and continue to sell it, but we're not doing very good job down here. But are we willing to buy it just yet? So what I should be doing is using, this area as potential resistance for a move back to the potential support, back to the potential resistance. But with the price action today, it's very difficult to go from a trending market to a range bound market in the short time frame. Dakota's been doing a great job with it. I mean, he's been killing it today, and it's just not my time frame to trade like that. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to learn how to do that.
You're doing it the right way in a practice account.
Yep.
Practice account. Yep. Practice account. I'm long 92. I'm seeing if we could hold above this 500. If we break, we could see 540s.
Okay. Trade 506.
And there it is.
Push.
Not getting really great momentum to the long side right yet. This is a key resistance zone.
Sure is. Every time.
All right. Okay, I'm out. Now I'm back up to 2200, 2250.
In and out. Good job.
And then there's that break.
Question in the chat.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to trade this. Hoag.
Yeah, what is Dakota's scalping strategy? Dakota, what is your scalping strategy? All kidding aside, what is it?
I mean, yeah, kind of like what we was going over earlier, just looking for very basic and simple technical patterns, breaking in that direction, taking the direction of the break, and just looking for 20 points plus or minus a little bit. Like that one right there. Like that was it. I was out, closed it too soon, but yeah, just quick 20-point trades. I mean, in this type of market volatility, 20 points happens just so fast, and to have a key technical break, that volatility it's just that momentum trade, right? Like if we break this level, the probability of us going to the next level, or at least going at least 20 points, is extremely high. And that's all I've been doing. And then just as fast as you're getting in, you have to be getting out as soon as the market turns against you, or it does not look valid, or if we don't get that momentum, then I'm closing it out, not taking that risk. But in this case, obviously holding it a little bit longer would have paid, but it doesn't matter. It's wait for the next setup. I probably took a few hundred trades this today. So yeah, that was it. Even though I really liking the long side and liking for this to go to the 40s and 50s, that's not the strategy I'm trading. Even though, hindsight capital.
I'm just so impressed by the fact. I mean, you've been so on the upside. You've been so good at holding on to trades and holding on to runners, and just killing it all the way up. And now the market's changed, and you've changed, and your ability to just to stick to that. I applaud you, Dakota. I think it's amazing that you're able to do that.
Thanks, Hoag. It's difficult. It's difficult to change.
Right, all roads
back to VWAP.
Looks like it's gonna give it a whirl, man. You got to be 200 points off the low. Wow, we're cruising. VWAP 18,600 in the Nasdaq. Last trade 18,555.
Told you so.
What's that? Told you so? Is that hindsight capital or what is?
Yeah.
Told you so.
If only we had a runner.
If only had. Yeah, I know.
Oh man.
Dakota. All right, 53.
So now we're accepting it back into that range we were trading in at the open. We could start seeing and pushing these 600s now, possibly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's see if this 45 becomes a support now. That's the low of that candle, right? We're trading back into that range, like you said, Dakota.
45s.
And seeing the buying come in now.
Yeah, we went down and we made kind of a higher low, and now we're making a higher high, and buyers are starting to step in.
Yeah, I know, George.
Coach Vince just got short in the ES 53.55.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah,
VWAP incoming. VWAP incoming in the Nasdaq. This is Nick for a tick. There you are.
There he is.
The VIX is more than real, Nick, for a tick. It's a beast. All right, we're about 18 points from VWAP here in the Nasdaq. Buyers did finally step in. Hoag was itching to get long. Dakota's itching to get long.
Yeah.
Hey, get rid of the weak euro hand.
Long in practice.
Yeah. Hey.
Still got pretty chopped up, so I'm glad I was in practice. There will be an opportunity later on.
Agree.
Always.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Exhaustion there. All right, everyone flat real quick. We got P&Ls. Everyone's good on P&Ls. Cool. We still have some hashtag fast markets stuff coming to you in about 18 minutes or so. Yeah. Is there a Fed speaker today? There is. We got Goolsby speaking at 11 a.m. Central in about 21 minutes. We got Goolsby speaking again. Was not originally on the calendar today.
No.
It's kind of popped in there. Eddie caught it and said, hey, Goolsby speaking. That was not on the calendar.
It's going to be
no house of country. No house of country.
What the hell is he going to be talking about? What do you think? We got problems with employment now.
Yeah. We'll trot out a non-voter to deliver the message.
What kind of a loudmouth?
He does like to speak. He likes the sound of his own voice, that's for sure.
Long 62.
Okay.
62. Okay.
Yeah, I'm long 62 right now. Seeing if we could push these 80s. See if we get a nice momentum burst.
Now we've got an auction fade in the S&Ps. I'm going to start to buy pullbacks if I get one.
Okay, let's see if we can get out there. There we go. Out 78, 76.
Yep.
Oh, winner.
You flat, update P&L when you get a chance, Dakota. Nice trade.
Yeah, 2550, 2550.
Chopping it up. Slip Kid says trading would suck without TopstepTV. Agree. We're trading, but hey, we got 1,000 out here in the S&Ps. 5360 upside. 5360 offered 1,000 times S&Ps. There's another 2,000 lot up there. So yeah, we got 2,000 lot up at 86 as well. But currently, you're watching 1,000 offered at 60.
Paper gets filled. Do we run all the way back up to 86?
Paper gets filled.
Where was that? What price was that? That 2,000 lot that got filled earlier today? Was that 85?
53.85. 85 on the bid.
Yeah.
All right, sounds good, James.
Yeah, 600's incoming for the NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm.
VWAP just kissed it. All roads, George. Where's George? Unbelievable. Slope of VWAP still down into the right, but I'll be damned. We did it.
Sorry if I'm being quiet. I got a bunch of noise going on behind me here.
What's going on there, John? What do you got?
Bunch of order fills going on over there.
Yeah.
Folks just trading it.
MP. I love when MP's trade.
Yeah. I don't want you to hear order filled. Order filled. Order filled. No. Landscapers are.
Gotcha. 70. What do they see? 73% short in gold right now. That's about it in terms of heavy tilts, one way or another. Yeah,
Russell made the move I was looking forward to make. Traded below 2,100, didn't get the sellers, and then just popped off of it. Could have been a little bit more patient and got a bigger trade, but it's kind of following the rest, everything else.
Really gonna try to go. Let's do VWAP here. S&P still lagging. S&P still have some room. Dow has a lot of room to get back to VWAP, but NASDAQ leading the way up. NASDAQ stronger of all three today. Big range in NASDAQ, 400-point range in NASDAQ. We saw a 1,000-point range in the Dow yesterday. About 100-point range in S&Ps. $4 range in crude. Shout out to D. Hopefully she's taking advantage of the volatility. Kaz Trader says 2,000 lot at 86 in the ES. That is correct.
Yeah, I'm long 96. Looking for a push above these 600s. Well, let's see if we can hold them now.
Okay, here we go. Into the 600s.
Okay, out right there, 611.
That's a nice trade.
S&P still got about 15 points to get to VWAP. 5380 his VWAP. But like Dakota's was saying, watching NASDAQ, we're above it.
If you guys see my trades, 100% all to the long side.
Go figure.
I'm better programmed at looking for trades breaks to the long side. It's just the way I am, and that's all I've been looking for.
Mickey was making that point the other day, right, where he said, I think he was training to only look long side and still be profitable. So Coach Paul and I talked about this actually for house account ideas. He said he had a really good idea where you have two teams both trading the house account, two on each team. One only looks at the buy side, one only looks at the sell side, and you have to make a case for why your trade is a good idea, and then that's the one we take.
Huh.
So then we don't have to look both ways, and yeah,
I like that. I like
it's an
that.
idea. I really like that idea from Coach Paul. So
yeah, like you said, Jay, that Mickey exercise. I'd never considered that, but that's a very good exercise. Like Dakota, like what Dakota's doing today. Made his money in the long side today in a severely breaking market. He made both ways. It's
there was a trader in the S&P pit, Don Slater. He used to joke. He would say, "The longest I've ever been in the S&Ps is short 10."
Short, yeah. Always short. Always short.
He was a great trader. Just knew how to pick the tops.
I mean,
Short.
I sold the NASDAQ today on that micros trade and lost, right? So trade location does matter. You could get the direction right. You still got to be in the right spot. And that's why, Dakota, what we're talking, a lot of times I feel like you can try to do one or two things. You can analyze the markets or you can trade the markets, right? With the analysis, you can say, oh yeah, this is going down. If you can't find a place to get in on that trend, you're going to lose money. So
Exactly.
trade setups are a lot more important for what we do with day trading, right? If you're investing in these markets or swing trading, it's a little bit different, but you can find a spot
And then
to
your time
take an
frame.
opportunity. Yeah, of course.
Then the time frame matters. Yeah.
On the sell side, please. All right.
Well, the shorter the time frame, the more price sensitive you are.
Yes, you are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we got about 10 minutes left here in fast markets. James, I'm ready when you are.
Let's do it.
What a day.
I also have a new image from Creative I want to test out to bring things in. Let's see how it goes.
Whoa. Wow.
That was amazing.
What'd you think, James? Yeah.
If you didn't catch it, that was our jackalope.
Oh, there it comes and there it goes. Oh, man.
Anyway, thanks for entertaining me with that. Here's your fast market content.
Yes.
AU Robert brought a combine back from the dead. At the lowest point, it was $212 away from the max loss limit. Switched to the micro NQ for 9 days straight, then 2 days of 1,400 wins after the FOMC, and made the last 210 to pass the combine this AM. Now that's bringing it back from the dead.
That's going to make you a much better trader in the long run.
Yep. I love those small winning days, consistent, growing, building out of the hole. And there's something
Switching
to be
to
said.
micros.
And if anybody struggles with combines or even when they switch to an express funded account, that's a beautiful example.
Mm-hmm. Moving on. Trader Tate just passed his Topstep combine watching fast markets. Great time every morning. Looking forward to tuning in on Monday at the funded level.
Yes. Congratulations. Well done, Tate.
Yeah, congratulations, man. That's great.
Keep up the trading. You'll never know. You might get an email from us asking you to come on Power Players and hang with Andre.
Manfred, where you at?
Gubermacher. NQ 587 to 478 over 100 handles. It's a little hard to make out in the screenshot, but if I zoom in on my end to the P&L, it's around 4.9K in that green box up there.
Great job.
Good work. Amped, locked out for the day. What a flawless week and a good start to August. Look at that.
Green. Lots of green.
That is a really, really good performance dashboard.
Yeah, it
I got 2 more or 3 more for you. They're really quick though. Ryan Snow up 2K in this chaos.
Good job in this chaos. That's right. Good job.
There's opportunities to be had all over. Mike, you might be gangsta, but are you a gorilla smoking a cigar wearing a suit sort of gangsta? My trading station is becoming filled with random stuff. And I'm also a procurer of fine art. I have a painting of a raccoon being abducted by 3 UFOs I bought off the streets of Chicago, so I see you.
Respect, James. Respect.
The man also had still life paintings of Febreze bottles, but the raccoon called to me. And finally,
I like that picture.
Brad
There we go.
Sims found a Dilbert comic that's accurate. Dilbert for Fed 2026. According to my highly reliable forecast, we're on the right track. But if even one of my 17 assumptions is off by 1%, we're doomed.
Yep. Uh-oh.
Thank you for your fast
Thanks,
market
guys.
submissions. To
Oh,
end the
man.
week strong, get those brain juices flowing for Power Hour, and we will see you then.
Yeah. Power Hour reversal challenge again today. These type of markets, you got to tune in to see how that plays out. Hoag's in there, right? We got Hoag.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We got JD. We got who else in there? Jack.
Coach Ray.
Coach Ray. Jack's first time. Jack, is this your first time doing the reversal challenge? I believe it is. Typically, Jack might be off.
So Andre, what are you doing for Power Hour? You heading to
I will be
Lala?
off. I will be off. No, I have picking someone up from the airport actually. Lala's tomorrow.
Ah.
I just do one day these days, John. The 4-day Lala thing is a thing of a past. Just the one day.
Yeah, my kids are over it now. They don't even want to go this year.
Well, I'm not over it. Well, yes.
I'm long for
Well, you got
53.
one band you got to go see.
Yeah, Killers. Oh, sorry. What are you in Dakota? Yeah.
Long from 53.
Long for 53. Long for 53. Oh, nice. 18,573. Yeah. The seats we're sitting in they're a little different than the normal seats we would sit in when we were kids. So a little bit more tamer.
Yeah.
Tame where we're sitting.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Hey, Andre, I may be hanging around in your neighborhood in the coming days.
Wicker?
Yeah.
Let me know.
My daughter's
No
moving
spot.
there, so
Oh, really?
yeah.
No spot. Yep. She's
Ooh,
doing
here we
the.
go. I might. Ooh, do I hold this one?
Oh,
I hold
Dakota,
it.
what we got?
Ooh, do we hold it? Do we hold it? Long from 53. We might see 600s again.
You, Dakota. It's been working so far today.
Man, is it ever?
Don't. Yeah, ACDC.
All right, I'm out at 80, 90.
Good
out
job.
At 90.
Good job.
All right,
How about-
3,000 for the day. I'm done.
Dakota.
Here we go. Look,
Stop,
manual
Dakota.
lockout. Yes.
Oh,
Lock
boom.
me out.
Wow,
Nice.
you're locked out and everything.
Nice trading. Nice trading, Dakota. Oh, I like the graphic. Cool.
So,
That was fun watching that, Dakota.
Dakota.
Great, man.
ooh, Fade Me Fridays could go take a hike.
Take a hike is right. Shout out to Dakota today. Great trade. We got 4 minutes left here in Fast Markets. Click like. We're a little light on the likes. We're good on the viewers, but a little light on the likes. Click like, click subscribe. I think we can get to 112,000 subscribers at the end of the day, end of the week. So we'll have that over.
Dakota, I thought you were about to give Manfred a run for his money with whatever you were going to say.
I thought about that.
That guy, man, Fred was he's a legend. We're gonna try to get him back. We're gonna have to have a little talk with him though before he comes back on about some of this. We did not see that coming, but it seemed like the chat was cool with it. But we're not gonna have that on every time.
Yeah.
Or a one-off. Well, speaking of that, we do have Peter Tuckman coming on next here on Power Players.
You never know what he's going to say.
No, you don't, John. You really don't. We're going to ask him about the Fed. We're going to ask him about this non-farm. We're going to ask him about these markets. We're going to talking about the Fed speakers and Fed. He gets fired up, so please stay tuned to that. Let's do a quick look at the schedule here for today on this Friday for Fed. What a week. Last week was insane. This week was even more insane. Summer doldrums, not so much. All right, let's take a look at the schedule for the day. Good job making sure we got that up. Power Players, Tuckman coming up next. Hoag's joining us and JD as well. Shoulder Tap, Mick and Jack. Group coaching, JD and Hoag. Get those questions in. I think the form is pinned to the top of the chat. Then we got Back to the Futures with Nick for a Tick. Saw him in the chat there. Jack joins us. Then for Power Hour, the Reversal Challenge. Everyone's favorites, of course, just for entertainment. In a practice account. Trade micros will be Jack, JD, Hoag, and Coach Ray. Please tune in for that.
I'm going to have to rewatch that, Manfred. It looks like the trade chat's having fun with it.
They were loving it. I was loving it. Everyone, he's the guy, man. He's that dude. He has no fear. He just, he was criticizing the industry. He was criticizing the space. He had feedback for Topstep X. He had feedback for Topstep. He was just letting it rip, and we were loving it, man. Anyways, all right, guys. Well, we got Tuckman coming up here in about 5 minutes, so we're going to try to get this on schedule. Guys, I really appreciate Jay. Hoag, we got more Hoag coming up later today. Dakota, amazing trading today. Jay, nice trades as well, dude. Hoag, great on your calls, but we got more Hoag coming up. Dakota, any last words to close out the weekend here on Fast Markets?
No, I traded enough for everybody today, so you guys didn't mind sitting down.
How many cars? I don't know. Can you look at that? How many cars did you trade? I don't know if you have that available.
Where can you see that on Topstep X? Is there a way?
You can go. Yeah, take some digging. All good. Let us know. But yeah,
do it. You can probably put the stats up. If you don't mind, Andre, messaging me when you throw the stats up on Topstep if you get them.
We'll do.
I'd love to know that.
We'll do. Awesome. Have Manfred interview Peter Tuckman. That would be amazing. All right, guys. Thank you so much. We got Tuckman coming up on the next. Jay, Dakota, you guys have a great weekend. We'll see more Hoag here on today on Topstep TV. Anyways, Power Players coming up next. Peter Tuckman style. Let's go.
One of the features on the Topstep X platform that I've personally started to use every single day is a personal daily loss limit. Let's say, for example, Topstep allows you $3,000 of drawdown on your account. Maybe you don't want to lose all $3,000, but you still want to put restrictions on yourself to make sure you trade for tomorrow, as they always say. The personal daily loss limit can come in and say, hey, instead of $3,000, let's set it to $1,000. If I lose $1,000, you can actually then select in the back end of Topstep X what you want it to do. Do you want it to liquidate your trades, lock you out and liquidate you, or just send you a notification? Either way, it's a really good way to play defense. And if you've been trading for any period of time, you know that defense is what keeps you in the game longer. Offense is good. We got to score. We got to win. But if we don't play good defense, we're never going to win the championship, as they say, right? This personal daily loss limit feature helps you play better defense. It goes hand in hand with the lockout feature. With the two of them together, you should really be able to limit your red days, and that way your green days feel even better. So try out the personal daily loss limit and let me know what you think.
Yes. You know who is looking better than ever today. The Einstein of Wall Street, the most photographed man on the New York Stock Exchange, the ultimate power player, Mr. Peter Tuckman. Let's get right into it. Peter Tuckman, non-farm, not so good. Market selling off. Is the Fed behind the curve with rate? What are your thoughts?
No, you know what? I mean, in terms of that question, you mean should they have already cut rates on Wednesday? That's a possibility.
Maybe,
You know what? I didn't even actually think. I guess the story was always on the table for September. So should they have done it on Wednesday? Perhaps that may have sort of aborted this major sell-off we've seen. But good question, good point. Kudos to you on that one. It turns out, though, look, we got the economic numbers came in today, and the jobless numbers were worse than expected. We saw a bump up in the unemployment rate up to 4.3 or 4 or something like that.
Yeah.
So we're getting hit by worse economic data, right? And what was clear about Jay Powell's speech on Wednesday was that until we really are clear that we are heading in a trajectory back down to 2%, and we're not bipping up, well, then we're not going to cut rates. So, I think we're up against a mixed message wall again. So as far as your point is, yeah, it's very possible. Could they have avoided this bit of a bloodbath here? Look, 1,000 points is in the big picture is not that significant, but it seems painful. I'm sure people who are staring at their portfolios, note to self: you should never look at your portfolio on a day like today, right? The S&P is down 140 handles. That is majorly significant for a one-day trading experience. The Dow down 1,000. It's not a pebble in your shoe any longer, right? Maybe Tuesday or Wednesday was the pebble, and then I would say Thursday was probably, one of those bumps on the side street. But I would say today is a little more painful, and so I'm sure people are definitely looking at their portfolios and seeing 2, 3, 4% in some of these names. And then, look, if you bought Nvidia earlier in the week at 128 and it's now trading at 105, I would imagine that was, like, why did I do that? I waited all this time, and the minute I bought it, it went down. I'm sure there are a lot of people who are saying that to themselves. At the end of the day, the long game, look, I met with my man, Dan Ives. Dan Ives, everyone should follow him. He's the number one tech analyst in the world. He and I have a show together called Einstein and Ives. I met him this morning just to chat about what was happening here because, he's the guy, he's your tech guy. He's the guy who says that we are in the second inning of a very long game that's got a lot going on in it, right? It's not just popcorn and Coca-Cola. There's going to be some really nice meals along the way, right? This is a high wealth story. It is a revolution, tech, AI, that's all happening. Nothing has changed. One day does not dislocate a multi-trillion-dollar deal and sector resurgence or sector creation that we're seeing, so that everybody should not just suddenly look. I know the bears are peeking out from their little caves, right? They're eating popcorn too, going, I told you so, I told you so. They've been wrong for 18 months. Suddenly they're right, and they're all out there hopping around like they knew it all the time. That's BS. Right. The bottom line is they've been wrong for 98% of the days. And now you got 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 days in a week where the market is actually pulling back, in a healthy fashion, down 2-3%. There's nothing wrong. And it's happening for a reason. It's happening because we are up against this timeline about interest rate cuts in summer. Look, my gut is that today, bad news is good news in light of the fact that the more the economic data is bad, like unemployment raising up, like payroll numbers, like employment, the labor market all along, there's going to be pressure on the Fed to cut rates. And my gut is we surely are going to see one in September and perhaps see two, right? But, at the end of the day today, I think is a function of it's being a Friday. It's a summer Friday, a couple of days this week where we really broke down. And I think everybody's throwing the baby out with the bathwater at this point. It's like, you know what? Look, I'm going to just start down. Look, we don't know. Look, we've seen it before where the markets rallied really beautifully in the afternoon and we take back half of our losses. And then at the end of the day, the bleeding is not that bad. We're down 300 or 400. But look, we may end up closing at the low. If we do close the low. If we get back to where we were a few minutes ago, we are in a slight bounce mode. But if we close at the low, we may see it gap down again on Monday. These are all possibilities. Think about it. We've been going up for so long, every day, every week, every month, that this is actually a healthy pullback, right? Think about it. Now, I don't think everybody should be running for the hills. Everyone in a time like this, look at sell-offs as opportunities. If you're a day trader and you're trading futures, right, go check out David Green, check out Wall Street Global. We have a scenario for this kind of a situation, right? You can short this market. You can look at the trend when the market's going down. You can protect yourself with stop orders. There is risk management. We've got a tool and a chart and a trade for every possible thing that can happen in the market. So don't go running for the hills, screaming and yelling like fire from a movie theater. That's not what today's about. Today is, as a long-term investor, is an opportunity. These are the days where all those stocks that you thought were way too expensive, but you like the people, the process, the product, and the profitability, go out and buy those stocks today. Start small. Buy 10 shares, buy 20 shares. Today is an opportunity to get stocks at a discount. The stocks that you've been dying to buy, that you missed the boat because they ran off with the, with the maid or something. They ran off like crazy. All those tech names that are just so frothy and so long in the tooth, they're not today. Today, they're more in line with what seems reasonable. Well, go out and start buying them. Buy them small. Start doing that, okay?
Question.
And then, yes, sir.
Yes, my question is, okay, you don't seem concerned. You say this is a healthy pullback. At what point does it become more than just a healthy pullback? At what point, are you ever concerned with what the market, during COVID, were you concerned with the price action then? Because obviously we were limit down, limit down, limit down. That's an extreme case. But at what point does this sell-off become more than just a healthy sell-off or pullback?
You know what? I think we'll know. It's a great question, and I think we will know when that happens. We've been going down for 3 or 4 days. We're going down for a specific reason. The interest rate cut is very close by. It's in the wings. Are we going to have to wait till September? Are we going to be in a pullback mode until we get the cut we need? It's possible. Is this just a one-off, and then we're going to come back in on Monday, and we're going to have fresh August money coming into the market, and this will just be a bad memory? It's very possible. I think you need to look at the probability, right? That this is not the beginning of something that's groundbreaking, and it's the end of the world. The fundamental story has not changed since Monday. On Monday, we hit record highs across all indices, right? Nothing has fundamentally changed except a couple of economic bits of data. Nothing we did not know was not going to happen, right? So the long game is still here. The tech sector is here to stay. Trillions are still being put into it. The fundamental story has not changed. Today is basically people looking at the market going, you know what? I've got a lot of good profit in this thing. Am I going to watch it all erode one more day, or am I just going to blow out my position? That's kind of where you're at right now. Okay, you have to understand, put yourself in the mind of the people who are the bigger players in the market. They're big hedge funds with millions of dollars in the market. They've got 15% in the tech sector. Well, they're getting out. They don't want to, they don't want to give it all back. So they're dumping it. Some hedge funds dumping. You got institutions that are along a lot of these names. They're going, you know what? My gut is, history tells me, if I get out here today, I'll probably be able to buy them back cheaper in 2 weeks. Those are some of the people selling it. Exactly. Put your mind in the head of those other people. Is anything pointing at this is the end of the world and to get all catastrophist and crazy and wild? And no, it's not showing me that yet.
Love it. All right, well, really quick, I want to ask you about Wall Street Global Trading Academy, but real quick, Fed's Goolsby's coming out speaking. When conditions warrant a cut, there tends to not be just one. So obviously he's coming out. They tried him out here. This was not on the counter. They're trying him out here to kind of calm down the markets a little bit. Anyways, before we wrap up here, Mr. Tuckman, I'd like to please tell us about Wall Street Global Trading Academy with us here at Topstep. Please tell us all about it. You and David Green, what are you guys doing over there?
Look, you're in Topstep, everybody. You're trading the futures, but just having the platform is not enough to trade this successfully. In order to trade this successfully, you need the tools that the people at Wall Street Global, David Green and I, offer you. risk management, money management, okay? You're using stop orders in a correct fashion, knowing how the trades work, knowing the components that make up a trend trade, moving average trade, far from moving average trade. They work with equities, they work with futures. Go check out Wall Street Global Trading Academy, WSGTA.com. We will teach you technical analysis at its best. And at times like this, right, where markets are going up and going down in a fast and furious fashion, technical analysis works better than ever. You're seeing a stock go down or an index go down 20, 30, 40 points. You do not want to buy it too soon, or you do not want to, when this finally reverses and starts going up, you do not want to short it too soon. Technical analysis will protect you, and that's what we specialize in. Go check out WSGTA.com. Go check out David and my platform and our program. Go check out the course, the boot camp, and all that. You're on the good platform of TopStep. Come and join us. We'll teach you how to trade.
Boom. Mr. Peter Tuckman, you have an amazing weekend. Have no fear. This is just a healthy little pullback. You can get these stocks that you want on at a discount. Mr. Tuckman, have an amazing weekend. Thank you for everything. We appreciate it.
Later, baby.
Take care. All right, let's roll right back. Let's roll into this. Some more Goolsby headlines. The economy still has cross currents. It is not a secret that Fed policymakers expect multiple cuts over the next year. Trends show inflation coming down across the board and the labor market cooling. We're going to get a lot of information before the next meeting. What will determine the size of the rate cut, or if there is any action, will be the economic conditions. Hold on. I was talking about the size of the rate cut. Interesting. All right, guys, let's welcome in JD, my man right there. Two of these guys are going to be on the reversal. These guys are going to be on the reversal challenge this afternoon in Power Players, or Power Hour, that we are in Power Players right now. Anyways, let's get right back into it. JD, what are your thoughts, man? You're looking at the levels. Your guys are talking to you. Oof, we burned through all the zones.
Well, first I've been practicing my my reversal skills the last week. I can't wait to get on the reversal challenge today.
Today's the day, man. Today is the day.
I'm coming for you, JD.
Love it.
I do have my charts. Oh, you got my charts up. Yeah, we just broke out of a little 3-minute range there. I'm looking at a lower time frames right now. During the lunch hour, things get slow, so a lower time frame might be a little bit better. But we just broke out, and it looks like we just rejected the lower end of that little range there, right around 46, 48, you could call it. So maybe looking for a quick, easy short here. Keeping risk real tight. Not looking for big moves at this time. The lunching hour is usually pretty slow. So keep the risk tight. If it starts going my way, maybe I'll add another one. But got the live account up here, and that's what I'm hawking right now. Looking at a short trade.
All right, looking for shorts. Oh, you had about 15 minutes to breathe there. You are back on here. You are doing a marathon session today, starting from opening call, fast markets, now on for Power Players. And you got the landscapers outside. And we got these wild-ass markets. Okay, they're done. All right, good. Thank God. Then we got these wild-ass markets. Tuckman's saying, have no fear. This is just a healthy pullback in the overall grand scheme of things. He's probably right. But on days like today, the Fed may have missed there. Now they're kind of behind the curve, like you suggested it before fast markets. And here we are. I mean, we thought that level of 18,885, the down 10% off the all-time highs, we thought that was going to hold. It did not.
It did not.
It's taking a step back. What's down 15% again, John? I don't know if you had around under 18,000, right? I think you had a 17,000.
Yeah, 17,836. 17,836 is the 15%.
Okay. What do you think?
We've come off pretty hard, and I totally agree with Mr. Tuckman. This is an opportunity for people who've been waiting to buy some stocks to buy them on a discount.
I'm in a short, guys. I just got short at 53.75. Sorry to interrupt you, Hoag.
No, that's good. Good.
53.65 or 53.60?
75. 53.75. I'm taking $150 worth of risk on this trade.
Yeah, I like that trade because it came up to VWAP on the 30-minute chart base there, and now you're getting a breakout below that base. So it looks pretty good. Hope that works well for you, JD. So, all I could hear when Tuckman was saying that was my dad always used to say, well, the market always looks the worst at the bottom and the best at the top. So,
and cover, guys.
Cover.
Covered, guys. Yeah. Up 375. 350.
Look at you, JD. Woohoo! Nice woohoo, sniper, and I like it.
Nice job, JD.
But yeah, Hoag.
Good trade.
Worst at the bottom
So-
and best at top. You know,
Yeah. But as a longer term investor, of course, I've got bids in. I'm like loaded for bear to pick up some bargains down here as far as stocks are concerned and longer term investments. Um, I don't think it's that we're in that big of trouble, and that's as far as longer term, yes. But as far as day traders are concerned, we were just talking about that earlier, JD, and Andre. As day traders, as futures traders, we have to be a lot more price sensitive, right? It's the timing. We can be right all day long and be wrong on our timing. It's the demand of good trade locations in the day time frame that is that is going to be helpful. And you can use whatever tools you want. You can technical analysis. You can use indicators. You can use moving averages like Peter and David Green. It's just all a matter of finding the good trade locations, managing the risk, and taking some good profits on some of those trades. And so investing, I think this is a great opportunity for investors to start thinking about picking up some bargains as far as stocks are concerned. As day traders, it increases the volatility and the risk. It also possibly increases the potential profits. But again, sitting here with an investor hat on, I'm looking to buy this. And sitting here as a day trader, I'm just trying to find a way to make a little bit of money every day, and that's it.
Well said. All right, JD, one trade, one winner so far. Perhaps a retest of the 75s. What do you think?
Got out of the trade at the perfect time, right after I got out.
Nice. I see that.
Straight up. So looking at the upper end of this 3-minute range now up at 18,630. If we get up there, I'll take another cheap short opportunity. Not risking a lot, none above 70 or probably above 45. I might be looking to take a long if the breakout looks strong. If it breaks out and it looks strong, I'll be taking a long above 45. But right now the play is cheap short around 30, 31.
We got daily VWAP at 18,605 there for you, JD, as well. We've been holding below it all day.
See how it plays. All right, but just busted through VWAP. Nice cover, JD, man. Pushing higher here. Wow. Boy, buyers stepping in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ leading the way higher here. See if the S&Ps can follow.
Yeah, S&P's just creeping up on VWAP right now. VWAP 53.79.5. Just trying to sneak up on it. Maybe we can scare it a little bit. But I mean, you look at the 30-minute on the NASDAQ. VWAP has been resistant all day. Sellers have been in control all day. We lose that, there could be a pretty substantial move to the upside. But, if we look at the history of what's going on today, VWAP has been resistance. We're looking at the S&Ps now. Here's the 30-minute chart. All day, it's been resistant. Sellers have been in control. VWAP is accelerated to the downside. Again, if we lose that level, then, that could scare out a lot of shorts. Got to be a lot of shorts in this market, right? Especially in our time frame. But right now it's resistant. We just traded up pretty close to it. We're already, $5 off of it in the S&Ps. Just kind of hanging around it here in the NASDAQ.
Is that an
just
anchored
took a
VWAP
look
you're
at it.
looking
We're
at?
already 10 points off of that. Pardon?
Is that an anchored VWAP you're looking at right there?
No, actually, that's just the session VWAP.
Just the session VWAP? Okay.
Overnight VWAP, not session. Just like the daily VWAP that anchors at the 5 o'clock bar. That's just the standard one.
Okay.
Seeing some basing here in crude oil.
Yes, we are.
It traded down too and took out that naked point of control and just ran out of gas down there. It's really just been like a dropped brick bounce. And so that's what I'm using instead of dead cat bounce from now on.
Yeah, I noticed that. It's probably. Yeah, people don't like that one. I got it. I got it. I know what you mean.
The drop brick bounce it rolls off the tongue real nice too. That's a good one.
Yeah, well. All right, 73 last trade here in tilt. What we got here? Something caught my eye. 72%. Slow down, man. 72% long crude right now. 88% long Dow. Again, Dow doesn't have that many traders in it, so take those tilt numbers with a grain of salt. Yeah, we are right here.
Where you're really going to get your good deep information from that from tilt is in the S&P, the Nasdaq, even crude, even gold. I think just not a lot of people trading the Dow, which I don't know why. I do like the Dow.
It's been a decent trade lately. I mean, 1,000-point range. There's obviously opportunity, but yeah, we don't have that. Obviously, the big four here at Topstep: S&Ps, Nasdaq, crude, and gold are the big four. But I got to fill up my chart space with a fifth chart, so I threw the Dow in there, or I'll throw the ZB in there if Jack's chopping up the 30-year. It's kind of the wild card over there. So we
not getting my sale here in the against VWAP and the S&Ps here.
Yeah,
just tickled it.
I think he's just chopping around right now.
Yep. VWAP slope is kind of flattened out a little bit compared to how steep down to the right it was. It's starting to flatten out a little bit. 8K flow. I hate this price action.
Welcome to the lunching hour.
Yeah. I mean,
this is the hour that we come to watch the markets die in.
Yes. Don't worry, it'll pick up again. I have a feeling this afternoon is gonna be rocking and rolling. Morocco in the house. What's up, Morocco?
Especially if you use like volume for thinking about entries and continuations and all that. If it's during the lunch hour, good volume looks a lot different than it does like in the first hour and a half or 2 hours in the last hour of trading. It's it's really kind of a subjective as if you're seeing good volume in a move or a reversal or something like that in the afternoons and during the lunchtime, it's kind of hard to gauge if it's actually good volume or just volume or just normal volume. What makes it difficult during the lunching session. I like that, JD, where you come to watch markets die.
It's true.
You hawking something there, JD?
Still looking at the upper end of this 3-minute range, going back to 10:30ish. So if we get above 35, I said earlier I'd be looking for a long above 45, but actually I think that's a great spot for a cheap short right around the 45 area. A little breakout of this range, little failed breakout like we had on the downside here, and then coming right back into range. I think that might be the play. When volatility dies down like this, I'm not expecting huge moves to happen in the next hour. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
this is a good opportunity to see money, take money.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was a great trade you took there, man, and that was a good out.
Hoop asked, do we go for that 2,000 lot at 53.86? My vote's yes.
Where were those bids on the way down?
85s.
85s?
Yep.
So they're getting out with four ticks of profit.
Yeah. I mean, if it's the same person, yeah.
That's weird. Saw that in the overnight, too.
You're going to take all that heat? You're going to take all that heat for 4 ticks? Yeah, I mean, yeah.
No, it's not very good reward over risk ratio.
But yeah, I mean, what do we see overnight, John?
Well, if you hang on, let me find it here so that I'm not wasting anybody's time. Oh, okay. So here it is. If you remember, on the way down this morning, this price, you're going to see it here. I know it's very difficult to see because it's so small. So there was an iceberg sell order, 53.91. Iceberg sell order, about 5,000 traded there. 3,200 of them were on the offer. So that's definitely an iceberg order if it's happening in the overnight session. Actually, it's probably just after 7:30 when the numbers came out. And then 4 ticks below it, there's an iceberg order to buy 3,500, 3,500, 3,200, 3,500. That's exactly what we're seeing now in the S&Ps because we saw that big bid on the way down and it was 4 ticks below the next big offer at 86, 85 to 86. So what are they doing?
What are they doing is right.
What are they doing? What is she doing back there? Meatloaf.
So good.
You want it now.
I was thinking the exact same thing. Fridays, man.
What are they doing?
Crazy.
Doing. Hey, when you think as soon as you think you know something in trading, you don't.
How does that go? As soon as you think you figured out the rules, the market changes them on you.
Yeah. Once you get the right answers, the markets change the questions.
That's it.
Yeah.
I believe Goolsby's done speaking. They just had him trot him out there just to give these statements.
Yeah. Hey, Goolsby, you go out there and calm them down. You go out there.
Yeah, I know. That's exactly what that was. Goolsby's like, I got it. I'll do it.
It's like you guys saw the movie Fun with Dick and Jane. It's Jim Carrey.
How's it going?
The company he works for is tanking, and they bring him up to go on TV to talk about it. And Ralph Nader's on there, and he's talking, and he's just beating Jim Carrey down, and you can see the stock just going from like 50 to 40 to 30 to 20 to 10 to 0 just by the end of the interview. They just said, "Here, you go out there and talk about this."
Oh shit! Why is oil tanking? Dude wants to know. I like that name, dude. Why is the oil tanking? We do not know. Considering the conflicts and the rising tensions. Well, John, what are you gonna say?
Well, it's okay. I mean, there's tensions overseas, Middle East. China is their economy is really suffering. Their demand is way down. And we're kind of, according to the markets and everybody else, we're kind of looking at some possible economic difficulties here in the U.S.
You're right,
because maybe they should have raised rates a little bit yesterday, but hey, that's all water under the bridge now. So it's a demand thing. It's not a supply thing. Demand has been suffering, especially China's the largest crude oil importer in the world, and they're not doing well. So they're manufacturing. The economy's slowing down. People are doing less, driving less, using less energy, and that's really what I think the bulk of the issue is for crude oil pricing right now. And this is for us, it's not a bad thing. Maybe the president ought to start refilling the strategic petroleum reserve, which he drained at these levels. They said they were going to be buying it at 70, and that really put in a low for a long time.
Here's your chance.
But they have been, in a little bitty ways, they've been adding to it. I think they added another 5 million barrels to it last week. But to do that, they got to buy it. But they haven't been doing it, but it's getting cheaper now. So I would say, maybe pick up the pace of your buying for the petroleum strategic petroleum reserve. I always have a hard time saying that. I don't know why.
A lot of words.
Yes.
A question here from Losing Trades Every Day. If gold is a safe haven asset, why isn't it skyrocketing? Well, it was this morning. We did top out at 25.22. It did sell off hard. Sold off like $60. It is a safe haven asset. These prices are almost now around the all-time highs. It's not going to skyrocket every day, but when you see this uncertainty creep into the market, you will see a bid come into the gold. Highs 25, 22. That's almost all-time highs, but maybe referring to that big sell-off that we saw about 2 hours ago. But it is a safe haven asset. We'll continue to go higher if uncertainty stays in here.
That just got whacked. I was looking for news on that. Like, they found out gold caused cancer or some shit. I don't know.
Wouldn't that be funny?
That'd be a reason to sell it. All right, these 75s. Hey, JD, you're trading the NASDAQ, right?
I am. Let me move back to it. I was looking at gold for a second.
Okay, I'll flip over to NQ here.
I put an offer in at 43 1/4 if we happen to pop up there. So that's working right now. We're still just kind of diddling in the middle of this 3-minute range. So no action to take at the moment. Just kind of sitting back, being an active observer, as they say. So no reason to go jumping in the market right now when we're just sitting in this little range, right in the middle of it.
Mm-hmm. We got the chat here. JP Morgan sees case for Fed cuts before the next official meeting. I haven't seen that headline. I did see JP calling for a 50-point rate cut. I didn't see a emergency rate. Guys, we're not in emergency. We don't need. It's not an emergency rate cut zone. I think the economy's in an emergency or a crisis, so to speak.
Andre, who was the first person you heard say maybe they should do a surprise rate cut?
You.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure it warrants that, but I mean, what I said we did was during the global financial crisis.
Yeah, it's been
honestly, I think it would scare people more than anything else.
Yeah, I was thinking if they did that,
it feels like panic when they do that kind of stuff.
It does. Would stocks rally off of that? Because I don't think. I think it would be panic. Be oh bleep. What do they know that we don't? Yeah, I saw the rate cut. I saw the 50-point rate cut in September and November. We saw that one in Financial Juice. Emergency rate cut, that might be a bit much. 85% long YM again. No, nothing there. 50-50 crude, 50-50 ES, 50-50 NQ. Sellers coming in here.
Back toward the bottom of this range right now.
You see, it's still holding VWAP.
Mm-hmm.
Intel down 25%. Sheesh.
Jeez.
Really? Let me take a look.
Holy cow. Let's do a Mag 7.
Let's please, John.
Yeah, I got it up right now. So we got Tesla down 3.25%. Nvidia down 2.4%. Microsoft down 2.5%. Meta down 1.87%. Google down 3.25%. Amazon down 9%. Apple is the only positive stock in the Mag 7 right now. It's up 2.83% currently.
And Steve Apple couldn't save us.
Yeah, I don't see Apple propping this thing up right now. So I definitely prefer the short side over the long side right now, but that could change too. I don't like to get too married to a bias. I've been proven wrong too many times. Andre, you going to see the Killers tomorrow?
I am going to see the Killers Saturday. Yes, I am indeed.
Lollapalooza.
Yeah, Lollapalooza. I saw them running around today, or yesterday. They take over the city, all those kids. Yeah, I'm not one of those kids anymore. That's what I've realized. Yeah, I'm excited. It's a fun time fun weekend in the city here. As long as the weather cooperates, should be a good time. Fish at Deer Creek. Yeah, they were up at Alpine last weekend. Crappy lineup. Someone's always got to see it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Fish is at Deer Creek. They're up at Alpine last weekend. Yep, they're going to be at Deer Creek.
I love Alpine.
Alpine's fun.
I saw the Grateful
that's a great
Dead there
venue.
probably 15 times.
Do you remember that? Do you remember it, John?
I remember.
It was
I remember.
Stevie Ray Vaughan played his last show there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Maybe last night. But yeah, Lollapalooza. My wife works with a group of women, and they were talking about it yesterday.
Yeah.
One woman said that her daughter was going, and they were like, "How old is she? 19."
Yeah.
And someone else that she works with, yeah, I'm gonna go this weekend also. And I'm like, well, how old are you? 34, 35, something like that. Like, you're too old. No one's gonna talk to you. Like 20 years old is the cutoff for Lollapalooza now.
It's definitely a young person sport. It's a sport for sure. We got a poll up here. What's the poll, Robert? Robert says, I threw a poll up. Let's see what you threw up. Hey, other than futures, you trade any of these? Stocks, options, crypto, or Forex? Just 90 votes right now. We'll keep you posted on that. But yes, JD, it's a young person. It's a sport, that's for sure.
I haven't been in probably 20 years. The last time I went was to see the Pixies, and that had to have been in 2006, maybe 2007. That's the last time I was there.
Yeah, it's been a minute, but I'm looking forward to it. MP's going to Killers. I think James is trying to go, so I'll try and meet up.
MP's flying in.
Yeah, it's his band. It's his favorite band. In and out.
Really?
Yep. 53.
Thinking of some of the bands that I've seen at Alpine Valley.
Oh yeah.
Fleetwood Mac, like 1980, 81, like not too long after Rumors. Yeah, I'm old. I know. Saw Steve Martin at Alpine Valley, the comedian. Yes, Steve Martin at Alpine Valley. Saw Journey, saw Kansas, saw Grateful Dead a bunch of times, of course. Ted Nugent, ZZ Top.
Yeah.
A lot of great shows there. Just a great place.
It's beautiful. It is. It's cool.
Yeah. All right, now we're testing VWAP here, guys.
Yeah.
Got a nice rip in the NQ. Still working that offer at 43.25. Tight risk. Gonna risk $150 again if I get filled on this.
That's what, 7.5 points?
Yeah, right around there. Perfect risk for this time of day. Oh, we just kissed the upper end of that the 3-minute range. Bounce right off of it. Hold right back.
86 is keep in mind we got that 2000 lot 53.86 in the S&Ps. Yes, stagnating at overnight low. We popped up here. These guys are looking for a push to the upside here. NQ. GD's trading NQ right now. Keep an eye on that. Again, we got that 2000 lot 53.86. So we're about 8 points off of that. Yes.
Still respecting this range. It's not breaking out.
What time frame chart are you looking at that on, JD? 5?
This is a 3-minute.
3-minute.
I'll widen it out a little bit for you.
You're Jay disciple.
Well, he called it the stupid chart yesterday.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. Makes me like it even more.
Yes, he did. Your
Stupid charts and smart charts.
All right, quick poll update here. 4 minutes in. Other than futures, do you trade any of these? Options, 41%. Stocks, 31%. A little crypto, a little Forex. Mostly stocks and options. All right, JD, what offer are you working again in, I think, the 40s, I believe?
43.25.
43.25.
A little pop, maybe blow out some weak stops.
I like
Other
it.
people trading this range. See what happens. I hate to say see what happens. I won't be risking my. I know where I want to be out of this trade, so I'm not going to risk my entry price for a simple range trade.
Why do you not like to say see what happens?
It's just a horrible thing. I'm going to dip my toe in the water, see what happens here. You know, have a reason for getting in.
Agree, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what happens. See what happens. We got trying to fight here at VWAP in the ES and Q. A bunch of wicks above VWAP, but no real candles above it. In the 5 minute at least. Again, you'll be seeing these two guys duke it out on the reversal challenge. That JD in there, Coach Ray Jack, as well as Coach Ray. These markets, you might see it awesome. Yeah, these are the markets you want for reversal challenge. Is it going to be easy? Is it going to be easy? No. Is it going to be volatile? Hell yes. That's what the people came to see, guys. Put on a show for them.
We're here to give the people what they want. This is the people's channel. People's TV.
People's
Yes. I'm not very good at trash talk, but I'll try. Y'all suck.
Y'all suck. That's all you gotta say.
Y'all suck. Carving the lane. My gun for number one. I'm gunning to not lose. I was the first time we did it. I'd never traded like that before. Was that 3 weeks ago? And I came in dead last place. So it's not so much that I'm hoping to win, as I'm hoping to do better than last time and not be in last place. Let's call it that.
I got my ass kicked last time.
It's not easy. It's easy to be a hindsight capital analyst watching other people do it. But when you're actually in there pulling the trigger, it can twist you up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And once you admit you're wrong, then you're wrong again. Now you've just compounded the losses.
For those of you that aren't familiar with the whole y'all suck thing, it was while I was on vacation and I was listening, and somebody in the chat was telling everybody that you all suck, talking to us.
Yeah.
So we've kind of made it a little bit of a mantra. It's more of a friendly thing than an actual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No one really.
It's just to laugh.
I believe the plan is to get some swag made around it.
Yes.
Well, it's funny. Like, we were getting killed. We were like, trading wasn't going well. The markets weren't doing a whole lot. We're getting chopped up. And some guy in there, some girl maybe in the chat just says the obvious because we weren't trading well. He's just like, y'all suck. And it was like perfect. And the timing was perfect. I read it out loud to the guys. When everybody started cracking up, it's like, yeah, it was much needed. We do. Right now, we do suck.
Did that person ever fess up and
nowhere to be found?
Stand up and take credit for it? We would love it if you came back to take credit for that. I don't want to have to go and scrape through hours and hours of chat from that day to try and find it.
Yeah. But don't think that you can copyright it because we already did.
It's ours.
We already got it. We got y'allsuck.com. We're making t-shirts. Man, look at this 3 minute range. This 3 minute range in the NASDAQ bounced off the very bottom of this range. It's respecting this 3 minute range right now. How many times can I say range in 1 minute? Over and under.
All right. I'll time you. Go.
Come on, meow.
All right. I think we might have a name. Who did it? Andy's on it. Faction 41. If that's you, Faction 41, please step up. Take your credit. Take a bow.
Doesn't look like he's in here currently, but we'll keep an eye out for him.
Yeah, Faction. We're on to you now.
Does anybody remember what day that was?
I guess we can go back. It's probably about 2 weeks now. Hoag, when were you off? Hoag, when were you on your fishing trip?
9th through the 15th or something like that.
Okay, so a couple weeks ago, yeah. So we can pinpoint it. So we can start narrowing it down. We'll find you, Faction. Internet's forever. We're on you.
It is.
Tristan in the chat wants us to make Y'all Suck t-shirts for the store. Tristan, you should go to hindsightcapital.com and apply for a position.
Absolutely.
Because we've just been talking about that. I've been working on getting Coin Flip Capital off the ground also.
I love
That
it.
should be coming soon.
The Coin Flip Capital special. I mean, that's pretty much what the reversal challenge is. Coin Flip Capital. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Tired of doing your own research? So are we. Let the fakes decide for you.
That's pretty good, JD.
Beautiful.
Free Dustin t-shirts. All right, let's talk about Dustin for a minute.
Yeah, let's do that, please. Perfect. Talk to him.
All right, so I don't know, months ago, Dakota put the challenge out there. I'm going to make $1 a day for 50 days to take over the lead in the hot streak sport. So I rolled with it. We're going to call it the Cicero 50 Clam Challenge. If you can make $1 a day for 50 days, I'll get you a plaque and say $50 is $50. Me and Hoag will sign it. We'll send it to you, blah, blah, blah. Well, I think Dustin took that very, very seriously because he was making between $1 and $4 a day for weeks. And then all of a sudden it was like, what are we doing here? This hot streak sport is legit, but we want legit trading results on there. We want someone that's eligible for a payout, that's been doing decently for a significant amount of time to get the credit for that hard work, not just putting in a bid and offer, sweeping through it to get $1 a day to get your name on the list, just gaming the system, which is kind of what we accused Dustin of doing. So moving forward, we're gonna keep Dustin's name on there. We're gonna give him credit for breaking the streak, but we're gonna shift the goalpost on everybody. So moving forward, you're gonna have to have at least a minimum eligibility requirement for the hot streaks list will be your eligibility to take a payout from that specific account that you're trading. Does that make sense, everyone?
I didn't know that you prompted this. What Dustin was doing. I don't remember that part. I didn't know you did the 50 and 50 challenge. I don't remember that one, JD. So you're the reason behind this.
How many days did he make?
46.
46.
46.
And he blew it all in one day. So 46 days with $600, and then hit the DLL yesterday for $1,000. So his 46 days didn't cover the DLL.
So what? He was probably down first trade, down like $300, and he's like, "Oh bleep, I gotta make this."
In hindsight, also, like, was I egging on? No. He had been doing the $1 a day thing actually before Dakota brought it up. So it wasn't like we came up with this $1 a day thing. So we had seen it. He had done it 4 or 5 days in a row, and I brought it up, and that's when Dakota put out the challenge, and then
he took the ball and ran with it.
Yes, I aired the challenge for sure.
I think we should still send him a plaque.
Well, I'll think of something nice for him. I feel responsible. I don't even. Has he ever chimed in the chat? I mean,
no, not that I'm aware of.
We started talking quite a bit about him earlier this week, and then all of a sudden he put up $100 day, a $50 day, and then boom, daily loss limit. So it almost, the timing added up. Was it a coincidence? Maybe, but likely not. Probably heard us talking about him and decided to get back into the real trading groove. So.
Looking at the markets, that VWAP was prime short location for both the S&P.
That was it, yeah. I talked right through that breakout in the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
Finally breaking out through that 3-minute range. Yeah.
Yep. Sold right few up now. See if these sellers want to keep making another run for the. Still got 130 points. 140 points more to the lows here. Volume didn't really spike on the sell-off. We definitely did break out of that range, like these guys said. Get short up against VWAP. What was the play? Had to take some heat, a little bit of heat. Hell, a lot of heat. What am I talking about? You take 40 points of heat a couple candles ago. But eventually the sellers did
Three,
win.
4 bars of heat. 3-4 handles of heat in the S&Ps.
S&P not bad. The S&Ps, that's what's up. All right, we're selling. We are selling right now. Again, we got shoulder tap coming up here. Got some group coaching. We've got the form pinned to the top of the chat. Get those questions in. It's you two doing group coaching, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need more questions. Send in your
More
questions.
Good ones,
Send in
different
your
ones.
questions. We will do our best to get to them all. We may do a speed round.
Yeah. We've only got 4 questions. There's a
a
form pinned to the top of the chat right now. Someone jump in there and ask a question. Actually, if you put one in there right now, we'll answer it for you right now in the last 2 minutes.
Oh, wow. A little freebie preview.
I don't care if it's what's my favorite album.
What is your favorite album? I'll ask you that one right now, John. What is your
It's
favorite
That's a hard one to.
that's the question. Who can stump John?
We were just talking in chat about which is the better album, Tommy or Quadrophenia, when we're talking about the Who.
Yep, my dad would say Tommy.
What's your thoughts?
That's a tough question. Are you familiar with the old trick question? Who's the better British invasion band, the Beatles or the Rolling Stones? And the answer is it's a trick question because the proper answer is the Who.
Ooh.
Yes, there you go. There you go.
All right, Allison showed up with the first question. What is limit down and what does it mean for traders? Well, limit down, really you can only get limit down days in the gray markets now, right? We have what do you call them? Circuit breakers in equities now, where you get to a certain percentage up or down, and they'll halt trading for a little while. Then you get another shot. If it hits another percentage down, they'll halt trading again. But in grain markets, 30 cents in corn and wheat, and they will lock trading at that price unless it backs off from that price. So there are limits in the grains where you can't trade above or below a certain price for a day. Does that make sense?
Perfect.
Exactly up.
Yeah.
How come there's no limit up in equities?
Because everybody wants it to go higher.
I know.
Sky's the limit,
I love
right?
it. Sky's the limit. Yep.
We're not going to slow down the rallies.
Hell no. Only the downside. I love it.
Only the downside.
All right, fellas.
Calm down.
Fellas, hey, JD, nice trade. Quick $350. Catch these guys on group coaching here on the other side of Shoulder Tap. Shoulder Tap coming up next. And then also, catch these guys, chop it up for the reversal challenge in Power Hour. It's Jack's first time. I'll be back on this afternoon with Nick for a tick. 1 o'clock, 7. Anyways, we got we got Shoulder Tap coming up next. That was fun, guys. Let's go.
Hello, traders out there. Welcome to Shoulder Tap on a day where there will surely be many shoulder taps, maybe some kudos along the way. I'm Jack. I'm joined by risk manager Mick. What up?
Many shoulder taps today. Many shoulder taps, and then little taps. Looks like you and I are both geared up, ready to go to the golf course after this, Jack, judging by our apparel.
This is just my Friday shirt, as it would be right now. But, you know, you always got to have that available if it goes that way. So we'll see.
Well, hey, quite an interesting day. I mean, between yesterday and today, huge ranges. I know there's been some chatter about the price limits and stuff like that these markets have. And I figured we could take a little bit of time to talk about those, if that's all right, because me sitting over here on the risk team, seeing that, you know, the Russell was down 4.5% at one point, and we had the Nikkei down about 6.5%. We're getting pretty close to price limit moves and stuff like that, at least the first circuit breaker. I know JD had mentioned circuit breakers, price limits. I have a little bit I want to elaborate on his description about the price limit moves. So I thought we could talk about that, if that's good with you, Jack.
Yeah, especially with the way Topstep handles that stuff. So, yeah, Mick, you're the man to answer. Let's talk price limits.
We should do so. So all markets that are traded have price limits, or circuit breakers, as they also call them. Circuit breakers is kind of a newer term in the last decade or so. Circuit breaker is basically the same thing as a price limit, but we have fixed price limits, and then we also have dynamic price limits. And depending on the product that you're trading, you may have a fixed or a dynamic circuit breaker or price limit. Let's start with equities, though. Most of our traders are doing equities here, NASDAQ, S&Ps, that kind of thing. And, any product that you're trading, CME Group's website has great little links to the contract specifications for each one of these products. If you're taking risk in a certain product, you should know the ins and outs and restrictions or price limits or circuit breakers on these markets. So equities, for example, there's 7% limits, 13% limits, and then 20% limits. And those limits, basically the 7% limit is the first one. And, so far, the only one that really comes into fruition. We saw a 13% move not long ago. But these price limits are also subject to change, too. Pre-COVID, price limits on equities were 5% up or down. And then with the number of limit moves we had, they expanded those ranges on the price limit. So as it stands currently, the first circuit breaker or price limit on equities is 7%, specifically the CME equities, and Chicago Board of Trade equities too, or equity, the YM, the mini Dow. In the overnight session, there is an upside price limit of 7% up and down. I said upside price limit. There's price limits to the upside and the downside. During the stock session, when the U.S. stock markets are open, there's only a downside price limit. There is no upside price limit on those. So the way it works is, what happens is, if we go down 7%, let's say today we went down 7%, trading technically does not halt if that market, if NASDAQ, which was the closest one to the 7% move today, trading doesn't exactly halt. Now, it halts at a specific price, meaning trading can still occur, but if we were to go limit down, for a period of time, that market can't trade past that price level, which is 7% down. Now, trading can still occur. You might hear the phrase locked limit down, and it's literally the buyers or the sellers. Today, it would be the sellers in that scenario that have the market locked limit down, meaning that there is such a great supply of offers at that price. Bids can still hit the offers, so the market can trade at that price, but unless the buyers get much more aggressive, that market is locked limit down by the sellers. And it will stay locked limit down at 7% off previous day's settlement price for a period of time. And if it remains locked limit down, then the price limit will expand to the downside. Next downside price limit is 13%, at which point in time it could get locked limit down again. I think the 20% price limit, which, let's hope that never really comes to fruition, that really only applies to, I think, the last half hour of trading or the last hour of trading. It's like after 2 o'clock or 2:30. I don't feel too bad not knowing specifically right now because we haven't come even halfway there.
We got bigger
long
problems
time.
if that's happening.
Certainly do.
Something
Certainly
to
do.
note
So,
before you get to the top step thing, in practice, when you see this, is we got a chance to see it a bunch during the beginning of COVID. And what happens is that there are a ton of sellers there stuck there, right? And no one's buying. So the reason that you don't want to be, long into one of those is because it almost without exception is going to plummet as soon as they remove that breaker, right? There's all this, you can just see, thousands of offers and say like the ES or something just stacked up waiting to sell right there. And then they release it and it goes way down and there's no way for you to get out. So you can incur just massive losses on a little bit of size.
yeah, definitely. And that's, one of my biggest concerns. I had a lot of sleepless nights around COVID when we were having those, limit moves, worrying about people getting stuck in positions they can't get out of. If the market goes limit down and you're short and you're in the money, I mean, that's a great scenario because, you've really got a lot of odds in your favor there, but you certainly don't want to be stuck long when the market's locked limit down. Auto liquidators, all they're going to do is trigger a market that's going to probably be the last one, to get filled. And I've seen markets, especially the grains, like JD mentioned earlier, these markets can go from locked limit down. And then basically there's a few trades in between that 7% limit price and then the next limit price. And then they're locked limit down again in, less than a minute potentially. So, there's a lot of people that are chasing to get out of longs. If people are stuck in longs, they're all trying to dogpile out and everybody's racing each other. And, chances are that's how people blow out accounts and that's how firms blow out too, getting stuck in those limit moves. So,
and maybe we won't get through all the cards today because there's some questions in here about it that I think are worth answering. Eduardo's asking, so you can't hit the bid, only sit on the offer, so only a buyer can transact, not a seller. Yeah, I mean, basically, so yeah, you can offer it there, and if people are buying, then you might get. That's part of the reason it stacks up so hard is because no one's really buying unless something materially changes in whatever caused it to go limit down in the first place. There's not going to be many buyers there.
I mean, sellers can transact if you're in the beginning of the queue, so like, let's take, the S&P, for example, which might be like 200 to 300 up on the bid and offer. You go locked limit down, you might see 100,000 contracts on the offer there. So if you're, trying to sell at that price, which I would certainly, I'll just skip that part. But if there's 100,000 on the offer and you try and work a 1 lot or a 15 lot or something like that, you're in the back of the queue. So chances are you are not going to get filled unless the buyers at that price for some reason tend to get aggressive and they take it, they lift it off the limits, which means they chew up all the bids or chew up all the offers. And there would certainly be a lot of people canceling offers too. You talk about automated trading and stuff like that and algorithms and whatnot. There's softwares out there where if there's 1,000 on the offer or something like that, I want to add 10%, and if there's 10,000 on the offer, I'm going to add another 10%. So if people start, that's how things add to, whether it's manual or automation. But if that offer starts trading out and the number on the offer, the volume offered at that price gets lower, offers will start to get canceled. Offers will start to get canceled. People that are watching the market will start seeing, there's buyers pecking at that price. I like to say pecking like a bird. They're pecking at it, they're chewing it up. And then you might see, as it looks like it's trading out, a lot of volumes trading there and the offers are getting, shaved down, then you might see even more aggressive buyers with the expectations that, hey, this offer, which was locked limit down, is starting to get chewed up. It might get lifted. So I'm going to, get a little bit more aggressive. But you definitely don't want to be an aggressive buyer. You don't want to be a buyer if you're close to lock limit down. We actually here, for the sake of safety of our own traders, we have a little thing, parameter here where we don't want anybody trading within 2% of a price limit move. So if price limit to the downside in S&Ps or NASDAQ is 7%. We don't want people trading if that market is, up or down 5%. The reason for that is it's a very slippery slope. If you hit down 5%, you can go to minus 7% very quickly. And we don't want traders getting stuck in positions that they can't get out of. So it's something that the risk team looks at. We had a meeting about it this morning. I talked to my guys about, keeping an eye out for, if we're down X percent on the day, not change, what we need to be doing. And we've been looking at that. Fortunately, we haven't gotten there. But, we're going to be flattening trades. You certainly don't want to be initiating new shorts within 2% of a price limit move or even closer to the price limit move. You're really sticking your neck out there. Yeah, the odds are on your side that the momentum is down and the market's heavy. But you can also, you've seen, Jack, we've seen large spikes off those areas and those levels. So it's not an area to be taking a new short. It's definitely not an area to be going long. That would just be simply, unwise. So we'll flatten trades around that area unless someone's really got the tiger by the tail and they've got open trade equity, that's pretty significant. Because, if you're approaching a price limit move and you've already been short in the money, let's say, 60 points in the S&Ps, that's a pretty good one to hold on to. And odds are that, it could just get a little bit better for you.
Good explanation, Mick. A couple other questions that we saw. Is this based on the closing price or the settlement, the 5%? I just know that if you go to the CME site, it will give you what the price is based on, but I don't know off the top of my head. Is that off of settlement or is it off of...
It's all based off previous day's settlement. Closing price is not the same as settlement. It's based off settlement price. So it's net change on the day. If you see, NASDAQ's down 20 points or S&Ps are down 10 points, that's always based off the settlement price. So any quote board that shows net change on the day is a price quotation or, points or cents or dollars up and down based off previous day's settlement. Net change on the day is a percent, always based off previous day's settlement. It's always off settlement.
All right. Well, let us know if you have any other questions on the price limits. It's been a long time since we've gotten one of those. And really, we kind of got a little bit caught off guard when it started happening so much during COVID. But they've expanded a little bit. When was the last time? I can't think. Was it COVID? When's the last time we had a limit down in like the NQ or ES?
That's a good question. I mean, there were several of them. We had like back to back, lots of loss limit, daily limit downside moves in the equities. I think we had one recently, not recently, but one since COVID. But I mean, think about it. 7% is a pretty big move for our U.S. equities. And like I said, the Nikkei was down 6.5% today. That one's actually got an 8% limit on it.
Like right now is a good example. We're 2.5% down in the NQU, right? We're down 475 points. That's only halfway to where we would say start flattening trades, right? So that would be over 900 point move, right? So these things are meant not to happen often and just to kind of protect kind of against what happened in 1987. Although we've come a long way with how trades are settled and tallied and things like that. I don't think, I'm knocking on my wood desk right now, that something like that would happen again. But
anything can happen.
Yeah.
Anything can happen. So those are one last thing. So most of the products have fixed price limits. There's also the dynamic price limits too, which, energies, metals, those are all dynamic price limits. These are really different where you don't run into the same scenarios because they've changed. These used to be fixed price limits. When I started trading for myself back in, was it 2008 or something like that? That's when crude oil ran from, up to $145 a barrel or something like that. And the price limit on crude oil was $10. Mm-hmm. Saw a ton of price limit moves to the upside and downside. And then I remember seeing the spreads even moving, $25 in a single day. So those had fixed price limits. Now it's dynamic price limits and you have less concern there about getting stuck in a position that you can't get out of, because with a dynamic price limit, it might be 10%, but it's 10% based off an hourly rolling basis. So, if it's 10% like in the crude oil, and you go down 9% in the first 59 minutes of trade, after that first hour, you're down 9%, then the price limit expands another 10%. So technically, in the next, for the next 70 minutes or 61 minutes, you've got a 19% limit. So those really don't come into play as often, and they're a little less spooky. But yeah, anyways, my long spiel, I know we ate up a lot of time talking about price limits, but again, where I started, it's super important to understand these price limits so you don't get caught off guard. Can't say I've ever been stuck on the wrong side of price limit move. I've definitely, been on the right side, whether I, had something riding or actually got something off at the offer when we were locked limit down, or got something off at the bid when we were locked limit up for, future play in the coming days. But you definitely don't want to be on the wrong side of those, because, that $3,000 daily loss limit could be, far, far, far greater.
Well put. Okay, with that, why don't we do like a card or two and see what we got?
Let's do it. So good week for the live traders is how it's kind of panned out over the first 4 days. I've got some shout outs. We're not doing exactly the roast my trades today, but the 3 people that I have featured, maybe we can get through them really quickly, Jack. They are a bit of roasts because these are all live traders that are on losing streaks. So I think we could get through them quickly, but got a big shout out to Liam C from our live account. He's up 30 grand today. He was up 33,000 yesterday. So back-to-back winning days for $63,000. He's been a busy boy today, 195 round turns on the day. Shout out to Rips. He's up 4K on the day. Rafa, who is our number 1 on the leaderboard, was up 29 grand at one point today, only up 14 grand right now. So he kept about half of his equity highs. He's been flat for a little while now, so I'm happy he locked in at least half of that significant day. Giannis up 4,900. Dakota was up 3 grand scalping. He's usually not a scalper, but he was in and out today. So happy he's up 3 grand, able to kind of bring his account balance up a little bit. All right, so let's use what time we have left to talk about these trading cards. Again, not roasting anybody, but I did the cards a little differently today. Let's get Itor's card up if we could, Jack. Short, less informative. I want to talk about these losing streaks. So Itor, unfortunately, his trading is not as beautiful as where he is resting himself there in Spain. Very pretty picture. He's been a live account for 22 days. 14% winning days. Only 3 winning days of those 22 days. Today is day 23. And he hit his loss limit again. So only 3 winning days out of 23 days. Daily loss limit of $1,000 has been hit every single day other than those 3 days. And he's trading like every single day. Not backing off at all. Not stopping, not pumping the brakes, and not even deleveraging. Still trading some little bit more than he should be. If you're having a losing streak, I don't care if it's really 3 days or 5 days or 23 days, you have no business trading additional leverage. Scale down, trade small. Because not only is it not working out on a daily basis for him, but 24% winning trades is not that good. So he's now at a 23-day, $20,000 losing streak.
Oh boy. This card is an effing disaster. We didn't write any roast, but like, I don't think I've seen something like this before. Okay, so first off, and this is true, Itor has hit his daily loss limit on 18 straight days. 18 straight days. And what kills me on this one even more is just that He hasn't taken any payouts yet. And the reason he can't
Not
at the
even
moment,
eligible.
he's not even
3
eligible,
days.
but
He's got it.
except
Sorry.
he could be. I'm looking at this 18-day losing streak, and we can see where they were flat, they're high. One of them he was up 2,500. One of them he's up 690, 550, at 4,800. He could be eligible, right?
Could
Like
be.
if he just stopped there, he'd be eligible and have like, I don't know, like 20 grand more in the account.
Yeah, I mean, the account balance doesn't look well. I mean, I would suggest at this point in time that, with the way things are going, and again, this is a trader we called up from XFA to live. We liked what they had, and, things change, market states change. You could be, in a trader's career, you might have a strategy that, is your bread and butter. It works for, I don't know, maybe it works for a couple months, maybe it works for a couple years. And you milk it while you got it. But, market states change, and, a strategy that might work for a period of time in one market state may not work in another market state. And that's when you got to, pump the brakes and slow down a little bit and step back and make adjustments to that strategy, or look for other strategies, or, look towards other profit centers for yourself. I'd rather see ITOR, string together a couple $100 winning days, hit that, 5 winning days, and just, take a payout. I'd actually allow someone like this to, take the full 100%, because I'd much rather see that money go to their pockets than just get pissed away to the markets right now. Excuse my language, but it's like, this is hard. It's hard to watch. Yeah. I might even make an exception, just to get this account in their pocket, and even if they're not eligible. And guys, everybody that's listening, guys and gals, it's not something I do, but like, this is super painful, to the point where, I'd rather just, make an exception, give them all the money, and, not see it just get donated.
This corresponds to, we were talking about where things start selling off, is this streak kind of started around July 11th. And I wonder, with like the transfer to the live account, if he wasn't racking up because he's buying every dip and buy and go away, and then, not so much. But it has to be more than that. I think even if you were like a perma bull, I don't know how you hit your loss limit on 18 straight days. Well, I would take Mick up on his offer, Aitor. He's still got a decent amount of money in the account. Not much more to say.
I'm happy. It's a good thing they're in a 50K account size, and it's a $1,000 speed bump on that daily loss limit versus a 3,000. So, well, Jack, if that was juicy for you, I got a little bit more juice with David W here. Let's pull up his card. Another poor metrics here. Again, someone we did like when they were in the XFA and called them up to live, but we've got, 13 days of activity here. 13-day losing streak, for $16,000, and they're down again today. $1,000 daily loss limit. Now, David's only got 2 winning days in their live account. Those were nice winning days, though. It was a $9,800 winning day and a $13,000 winning day. So this is someone who also in a 50K. So it's nice they've got that $1,000 daily loss limit. They're looking to take big bites out of the market, and they're only getting them 10% of the time. So it's like, what do we do with this 13-day losing streak for 16 grand? Call it a 14-day losing streak now with today's activity for 17 grand. I kind of have the same opinions, for David as I did ITOR. This is not what we want to see, and I'll tell traders out there, it's not your job to participate in the markets every single day. It's your job to find good trades. So we don't get paid for showing up and losing money. We don't want to be hurting our accounts. But I think there's a lot of people out there that feel like just because the markets are open, I should be taking trades if I see something. But, if you're on a losing streak like this, like either of these cards that I featured, you're not seeing things well. And whatever setups you're taking, they're not panning out. So take some time off, pump the brakes. You wouldn't, if this was a checking account, you wouldn't be, so willing to hemorrhage cash out of it. You'd say, oh, I might have a little bit of a bad spending habit or something like that. I need to get that checked out, or I need to clip my plastic card or something like that.
Yeah, I'm trying to zoom in on this one day. I mean, these are the sort of things that kind of cripple an account. Is on this losing streak on the 31st. He was flat and up 15K, and then hit the daily loss limit and then some. Let me check on my chart real quick. Okay, so that to me seems like more Fed trading nonsense, right? That was Wednesday. Somehow got up 15K, has a 1K loss limit, and then lost like $16,400. With an account that size, you've already won if you make 14K in a day, right? Certainly you don't want to give away more than half of that. So I don't know what to say. Once again, no picking on anyone. I'll just say for everyone in general, just because you make money on a day, it doesn't mean that your new, like, what you can lose is that, right?
Yeah.
It's like betting double zeros on the roulette table, winning, and then being like, all right, double zeros again, right? You're probably
there
not going to be right.
Definitely is mathematical odds to that.
Yes.
Poor odds at that. Jack, we've got one more card. I want to talk about it really quickly. Let's be quick. Can we just get Jazeel's?
Yeah,
I know we've got like 1 minute.
We'll race through it.
Another losing streak here. 7-day losing streak for 18 grand. Surprise, surprise. Today, we've got our hat trick, the Three Musketeers. They all did daily loss limit today. $3,000 daily loss limit was hit today for Jazeel. Similar poor metrics, right up there in the losses on this streak. But the thing that gets me about Jazeel's trading today, guess what position he had on? Guess what position sizing he had on when he got auto liquidated today?
Oh, he's in a 150K account. I don't know, 15 NQ.
Close. I mean, he had a 10 lot on. 10 lot. You're on a 7-day losing streak, and you're trading 10 lots. You got no business trading that kind of leverage if you're on a losing streak like that. Again, scale down. I always make the poker relation. If you got a good hand, you put more chips in the pot. You leverage, you press. Don't be pressing when you're not trading well. Deleverage, fold, call, whatever, but don't be trading 10 lots. So, this is another person who's in an extremely sticky situation based off of poor money management. And I know we're up on time, so I'm going to leave it at that. But I wanted to share this with everybody.
Dakota was trading 1 NQ today. 10 NQ today's. I don't know what to tell you, man. Well, sorry to end Friday on kind of a downer with those cards, but I guess we got to show the both sides of the thing.
It organically happened. We didn't prep any roasting, but I just went right to the losing streaks in the live accounts, and this is what I got. So this was a bit of a roast and a learning lesson for everybody else out there who's not on a losing streak of what not to be doing.
All right. Well, thank you, Mick. We're running a little bit late, but we'll take a quick break and be right back with group coaching with JD and Hoag. Stick around.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. That's the guy. You're looking at him. He's back. John the Goat Hoagland. Mr. Hoag, what's up? Oh, JD behind the scenes here. It's group coaching hour. It's that time of day where we take your questions and we answer them live on TopstepTV. I will be feeding Hoag those questions. We got them all. Thanks for submitting. All right, now Hoag, how's it going?
Going well, JD. Always
No, we
love
just
doing
spoke.
these. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you too. I know we just spoke a little over a half hour ago, so not a whole lot has probably changed since then. But yeah, here we go. We're a little late dropping in. So what do you say we dig in and hit some of these questions?
Let's do it, my friend.
First question comes from Alex about the opening range. Alex wants to know, how do you manage opening range breakout levels and time? And how does time play into your trading? Do you wait 15 minutes or 1 hour before entering a trade, or enter as soon as it breaks, retest that 5 or 15 minute opening range breakout level? Well, if you've been around for a while, you know Hoag only uses a 1 minute opening range. So his breakouts are based on that. But I won't stop you from telling your version of it, Hoag. So the opening range trade, how does it work?
So yeah, Alex, I mean, the opening range breakout trades are they're subjective like everybody. I mean, I like to look at a 1 minute opening range because it helps me limit risk. And when we're talking about opening range, I'm talking about the regular trading hour, first minute of trade, like in the S&Ps or the NASDAQ, 8:30 to 8:31. That's that opening range trade for me, because again, it helps me limit risk. We have Coach Jay, who looks at a 3 minute opening range. I know people that look at 5 minute opening ranges. If we're starting to get any longer than that, I think it just gets there's a little bit too much risk involved, at least for me in that regard. And that first hour, we call that the initial balance. And I don't really call that an opening range. What is the opening range? Let's start with that, JD. The opening range in the trading pits, when everything was done in the trading pits, before the open, all the brokers would have orders in their hands that were due fills right on the open. So the bell would ring, they would execute all those orders, and then the exchange would go. We think the opening range should be from this price level to this price level. If you filled your orders inside of that, you were fine. That's why they checked with all the brokers to make sure that the opening range was established, because they wanted to make sure that every order that was filled, that was due a fill in the opening range, is within the opening range. So if it was really busy, the opening range may be 4 handles wide, 5 handles wide, 10 handles wide. If it wasn't very busy, the opening range might be just a couple of handles wide. It was never time based. So if it was a really busy morning and there were a lot of orders to be executed right on the opening, it could be 10 handles wide and take 2.5 minutes to finish the opening range. If it wasn't very busy, it could be 4 ticks wide and take 30 seconds to establish the opening range. So a lot of that depended on the amount of activity that was in the trading pit at the time. In electronic trading, if there's something that somebody wants to get done right away, that's not yelling and screaming and trading across the pit and hitting the locals and splitting it up and everything, it's a much easier process to execute on a screen, if you ask me, coming from somebody who was in the trading pit. So if there's something that a longer time frame trader wants to get done right in the open, number one, they've probably got more to do. And number two, all they have to do is push buttons to get it done. That's all they have to do. So that's why I kind of look at the opening ranges really the first minute, because again, it helps me limit risk. And I figure if there's something that somebody wants to get done right on the open, they have that ability to do so very easily on screen. So, the opening range, again, your times are a little bit, unusual. Maybe you're in a different time zone here, but for the S&Ps, the opening range is from 8:30 to 8:31. That helps me limit risk. If it doesn't play out, that's fine. It's a small amount of risk. It's a small loss. But if it does pay out, you can have some pretty decent trades, and sometimes you might even catch an all day trend off the opening range, because a lot of trend days start leaving the opening range at one extreme or the other. I hope that helps, Alex, and I hope I answered your question.
That was the perfect answer, in my opinion, Hoag. All right. Moving on from there, let's see what Andrew has to say. Andrew's got a two-part question here. First, what are your thoughts on adding to winners versus adding to losers, or not at all? Is there a better way to add? I recently added a feature request for Topstep X to prevent me from adding to losing trades because it just doesn't seem to work well for me. But maybe it's something else wrong with me. Part 2, thoughts on when to lock up for the day, whether in a profit or loss. Should it be on a gut feeling or something else? Well, let's start with adding to winners and losers. There is a difference between scaling into a position and just pulling out the cannon and going down with the ship, right?
Absolutely.
When you're scaling into a position, you're looking at an entire level with an extreme beyond of which the extreme you would be out of the trade. So there's a lot of risk management that goes into actually scaling into position instead of just arbitrarily buying into losing positions. But I know you explain it more eloquently than I can, Hoag. So what's your take on it?
Well, I don't know about that, JD, but so adding into losing positions, and as JD just kind of mentioned, there is a difference between accumulating an inventory in a zone and adding to a losing position. Everything that our level that we look at in futures is never finite. If the market is coming into a zone that you're looking to accumulate an inventory, where is your stop? That's the first thing you want to know. You're planning a trade that you're going to be taking executions to get into the trade at different price levels. Most important thing, so that you don't get into a situation where you're just buying into a position just so you can kind of lower your average price so that maybe you can get out at break even. That's the first sign that you're doing things a little bit askew. So if you're trying to establish an inventory in a zone, you may start accumulating that inventory at the top part of the zone, and as it gets deeper into the zone, you're picking up more contracts. But and that to me is accumulating an inventory in a zone, because I know if it gets to this level, I know the trade is wrong and I'm going to have to be out. My stop is already in for the number of contracts that I'm accumulating in that zone. That's one of the most important things. Adding to winners, has its challenges as well. I know a lot of folks prefer to add to winners, and that's what they tell you to do is, hey, you got to add to winners. You cut losers, you add to winners. You cut losers, you add to winners. Everything we do, Andrew, in futures trading is as much an art as it is a science. There's no right way or wrong way to really do anything. But we used to watch people in the pit, and they buy a bunch at 8, and it'd go against them. So they'd say, well, I'll buy a few more at 6. They buy more some more at 6. And then, well, now it's 4 offer. So maybe I'll buy some 4s. So you're going to put more onto that position at 4. And now it's 2 offer. And you're thinking, oh man, I'm in trouble. I really got to move this average pricing down. So if I do get a pop, I can at least break even on this trade. So now you're buying more at 2. And when it goes even offer, you can see the panic in their eyes, and you can just watch them panic out of those trades. That is adding to a loser. That is adding to a loser. Okay. You don't want to do that. If you're specific in the zone that you want to accumulate and where your stop is, that's different. That's different. And adding to winners is always an art form. It's always an art form. What about, start locking it up for the day whether you're in profit or loss? Let me suggest to you, Andrew, if you've just put up your best day ever, walk away. Keep trying to add to that best day ever. But when you're in a profit, whether you're in a profit or loss, let's say you're in profit. Let's say you've made $2,000 today, and you feel like you're in the zone and you want to keep trading. Well, why don't you set a percentage of that you're willing to lose? Let's just call it 50%. You're up $2,000. You lose $1,000 of it, you have to walk away. And it's not going to be that easy, but at least at the end of the day, you're still up $1,000. You've made more money in a day than the vast majority of the people on the globe have done. Be happy with that. Losing, one of the things that you want to look at, and you might find some of this information in your trading dashboard, is look at your metrics. When you may be able to see in there that, well, if I'm having a bad day and I take 3 losses and I lose about $500 and I walk away, that's the worst thing that can happen. But when I go past that, that's when I end up hitting my daily loss limit. Or if I take too many trades or too many losing trades, I start to lose my mind. I start to go on tilt. My cheese slips off my cracker, and I usually will end up hitting my daily loss limit in that regard. So there's an accountability to that, Andrew. There's an accountability to that. You start to understand when your emotions hijack your thought process. When your emotions hijack your thought process, you're done. You're done. You're not going to make any good trading choices in that regard. You're done. You're done. So, take some accountability on that. Pay attention to where you start to lose your shit, if you will. All right. And when you start to feel that, you have to walk away. You have to find a way to let go of that venom, because that's what I call it. It was when I'm mad at myself or when I do something and I'm starting to get upset, that feels like venom in my veins. And I cannot trade with venom in my veins. So I'm going to walk away. I'm going to have a glass of milk, a ham sandwich, walk the dog, feel the grass, do some push-ups, whatever it is that will help you bring you back to center so that you can make good trading choices. You take one more loss and you're done for the day. And these are, just some good suggestions. There's no right or wrong way to do anything. There's nobody that knows what these markets are going to do. When you do get the right answers, the market's going to change the questions. It is an ambiguous environment, and we are in it. We have to find our way to find our way to profit in it. And it's not easy, but it's something that people like trading. Of course, we all like it when we're making money. Can you like it when you're losing? And can you walk away before you lose it all on any given day? That's really the answer to that question. Okay.
Awesome, Hoag. And again, I am always on Team Ham Sandwich.
Yes.
Yeah. Cannonballing into a trade. What's the old joke? It's not a loser till you get out, right?
Right.
Well,
right.
You do have a max loss limit and a daily loss limit for now. So your account's going to tell you when you're wrong. Keep that in mind.
JD, what do we call it when we're cannonballing? We call it the moron trade, because the market's going against you and you put more on.
These are the facts, and we're giving them to you live on TopstepTV, everyone. All right, next question. Here's a relevant one. It's just one single acronym. It says VWAP. Anton says VWAP. But we talked quite a bit about VWAP during Power Players today. How the NQ just kept bouncing off there a bit. So why don't we just talk a minute about your settings and how you like to view the VWAP?
Well, the VWAP that's on my chart right now is just the daily VWAP. It starts, on the 5 p.m. bar, and it just runs throughout the day, and it resets every day. And this is the one that we were focusing on earlier today. VWAP, there is a formula to it, and the way it was taught to me was you don't need to know the formula. You've got it on your charts. But volume weighted average price, it's always been taught to me that the VWAP is where the volume from where it starts, like from last night at 5 o'clock, is equal above and below that level. So that's where the volume weighted average price. Now, it is a little bit more complicated than that, and I don't know the offhand, the formulation of it. That's always the way I've been taught, or so the way I've thought about it. But when you're looking at VWAP, there's a lot of longer time frame traders who are accumulating or liquidating positions throughout the day, and they're usually going to be trying to beat VWAP, right, or at least trade close to VWAP. So if we've longer time frame sellers today, well, every time the market comes back to VWAP, they're going to start to execute some shorts. They're going to start to execute some sells. They're going to start to execute some sells. And as long as they continue to take it to be in control, you're going to see VWAP falling to the bottom right corner of your chart, right? So when we were looking at it today, when we were in power players, I said, this VWAP up here, it's been holding all day long. Yes, it looks above it, but there hasn't been one 30-minute bar that has closed above it. So the sellers are still in control. And when we get to VWAP, it gives us a pretty decent opportunity to, number one, limit risk, and number two, look for an execution for a continuation to the downside. There's lots of different rules for it. There's ways to anchor VWAP to specific events and highs and lows and all that stuff. That's all stuff that is new to me, and that's something I'm learning from Brian Shannon's book, Anchored VWAP, how to use it, how to look at it, and there's always going to be a learning curve, but VWAP has been something that I think the longer time frame, bigger time frame executors have been using to get good executions when they are involved in the market. Okay, so there's a lot to learn about it. Stick around. I mean, we talk about it a lot on TopstepTV. Anne Marie is one of the experts at looking at VWAP. We had Brian Shannon on, and I'm pretty sure we'll have him on again, who wrote the book on anchored VWAP. A lot to learn about it. Great question. And there's so much that we can talk about. We got to move on. I got to get a couple more questions in here before we go. These 30 minutes pass very quickly.
Yeah, Brian Shannon, the Grandmaster Flash of the VWAP and Anchored VWAP. He's been on the show. We're going to have him on again soon. We'll keep you apprised of when that is going to happen. All right, next up, we've got a couple questions about trading psychology, trading mentality. So I'm just going to combine them all. Actually, I'm going to read Bo's question because it kind of puts 3 or 4 other questions all together. How do I change my mindset to treat this like real money and not just a high score game to help me keep profits and walk away? Interesting question. How do you treat it like real money and not just a game trying to get the high score all the time? We've never really had this question before, have we?
No, but I mean, it's always been a question in a lot of traders' minds. I think if you're trading in a some random sim account, which coming into trading, we definitely suggest that you do that. If you don't know anything about trading or execution or anything like that, you should just start playing in any random sim account or a practice account, just to kind of get an understanding of what the game is about, right? But Bo, when you think about it, if you're in a trading combine, yeah, it's not real money, but you do have skin in the game on that, right? I mean, you've got your subscription, maybe you've had a couple of resets, and even though it's not the same risk as having your own funded account, and please don't do that until you find a way to become consistent and profitable over a period of time. You've got to be able to to respect the fact that in the trading combine you do have skin in the game. You do have skin in the game. So maybe it's not like trading in a live account with real money, real risk, but you do have real money and real risk in the trading combine, similar to what you would have in a real funded account. Granted, the risks aren't as great, but there's still risk there. So just put your mind past the idea that this is a trading combine and my risk is small. You still have risk. You still have risk. Just change your mindset. Say, you know what? This trading combine can lead me to great things. This trading combine is important to me because it could bring me to the path of a real funded account and making real money at this. And you do have to remember that you do have skin in this game, in the trading combine. It's not just a game. It can change your life. You get good at this. You find that you find a way to become consistent, profitable. You get through the trading combine. You get to the XFAs. You get your head wrapped around the fact that those XFAs are real money for you. You do well there. You get into the funded account. You make some money, and you go on, and hopefully you have a wonderful, successful, and happy life. That's what the trading combine can do for you. Treat it like it's real money, because hopefully before long it will be. And treating it like it's real money might be able to get your head wrapped around the fact that you are trading real money someday in the future. Treat it like it's real. I know some people just have a real hard time doing that, but I think if you do, you'll be a better trader for it.
The best thing you can do is take a payout. Get that currency in your hand. It'll change your life forever. You'll start thinking a lot differently real fast.
Yeah.
All right, we got time for one.
JD, if I could, there was somebody who mentioned something in the chat here. Slip Kid said, and don't forget the time you put in as well. That's real too. There is a
Your
cost
time
to
is
that.
worth money.
Absolutely. All right. Sorry, JD. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you have a 9-to-5 job, you put a value on your time. That shouldn't change
Thank you,
much
Slip Kid.
going into trading. Yeah. Nice call out, Slip Kid. Appreciate it. All right, we got time for one more quick one. I know we've done this quite a few times before, but Muhammad wants to know, can you please explain the weekly kickoff levels? I hear it often, but don't know what their significance is. What is it? And how do you come up with them?
All right. The weekly kickoff levels are calculated usually on the weekend. They're longer time frame levels. And those are levels where, using technical analysis, market profile information, a little bit of math, and some measured moves, and just kind of collapsing all that information and bringing it into one stream, which is a weekly kickoff level. They're zones. They're not finite, but they're levels that I believe that longer time frame traders will stand up, take notice, and either want to, need to, or be forced to adjust inventories. Those are levels that I believe are going to be important to the longest of time frames of traders. That's why there are usually only a couple of them on the charts, and they're sometimes can be pretty far away because there's levels. Again, when we're talking about longer time frame traders, we're talking about people that are in these markets for months, years. Sometimes they're always hedging against something else, against other products, against options, against treasuries, against whatever it is. But the weekly kickoff levels are meant to indicate where I believe they're going to need to pay attention. And sometimes, they are paying attention. Sometimes there's not a very quick decision made around those levels, which kind of keeps them magnetic and very choppy in and around those. But when the market moves away from them, those tend to be some pretty good opportunities. I can't really explain how I calculate them because there's a lot that goes into it. Usually it takes me a half hour or 45 minutes for each market that I put them on. So there's a lot of work. There's a lot of calculation. There's a lot of feeling and thought that are put into them. And I put them out because I believe they're important as day traders, as any trader, to be able to kind of put them on their charts and keep an eye in and around them. Sometimes they're really fantastic opportunities for entries or exits or both. But usually we're gonna be able to sniff around and see if the longer time frame traders make any kind of adjustments in their longer time frame trades. And it's those longer time frame traders, the ones with the big pockets and the thousands of contracts to execute, that really move these markets. Yes, everybody says it's the algos, but there are a lot of big traders in these markets that do move these markets. So great question. I hope that was a good answer for you.
Perfect. Thanks, Hoag. And with that, we are out of time for group coaching this week. But don't you go anywhere. We got plenty of tradertainment coming your way. Right after this, we got Back to the Futures coming up with Andre, Jack, and Nick for a tick is here. I see him in the green room right now. After that, we're closing out the day and Power Hour with Jack, Hoag, you're looking at him, Coach Ray, and myself for another reverse challenge to end the week. So get your picks ready. Who's going to win the reversal challenge? Someone's going to win. Someone's going to lose. You let us know who you think it is. All right, Hoag, Hit us with that dad wisdom before we take a break.
Yeah. So Dad was a trader for 40 years. He did pretty well for himself, but to kind of keep money in perspective, he always used to tell me, wealth is less about how much you have than how little you need. Kind of profound, but I think it helps keep the pursuit of money and greed a little bit in check. I always like this one. Thanks everybody for joining us today.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Back to the Futures with Nick for a Tick and Jack. There's Jack in the middle. Nick for a Tick to the right there. Let's start with Jack. How's it going today?
It's going great, Andre. I've been here most of the time with you doing it. I got the shirt on for Power Hour that I bought in Wyoming. The hopefully it doesn't come out that, but the old ask me about my butthole.
Wow.
Yes.
Are you predicting that for Power Hour?
There we go.
Wow. What? If you guys have any questions about Jack's rear end, this is the time and the place to ask him about it. Or
I'll explain it at some point, but I want to see how Nick's doing first.
Nick, what's happening, man?
I mean, that's a shirt, man.
Yeah, man, it is.
That is a shirt. But I'm good. Thank God for short dated options, because that pretty much has bailed me out of this week to turn what would have been a pretty much flat week into a very good week. So
nice.
I bless the zero DTE casino, because it definitely worked for me today.
What did you tell us about the trade? I assume you got short, or you got some calls. I mean,
well, I actually short NQ around 700 and have daily loss limits to show for it. So if you want to talk about how timing is everything in trades, I mean, this is a good reminder. It was for me, at least. Do not be the first idiot to try to short this market with a VIX over 20, because you get those 100-point 2-minute candles, and it makes no sense. And I'm not kidding. In my live account, before I could even place a stop, I was DLL'd. That was the type we had.
Yeah, it was. It was crazy.
Just violence.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Market shows violence this morning, and it's kind of calmed down a little bit. Jack, what are we looking at today in terms of trades? We still looking at some 30-year action. What are we feeling today?
Well, I took one too smart for my own good loser so far, so I'm down $260. Okay. This is from earlier this morning. Came close, basically. Huge increase, as would be expected, in the ZT price off the number. I was waiting for the pullback. This, by the way, has a lot further to go if the kind of expectations people have about the bank saying half-point cuts or like two of them and stuff like that. So what I was kind of trying to do was wait for the initial move, have it pull back. But where I got wicked out was right, I can think of the price, was right about here. So, no, right here. I remember exactly. It was 12.
What's the price?
103.12. It was like below this one here. All right. And then what happened? It went through a little bit more. So I was feeling pretty good about it. And then it's kind of off to the races. I don't think I'll take any more 2-year trades today, just because, I don't know, it's a little late in the day. It's hanging out up here. So I'm going to be looking at either the bonds or the ES, or more likely MES, if I'm feeling spunky.
Frisky on a Friday. Love it. All right, Nick, for a tick. So what happened? You got short?
I got short just a smidge too early, and then naturally kind of called a bottom in the first run up we had. What was it? Right around, like, I think we hit about 5,300 SPX, and I went long with some SPY calls and rode that up, kind of the first initial, rebound bounce that we kind of had in the, what was it, around the Euro close. Yep. And that pretty much saved my week. So not saved my week. It made me some good money, but I'm very much looking forward between now and Jackson Hole. I'm sure Jack's all about this too, to just listen to and have plenty of debates on, now that we pretty much know after NFP this morning that they're going to cut. It's now the debate of, is it 25 basis points? Is it 50? Maybe even 75. I'm sure that'll be priced into Fed Fund futures before we know it, if we get more downside. So that should be just a miserable time of back and forth and Twitter talking heads debating and yelling at each other. So I'm here for it. And I think that's going to be a lot of stupidity to watch over the next coming weeks.
Yes. Yeah. Jack, we went from 6 rate cuts coming into this year to possibly 1 rate cut, now to 3 rate cuts, to now 2 rate cuts of 50 points to 50 points. Where are you on all this? Obviously, we're data dependent. Like Nick said, we got Jackson Hole coming up. I'm sure we'll have another speech or two from all the Fed speakers, but you're the bond guy. What do you think?
Yeah. Let's take a look here. I'll share this tab instead.
I don't think anyone knows.
nobody knows, but they can. It's like the world's largest prediction market where people put tens of billions of dollars on where the rates will be. So let's take a look. For September, we're now at a 67% probability of a half point cut, 32 of a single. Let's see if we go out to December. I have to do some math in my head here. Okay, where are we now? We're at 525 to 550. All right. So you can see that here's the distribution here. So by December, there's a lot of, 11% think we're down to 3 3/4. To some people, not so much, but there's a lot of uncertainty out just, what is it, August? Just 4 months? Let me go back to my...
Well, they got us down.
But in defense, I guess, of Chairman Powell, if we go back on this daily chart here,
yeah,
it's not that bad, right? And also, it's... Imagine what the froth might be in the market if we had already cut. So I think some people have gone to they've already made a mistake. To me, that's really yet to be seen, right? Things aren't that bad at the moment. So we'll ride it out and see what happens. But I think that we kind of needed a sell-off before the wild spirit animals took over.
Well, I think I still have I think I said this weeks ago on TopstepTV and the chat lit me up, but I said, I wouldn't be surprised if we see an unwind down to like 5K, 5,200 or so by October, even like 17.5 on NQ. It just kind of made sense from a technical pullback perspective of like, hey, if things got bad and, a volatile election year, where could we end up? And that really only puts us back to like April on the S&P, which is not crazy, I guess, when you kind of look at the numbers.
In the NASDAQ on January, the beginning of the year, we were at, granted, I'm using the future, so but like 16,476, right? I mean, it's still a good year. Somebody asked what the rate cuts will do to the indices, and like all answers you get in trading, who knows? They go both ways. Completely separated from everything else by itself, lower rates would be good for indices because it increases the value of your future earnings. They're discounted less. It makes money easier to borrow, all sorts of good things. But usually when we're cutting rates, it's in response to things not being good, right? Mm-hmm. So the answer is, it depends. There's not an exact answer. There is, not to always bring bonds back in, but rate cuts will make the short-term bonds go bid. That's for sure.
For sure. There we go. 8%. 52.63 in the chat here. It takes us to 8% off the all-time highs. 8%. Yep. I think you're right, Jack. In a vacuum, it would be bullish for indices. But in terms of like an emergency rate cut, just because stocks are falling, they can't do that. They shouldn't do that.
Not a chance.
They want them to fall a little bit.
Yeah, I think they do. I think they'll just drive panic into the markets if they did do that. I don't think that'd be a good thing. Unintended consequences for days.
I don't see you get it unless companies told you that, hey, we now have to lay off a bunch of people. Like we got to that point. Like unless it literally like probably even doubled unemployment rate. Like, I just don't see you getting an emergency cut after what they had talked about on Wednesday, or what Powell did. Excuse me.
Agree. All right, so let's get to these markets here. We got the NASDAQ trading 18,474. Kind of lower end of the range. So we had a 400-point range in NASDAQ today. Low day, 18,385. Nick, any idea, any feelings as to where? Is there still more room in the downside?
There is. I don't think
today?
No, I don't see today. I think we've potentially put it in the bottom from today, at least at the very least, like 5,300 on SPX, which pretty much is the low of the day today. I would be shocked if sellers step on the gas pedal. In fact, I'd be more wary of a Friday usual kind of power hour move that we tend to get, especially if people made a lot of money today, or we see the dip buyers come back into NVIDIA. Apple's up 2%. And I know their earnings were a little bit lackluster yesterday, but all it takes is, I think, a little bit of a bottom formation that we see in the Mag 7 and a couple of big buyers to step in here. And yeah, we could definitely go back up to, 53, 80, 53. I think is that big order on ES still sitting at 86? I haven't checked in a couple hours.
Let's take a peek.
There's an 800 lot at 53.50.
Yep, 86 is still there.
1,000 lot at 53.60.
Yep.
And Mr. 2K still at 86. So definitely a possibility that we could see a typical Friday power hour move that is just stupid and options driven and drives anyone that short late, insane for the rest of the weekend.
Definitely. Jack, are you excited for the reversal challenge?
Yes, I am very excited. I got my
you got your shirt?
Got a fresh trading combine, got my shirt. I think I don't know. I wasn't watching when I was away last week, but I think that they had shown that shirt on TV at some point. Is this new to you guys? Because it must have seemed really friggin' weird. Okay.
Definitely new.
I got pumped here. No, I went to this gas station in Wyoming that has the Jackalope Museum, and they had this shirt up there. I took a picture of it the first time I went, which once again says, "Ask me about my butthole." And it has a Bigfoot holding a jackalope being brought into a UFO. I took a picture of it and sent it to our Slack, and they were like, "Oh, that's funny." I'm like, "Yeah, I should buy it." Haha. They're like, "No, buy it." So I bought this with the company card, and I think this is my
business
new
expense.
My new business. Yeah, for power hour mostly.
Yeah. Well, hey.
Purely just for tradertainment to wear on the show.
Hey,
what a week. What a week.
It's a good saying. Like, I feel like a lot in the trading day, you can ask that same question.
What a week.
Exactly.
TopstepTV. All right. Well, not a whole lot's going on in these markets right now. Taking a look at the tilt. 50-50s across the board. I don't know what Delta's at.
No, we're sandwiched between the two largest puts. I mean, there's not a lot of call interest just yet. At least from a gamma perspective, it's all put driven, but we're between the two largest strikes, basically between 53.50 and 5300. So no surprise that we're kind of stalled out here, waiting for, I guess, a decision to be made on which direction are we going to go. Are we going to see a little bit of short covering and, that kind of pop in the last hour of the day, or are we going to go back to retest the lows, potentially close on the low?
Yeah, well, S&Ps are definitely the weaker of the two between the NASDAQ and S&Ps. S&Ps only about 10 points, 12 points off the lows of the day, but we are in a range. Call it a 7-point range. So we're at the lower end, right around here at the 43s. Upper end of the range, 53.50. Like Nick said, we are sandwiched in between. What are the two strike prices we're sandwiched in between? 50s and 5300s?
Yeah, basically 50 and 5300 on SPX. And the spread right now is roughly 30 points ish. Okay. Someone correct my math there if you're in the chat. But yeah, so another 12 points lower on ES would take us to 5300, which basically is the low of the day.
I got a question for you, Nick. I remember yesterday in Power Hour. Remember that the rally, if you want to call it? We came off the lows and they bought it up 100 points in the NASDAQ, maybe 30 or 20 points in the S&Ps, if I want to say. I was marveling at it, and you said you got to look at the options. The options were driving all of this. What did you mean by that? I remember in the chat you're saying the options are driving this. What did you mean by that?
Yeah, you saw the put gamma exposure start to shrink at the lows, basically. So you just started to see either they were covering, market makers were covering, calls were being bought, and they have to re-hedge. And basically the model that I look, and I wish I could show you guys, one of these days I'm going to get permission to actually show one of these from someone that actually does it for me, because I have a very simplistic model that is basically idiot proof. It just shows me the large strikes. But the logic is in a histogram type view, just like you would see on volume profile here, you basically saw, let's say the bottom of this was, all the lower put strikes. You saw this basically shrink, and all of that kind of larger liquidity started to move up a little bit north, basically being more call driven. And you saw this basically in the last 30 minutes. It just completely shifted. And usually when you see that, it means puts are closing, and then you see futures, people trading futures may start covering, and you kind of see that rocket move to the upside. And then it usually goes to what was then the next kind of largest gamma strike that was basically rolled to as far as options goes. And I don't remember the exact number, but basically was kind of, I think, the midpoint of yesterday,
Uh-huh.
something like that. But you kind of saw their hand. And I've made this point before in the last few weeks with volumes being lower in the summer right now. These option guys, these market makers, as they're moving their positions, it's just harder to hide it, if you will, because the regular volume of trading and options on single stocks, it's not as high right now as it is obviously in like October or April. So it just doesn't allow them to kind of be as sneaky with how they're moving the markets or repositioning or hedging their positions. So I just get a little more telegraphed right now. And I think I've started to notice that the last few days, few weeks, is that when these closes or certain periods of the day are more options driven, it's just very simple to read, and hence why I've been making some of my plays lately with options. It just is an easy way for me to say, hey, I have a defined risk for, let's call it the next couple hours. I don't have to watch it. It could be $500 is like, I buy a few calls, whatever it is, it's defined. I don't have to babysit it with a stop or even babysit it with, a take profit. I'm basically looking for a specific move to happen, which is, some kind of, I basically am buying probably that largest call strike, and I'm expecting the market to make that move. And as soon as we get it, I'm out and I get my points and I kind of run. But it's easier to manage sometimes when you're getting these options driven move than futures are, just because I don't have to sit there and watch it on the DOM. So basically we've been seeing that more and more. And when that happens, these easy reads, I think, become a lot harder to read shortly. And I think we're going to see that right as real traders return to this market here in the coming weeks, as kids go back to school, end of August, September, you'll see the volume start to come back too. And I think options, and it'll be right into a period of probably the highest volatility we get of the year, which would be leading us into September and October. So it could get wild. And then you throw in the election, God only knows what's going to happen here in the coming months.
So if you
here
go to
we
my
go,
screen,
we're getting a little bit of a push here.
Ooh,
nice. Here's the free tool I sometimes use, Nick, if this looks familiar, this is like the SPX.
I've seen this.
Open interest. Yeah, various. So you can see like the largest open interest is at 5,300. It's usually at the big round numbers. And then they say the max pains at 5,485 in the SPX, which I guess would be where the most people lose the most money. So,
And
what is that,
right
Jack?
now, like, just on that last move, you just started to see some of this gamma exposure close on the put side. At least the lower strikes down to 5,300 started to shrink. So guys, I know hopefully you're going to get more of me on TopstepTV. I'm going to start figuring out ways that I can showcase some of this information, at least a simplistic way to look at it, even if it's just me taking this and putting in a more, a less copyrighted version of me showing you, that I can just say, hey, here's the big call strike. This is what I'm seeing behind the scenes. Because I don't own the tool. I just have somebody that's, basically much smarter than me that built a very simplistic model that, makes my life very easy. So I don't have to look at Jack's open interest chart and things like that, or pull up the options chain in Thinkorswim and see what those call strikes are and how they're moving. This does all the work for me. But that's the free way that you could do it today. You could look at Thinkorswim's options chain on SPX, or you could look at, I don't know what source that is, Jack, that you were just showing, but you could look at something similar.
Max Pain options. I'm going to try and open up my my options chain stuff right now. I'm just afraid it's going to make my stuff lag. So if I get laggy, just let me know.
Okay. Hey, Nick, did I hear you correctly? Did you tell the audience, hopefully you get more of me on TopstepTV? Is that what you said?
I mean, they already get plenty of me. I think maybe they've had enough already with 2 days a week, but maybe we'll throw another one. I know Dakota, wants me to come on a slow market session. I'm the worst Globex trader probably at Topstep. I definitely, if I were to look at stats, or if Mick would probably pull stats on my live account of any trades from 5 p.m. to probably 7 a.m., I am definitely like negative since January when my live account started. So
are you fully focused at that time of day?
I would say if I caught a trade during slow markets, maybe fade me.
Okay. Are you fully locked in at that time of day though, in the evening after you've traded a full day? You obviously got the personal life.
No,
on the way.
It would just be, usually I'm cooking dinner. I'm relaxing. I feel like this, guys, that, we talk about screen time being very important, and you got to remember that, people like me, obviously the TopstepTV crew, and people that are kind of doing this world full time, screen time also is very, I guess, relative, where yes, it is good to get the education, but then it's also really important to completely just don't look at charts for longer periods of time too. Like if when we close at 3 o'clock, like there's a chance I may not even look at my phone or anything until, let's call it 6 a.m. whenever I'm back kind of at my station or starting my prep for the morning. You know, I get a good 12 hours where I have no idea what we're trading at. I think it's important too to just kind of walk away. So I never really trade Globex because I've just been burned too many times. So it's just pointless for me. I need the volatility. I need the volume. It's just my trading style. It's me. Plus, I think I've said this before with Globex, that if I throw it on there, I almost will start forcing size because I want, you know,
something.
I want the points, or I want to be in and out of a trade for, let's call it $500 real quick, because I'm so used to being able to get in and out of a trade in a few minutes. That Globex is like the worst situation for my style of trading, which is a scalping mindset. It's very hard to scalp Globex and be, I would say, profitable at a level that can support you day trading for a living. Because sometimes you just don't get the movements. Granted, we've had it recently, but historically not so much. But yeah, maybe some more of Nick for a tick here in the coming weeks, months. We'll see.
Little birdie told me that there might be some more Nick for a tick on the way here. Nick, I'll argue that unplugging, taking time away from the screen turned around your summer. I know I was always bringing up 4th of July. That weekend, you were taking on the chin. You were getting beat up a little bit. I think you took off. Well, I remember seeing you pop up in the chat for a hot minute. But stepping away from the screen, that kind of turned around your summer trade.
Yeah, it was, as much as I was still screwing around for, I think, a portion of that that Friday early, where I just, you saw a setup and you kind of I had to just fire something off. But the rest of the weekend, I didn't even look at charts on Sunday. I came back in, I think, Monday before fast markets. And that was like my first time since that Friday taking that trade that I did anything or even was understanding charts. And so if you're on a cold streak, if you're or even like a day like today, where it's like I had the right read and I got stopped, and just completely because of just the way the market's moving and volatility and things like that. It doesn't necessarily mean my entry was wrong or my read was wrong. But when you have days like that, for example, I didn't go trade my personal futures account, like my actual personal account, after I hit my daily loss limit in Topstep, because I just felt like it's a very easy way for just me to go on tilt and hit my loss limit in my personal account too, after getting stopped out, not on the highs, but near the high of the day. It's frustrating. So hence why I was like, well, let me just kind of watch this and I'll take maybe another trade with options. The same thing, just kind of defined risk and just less likely for me to kind of jump in and out of trades quickly the way you can with futures. So it's when that has happened to me in the past, I've kind of gone on tilt and I'll just keep rolling through, other forms of trading. I think when you've had days like that, especially if you've been, having some, like even a few good trades, a few good days, and then you have a day like that where it's like you got stopped out near the highs, it's good to walk away. It's good to take a day or two and kind of reflect and come back to it, not suddenly be like, well, my account balance was 40 grand and now it's at 35 and now I'm pissed. I'm going to try to get back to 40 as quick as I can. That's usually how you start spiraling. And then one daily loss limit day turns into 3 in a row, 4 in a row. And I've been on those cycles before. So I've been better about when it happens, and it happens in a way like that, to step away for at least a day. At least an afternoon, just completely shut it down. I would have done it today had I not agreed to do this segment. I'm being honest.
Okay.
I am going to the Rangers Boston Red Sox game tonight, so I will get away. A good buddy of mine plays on the Sox, so I'm going to go see him. I haven't seen him in a few years.
That's pretty cool. Did you play baseball?
In high school until I blew up my shoulder.
Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah,
it's still not good.
Go Rangers, Kevin Q says. Yeah, for Nick for a tick, go Rangers.
It's I'm still a struggling forever Angels fan as a Southern California kid. So I'll just continue to die on that hill. It's the only team that keeps me up at night, I guess. Like I know we have a lot of people have passions about their team. I'm sure some of you guys do with the Bears in Chicago, but for me, that is the only team that actually will visibly get. The only team I'm like really loyal to that will get me frustrated, that will piss me off. Like
wow,
when they've lost, and I've already given up on this season, so it is what it is. But there's been time. You kind of reflect like they've wasted the career of Mike Trout, which is insane.
Yep. Well, and Shonte, one thing you can say about the Bears, right, is that they have not had like the two best players of the past decade on their team at the same time.
Exactly.
Still been shitty.
And the owner of the Angels is a University of Arizona alumni, and I have been screaming for him to sell the team for the last 5 seasons.
Oh,
and he was about to last year, and then I don't know, he got cold feet, something happened. But ES is, let's see if we can break VWAP here.
Here we
Otherwise,
go.
they might be off to the races.
Oh, we're going to take a look lower. Yeah, 53.62 last trade in the ES. VWAP 53.74. 53.63's just trade. 64's not yet. 53.63. Go ahead, Nick.
I was going to say, we still that we were talking about this, but right when then we kind of got off topic there, talking about other things. But we talked about the massive liquidity at 86. So I would love to see that filled today. So let me jump to my ES chart because NQ is just being NQ. And I didn't see this because when you get frustrated, sometimes you're not want to listen to fast markets. Hoag, if you're in the background, did we talk about this iceberg order up here this morning that came in at like 85s? About 3,000.
Yes.
You might be eating.
Yeah, we did.
Oh,
go
my
ahead,
goodness,
John.
he's here.
Yeah, we did.
I missed that one, but then we have that 2,000 lot. So was that like another large order, like 2,000 lots that got filled in an iceberg, or what happened there? I guess I missed it. I know you're eating, so don't feel free to finish your meal.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm gonna switch things around here a little bit. Here, hang on.
We were trying.
No,
Yeah,
you're good.
I'll fill for you. We were talking about that.
So that was there was a buy order, 2,000 contracts at 53.85. When we went through it, it filled. And then now there's the sell order, 4 ticks above it, 2,000 contracts.
No way. You think
we can't be the same one. There's that's Nick.
Or did he see something did he see what was coming and was just like, get me the F out of this trade?
Good question.
Look what happened in the overnight. If you'll go on my charts.
Yeah, I remember the overnight scared me last night a little bit. Like I was like, I don't know if this is funny or if I should be worried that I'm going to wake up to a lock limit down at 4% or whatever it is in the overnight.
Dude. All right, VWAP incoming for NASDAQ. Go ahead, John.
This up here is the volume and delta at price. Okay. So on the way, here at 53.91, there was a sell iceberg order at 53.91, 3,200 traded on the offer, 5,000 total volume. Okay. So that was an iceberg sell order. 4 ticks below it was an iceberg buy order that picked up 3,500 on the bid, 4,600 total. Is that the same person? Is that somebody like taking 3,000 and then taking it for 4 ticks?
You know what heat they took? How do you get?
I hope not. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah,
I hope that wasn't the same guy. I would like to think that 2,000 lot buy a lot got puked on that flush that we had shortly thereafter, but
anything's possible. Anything's possible.
Crazy.
Yep. But the quantities are so similar that it makes you think that it might be the same. I don't know.
I mean, sometimes you just never know with the market makers and like how they kind of execute some of these things. Sure. It's just like, who knows?
Again, we're talking about a 53.86
major
offer.
coinky dink.
Weird.
I'm eyeing something here.
What do we got, Jack?
He's still there.
I'm just getting short, just a meager amount of ZT. No need to. There we are.
Let's
just dipping a toe. Just
can't wait to watch this Dom.
Yeah.
Don't even look at this Dom. I'll let you know.
It's still my favorite when you've jumped into some of those trades the last few days, and I'm just sitting there. And it's like Jack's been on for an hour and it hasn't moved a tick yet. I can't trade bonds, man.
That was unusual. Like today, as you can see, they're moving a bunch. This is
a little thinner.
Yeah. And I have like nothing on right now. I'm kind of maybe in a zone here. Going to put a little bit on to see if I don't know if there's the will here to push this to pass the wick off of unemployment this morning, but we shall see. The important thing is I'm not going to take a huge loss. That is for damn sure. I say that now.
Yes. ZT. What were you trading? You're trading the 30-year yesterday, the 2-year today.
The
It's
2
just
years more
up
interesting to me
on the yield curve.
today, just because with all the Fed stuff, like this is the most direct action, so to speak, as far as like as much as bonds can have action.
For sure. It's true. All right, we bounced right off VWAP there in the NQ. Jack, what's entry level, please, for the board?
Oh, I don't want to do this to them because these things trade in like eighths of ticks. Do we really want to do this?
I don't know. It's your show.
Here,
It
I'll put it in for myself, and then I'll go
Okay.
back to an ES chart.
He's got you, Robert.
Barkin's barking right now.
What? Where are these people coming from?
Yeah, we need a bell on all the Fed members, or just go
Yeah,
back into
what's he-
blackout. Like I don't. It was so nice for a few weeks.
Barking. Big rate cuts are more typical if the economy is rapidly weakening. Those are two
Yes,
speakers.
that's
Yeah.
Thanks, dude. I didn't need a PhD for that.
That's right. I wonder who their audiences are sometimes when they speak like this.
I mean, who's their
Let's bring
audience
your-
in general? Like,
I
I could
know.
say
Parent to work
pals.
day. Bring your
It's
parent
true.
to work today. This is my dad barking. He gives takes for a living.
Yes, he
Especially
does.
the non-voting members. Like, why do they have such a platform sometimes in the year that they're not voting, or every 2 years? I don't know how exactly they figure it out.
Question. Goolsby just decided to let her. I don't know.
Yeah,
I feel like
we
they
need
tried him out
Goolsby
there.
and Kashkari when they're not voting members. Giving
Okay.
commentary.
Yeah,
They're just,
Kashkari lets it
they're
rip.
just locking in their book deals when they're done.
God, what a gig.
Okay, I'm short 2 ZT. Now things are getting effing spicy.
If we stalled at 70 on ES, I'm going to be pissed. That looked like we were going to have legs to 86.
That's what we
I
want to see the
wanted it.
2000 lot.
I want to see if that's the same guy.
I know, man.
Maybe he's finally covering. No,
One
kidding.
full point. Buy 85, sell 86 is 2,000 times with just massive heat. Just massive heat.
That would be some heat.
Yeah. Can you imagine what that peanut looked like unrealized? I mean, it's not another realm
Things that happen when
possibility.
the interns are on the desk, man.
100%. That finger an extra 0 onto the account or onto the order. Oh my God. Yeah, we got oil about an 80.80 cent bounce off of the lows of the day. Lows of the day, $72.97. Last trade, $73.82. Like Nick said, I thought we were going to make a run up there for the 80s in the S&Ps. We just see a bit of a pullback off the 70s. Last trade is 53.59. Boy, 11-point snapback, just like that. Still some volatility in this market. It's thin. S&P book is very thin. It's double digits up, about 10 up, 20 up. Bid and ask. Shows you. It's definitely thin, whippy. Jack, you short 1 or 2 in the 2 year? 2? Okay.
Robert, I'm sorry for this. You could say short 2 ZT is probably enough info, but I'll slack the. The system was not made.
Big sell-off in gold today. About a $60 sell-off in 45 minutes. High of the day, 25.22. We bottomed out. About 70 points, $70 sell-off. We bottomed out at 24.30.53. And we're talking about 9 straight red candles looking at the 5-minute. The highs to the lows. 70 point sell-off. Didn't see any news. Definitely volume on that sell-off. But we have rebounded and stabilized a bit. Last trade, 24.72. Last trade in the gold. Showing on tilt here. 86% long crude, actually, speaking of crude oil. 86% long crude on this 80-cent rally. Crude oil. Hey, Nick, you said you cook.
Trying again.
Yeah. Hey, Nick, what is a Nick for a tick cook for dinner? Typically, you said you cook.
I mean, a little
What's
bit of
your
everything. I'm Italian, so naturally a lot of that cuisine can fall into my purview. But I guess since moving to Texas, I've become pretty good on the grill too these days. Brisket and things, tend to be some go-tos. And when I have a lot of people to feed. brisket or pasta usually is like, hey, if we're having everyone over, that's how you know you're getting fed at my house.
Guest smoker.
Yeah, I do have a smoker.
Yes.
I'm a big fan. If you enjoy grilling and things like that, a lump charcoal Kamado grill for searing your steaks will change your life, as well as a sous vide.
Hey,
lump.
Right up my alley, man. I'm the same way. I got a
There's
sous vide.
I have yet to have a better
Kamado
steak
Joe.
at this point.
Look at these two. Look at these two.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you guys are messing. You have one of those? This charcoal grill, that red thing?
Yeah,
I do.
So
yeah.
I have probably a different brand but not
cheap,
like the same
guys.
thing. The big green eggs, the Kamado Joe or Kamado Joes, and then
They're the same thing.
the other one. I think Vision Grills is another good one.
Man, you guys are grill mats. These things are expensive.
Yeah, but they last
They are,
forever.
but
Man.
it's life changing, man.
Really? Okay.
It'll
chat's
change,
all about
like,
it.
using good lump charcoal and one of those, like it'll change the way the food tastes in a good way.
Respect.
If you do it right. A little harder to maintain because you have to control the with airflow. Basically, you control the heat, so it changes. You have to kind of learn a little bit, but I'll never go back.
So, someone said this just turned into a Joe Rogan Experience episode.
It's just the bros hanging out on a Friday afternoon, watching the markets down 3%.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have all been here for this day of trading. I'm not sure between one, granted, I did just pull the trigger on something that now is where I'm like conviction, jump in. Same thing. I was on this 1 o'clock segment yesterday, Andre.
Yeah.
And it's the same kind of day where it's been a huge move. And now maybe during power hours where I'd look at something, but we've had the rebound a little bit more than we did yesterday already. So I really don't know what I'd want to do here. It's Friday. All the people at the banks are going to Lollapalooza right now. They're closing down. I don't know.
Yep. Yes, they are. Yes, we're just broing out right now. Watch the markets. Jack's got a 2-lot on. It's like we're completely out of the markets, but markets have stabilized, and 11-point snapback in the S&Ps doesn't seem so violent compared to what we saw this morning. Yeah, we did try to make a run for the 70s. Failed the first time. It's definitely room to the upside here.
Better do it.
Better. What if that 2,000 lots just gets stuck there over the weekend? Still there? Still 53.86.
Then I'm like watching as soon as Globex opens on Sunday. Like, is he still there?
I think you're going to be the Sunday reopen specialist here shortly, Nick.
We'll find out. We'll find out.
We'll find out.
It is interesting to think about the why am I forgetting what this word is? What the thought processes, or like what game are they trying to play by having that there? Because nobody puts a 2,000 lot there without a reason. And it's a lot to put at one spot.
Not iceberging it. Yeah, you're right.
Could be psychological warfare. Could be they're hedging something huge. It's interesting.
Could just be the carrot on a stick play. You see institutions do it where they just it's someone else's. Basically, it's maybe someone went long at the the lows or at some point, whatever, and it's just like come get me, and it works because those liquidity orders tend to act like magnets.
Yeah.
Nick, someone in the chat here asks, Nick, have you talked about the VIX yet? No, he hasn't, folks. At least not on Back to the Future. So, Nick, talk about the VIX.
The VIX is real for now.
We broke him.
I have been making, if you guys have been following along with me just being an idiot and making jokes, the VIX has been dead or was on life support, but still holding above 10 when I think MP and I had this discussion. And granted, he's been in the markets a lot longer than I have. And I was kind of saying like the way we're kind of trading and just straight up to all-time highs, like we should probably be at a single digit VIX. And the fact that we're just kind of stuck above 12, hitting 14 here and there, it's almost horrifying.
Yes.
And eventually we got exactly what we would expect, which is you get the real move and they stop selling down volatility like crazy and suppressing it, whatever you want to say. And now you start to get these very wide ranges. And if you remember from COVID or even October of 22, when we had a VIX in the 30s and 40s, like you can get 1%, 2% back and forth intraday. And so this is where just be careful, size down, widen stops, know where you're wrong quickly.
Yep.
Because it's going to be fun. And I think it's here to stay.
It tends to compress because when things aren't going crazy, which 95% of the time they aren't, the most consistent way to outperform the market is by selling volatility. and it works until it doesn't. What was the old saying about like long-term capital management with picking up pennies in front of a bulldozer? You can pick up a lot of pennies first, and it becomes attractive, and then people do it, and then eventually, a number of firms, and this happened during COVID, get blown out catastrophically. Just and I've seen traders do that too. One trader that I worked with and knew, who was real badass trader, made a ton of money, and he made a ton of money by trading a lot more size than everyone else would in the sort of trades that work a lot, and then then they don't. And then one evening he lost like over $2 million in a night. And that was his last day trading. But the joke was on them because he had made more than $2 million along the way, right? That gets into sort of the moral hazard thing of like, with some of these trades, the worst they can do is fire you, right? We don't put people in jail for losing money unless you committed fraud or something like that. So true. Long way of saying that when nothing's happening, the VIX will stay low.
$2 million loser overnight.
Yep.
Can't imagine.
Not a fun thing to walk in on.
No, I can imagine. Yeah.
But yeah, the VIX is real. Be careful. It's going to get a little crazy, and you're going to have whipsaws probably back to, they're probably going to try to sell it back to 20 and things here and there, and then it'll rip back to 30, just like we kind of saw today. So it's a time to, like I said, be smart, take profit, let your winners ride, but know when to cut them early, things like that. Because these moves can go both directions very quick, as we potentially could see a power hour here. We'll find out. If we go back to like the opening range low on ES and the, what was that? Oh, basically to 86 to fill our friend. That would not be shocking. It actually
fill our
technically would
friend.
make sense.
Fill our friend.
I love that. Our friend at 86.
Yeah, so that makes even more sense to me. That if we go fill that liquidity and tag the kind of the opening range low there, that would not shock me in the slightest.
Fill our friend. I like that.
I hope so. I don't want to leave him hanging all weekend.
No, that'd be rude. This market does have a ways to go.
Somebody asked what VIX is a measure of. It's a measure of volatility that is based on the next 30 days of S&P 500 options, right? So when things get volatile, the options premiums expand because that's just the way options work. If there's more risk, you want more reward. And basically, so the higher VIX means that it's a measure of volatility in the market, right?
I heard it once referred to as the fear index, Jack. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, I think there's a separate thing called like the fear index. I mean, really, it is just that. It's just a measure of like options premium.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it doesn't have something to do with like the implied volatility of an average day move. Like there's other ways that's kind of factored in there, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know how important it is necessarily to know exactly how it's calculated, but like
exactly,
that's what it is.
Know what it does and why it does it.
Yeah. So when VIX gets high, just the range tends to expand too, and so you get these 2%, 3% instead of what we were having, I think, for weeks and months, which was like except for like on high volatility news driven moves, you would see like 0.5% up, 1% up, 1.25% up. Like that was kind of where the day might be capped. And now you might see 2% up, 2% down, 0.5% up, 0.5% back down throughout the day, multiple times.
Mm-hmm. Someone mentioned there's also the VVIX, the volatility of volatility. That, my friend, is for the real degenerates.
What? That's what? The volatility of the volatility? That's,
we can we can trade the volatility of who's selling the VIX back to 20.
Dude, you could trade
after it tags 30.
Yeah, you can trade like VIX options, and there's like crazy leveraged VIX VTFs that are always drifting towards zero.
Yep. There's the 1 day VIX that's up 30% today.
So you're playing around the zero DTEs again, Nick. Where are you?
I was. I'm not necessarily a fan because I do think it's going to break the market to the downside eventually. But yeah, they have a place, and like I said, it's a way to express, in my opinion, a futures trade with, in a weird way, more defined risk. And I don't know. For me, I know it's the exact same because I still can do that with a stop loss and things, but
I love it.
It's almost like a lower risk, higher reward play than a futures trade can be. At least when you're trading SPX options are. But yeah, I haven't really dabbled. And a funny story is I basically had my Robinhood account, which I thought I closed in 2021, but apparently there was still like $500 in it. So about a month ago, I screwed around and kind of slowly built that up. And I've been trading that this week and made a lot of money in it.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, man.
Not YOLOing the account each time, but making like the same play where my defined risk was, let's call it $500, $1,000 at the most. And, if I hit it, great. If I didn't, I still had money to play with. Not taking like Jack's friend. I think we talked about on Monday's fast markets that the guy turned $500 into whatever, like 250 grand or something in a Robinhood account. I can't remember what you showed, Jack. It was something like that.
That was something from Wall Street Bets. Yeah.
Someone that YOLO'd it every time and just hit a single number on a roulette table like 3 times in a row and somehow kept going.
Right. That's just the survivor bias in action. I mean, like the lottery fallacy too. Those numbers seem so obvious in retrospect. That's one of my favorite.
Wait, what is the lottery? What's the lottery fallacy?
Well, I think it's called like survivor bias, right? If you have enough people, we got millions of people out there trading options. Of course, there's going to be one goon who turns $500 into 500,000 on a series of just banger trades. But yeah, that's like literally like winning the lottery.
I mean, I think it's a little bit of the XFA leaderboard that we see sometimes.
There's a little bit of that.
Like, hey, you see someone. At least that's on a 1-day thing, but. You see, every day there's somebody that hit a 15 lot for 20 grand in an XFA or something and got out unscathed. And we see a lot of, I think, cautionary tales of the 40,000 to a daily loss limit. So,
yes, you do.
Yeah. Hey, we stand by our rules, so to speak. I say often, it's like you guys are all big boys and big girls. If you're playing by the rules and that's what you want to do, that's your prerogative.
Sure is. Hey, Nick, for a tick, I've seen this a few times. Do you have social media? And if so, where can people follow you?
I do now. It's going to be on Nick for a Tick on X and on Instagram. I don't have anything else. I have, and keep this in mind, people, because I'm still new to social media. If there's any person ever trying to sell you on something that's using me, it is 100% a fake. I have nothing to sell anybody. There's nothing. No Discord. There's nothing with crypto. I've never traded crypto in my life. So if you get a DM, stay vigilant. I will never DM any of you. I'm sorry.
Is it already happening or something? Or you just know inevitably?
I got one that said, "Hey, is this you?" So of course,
yes. We made it.
I don't think I'm as prevalent as probably Rips and some other people that have social media and thousands of followers and things. But just keep that in mind if you're going to look to follow me on social media. That who knows when those will start coming.
MP has a lot of those fake accounts popping up with an underscore.
I post a comment on any of MP's Twitter things, and I get an immediate comment saying to join his whatever.
Yo, he's got so many of them.
Yeah. On the other hand, if it's me, I am trying to sell you something. And I need the money.
I love it. All right, we got about 4 minutes left here in Back to the Futures. Jack does it short 2 lot in the 2-year. Thought the ES was going to make a run for the 86s. Don't forget, 2,000 lot offered at 86, 53.86 in the ES. We'll see if that gets filled in Power Hour. That's a lot of room more to go. And we got the reversal challenge coming up with Coach Ray, Jack, JD, and Hoag. Jack, do you know the rules? I can catch you up to speed with the rules really quick if you don't know them.
Reversal challenge, right? It is 5 MES, and you can only hit the reverse button.
Correct. You have a 5 lot on at all times.
Thought it was
And
5 MNQ.
micro.
Micro
Oh,
NQ,
but
though, right?
MNQ, yes,
Oh,
MNQ.
MNQ.
Yep,
Okay.
MNQ, 5 micros.
Well, that changes everything.
That changes everything. It'll be essentially 2 20-minute sessions. In between that, there'll be plugs, hashtag power hour stuff, what have you, breather, recap the first session. But first 20 minutes, I don't know, have Hoag do the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, enter. Blur it out. Long 5, short 5. You just ride it out for the next 20 minutes. Yep. And
Hell yeah.
at the end of that, at the end of that first 20-minute session, you hit the flatten all button and you look at your P&L. Pretty wild.
Looking forward to it.
Who's
Dollar
your early
Pimp has a
favorite?
question. I will say typically the first, I got either JD or Jack. JD or Jack.
Yeah, Jack might come in for the first time and just like smoke everybody, but Hoag is like, for some reason, really good at this challenge. That is kind of crazy. When I watched it, I think like 2 weeks ago, he was up by a few $100. So the rest of you,
Yes, Hoag is not.
so
Hoag's
my early money's on Hoag. I'll take him as the early favorite, maybe.
All right, so Hoag's minus 100 on this. We'll put Jack at plus 150. Actually, Jack plus 250. JD plus 100.
Nick, don't watch last week's.
Don't watch last week's. I wasn't in the chat.
There you go. And
okay, maybe I'll pull my bet here.
JD will be around even. I'll say on the odds there. I'm not in it, RJ. I'm not in it.
Who's the fourth? Oh, okay.
We got Ray. Coach Ray, Jack, JD, and Hoag.
Hell yeah. Looking forward to it.
Fun.
Daddy Iceberg.
It's you, John. Daddy Iceberg. Nick, nothing gets me more fired up than when Nick for a tick and Hoag are talking icebergs here. Anyways, with that being said, we got Power Hour coming up next. Reversal challenge. Jack, well, hold on, Jack. You're going to have a position on go. I don't know. You can figure that one out on your
I'll
own.
probably get out of it or just put in a stop and switch to the sim.
Sounds good. Nick for a tick. Hell of a week. I will see you guys next week. Awesome week for all of everyone here at TopstepTV. Stay tuned. Power Hour coming up next. Reversal challenge. Awesome week. I'll see you guys later. Let's go.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Power Hour Friday. I'm here with, what was it? Daddy Iceberg, the Hoagland, the Walrus, Cuckoo, Kachoo, the Topstep man himself, John Hoagland, and JD live from the office with Mick in the background, waiting his time before he can get the series. Hello, gentlemen. What's going on?
I've been waiting all week for this. I can't wait to get started.
I'm effing stoked. I have a real trade on right now, and I'm much more excited about this challenge we're about to have. Coach Ray is going to be the fourth member of this little thing we got going, but he's going to be about 10 minutes late. He's probably sitting, doing some meditation, psyching himself up. But before we do that, Hoag, I was thinking maybe you could take a look at your charts and give a little rundown of what you're seeing there.
Well, sure. I've got it on the MNQ now because we're doing the challenge here. So let's just stay on that. Let's see what I've got to go back to the NQ. Hang on a second here. So we're really range bound. This is a 30-minute chart. I mean, since if we put in the low at 9 and the high at 10:30, we've just been kind of bouncing back and forth. These two green lines are naked points of control that I keep on the charts for kind of reference and visual targets, and we're just kind of bouncing back and forth between them. We have been maintaining price below the VWAP on the 30-minute chart, both on the S&P and on the NASDAQ. Here's the S&P. Let's make this big so everybody can see it. And we're kind of similar. Since we put in the low, we traded back to VWAP. We've just been I think Dakota, Dolby calls this a Dorito. It's
the Dolby Dorito.
It's a triangle pattern. So I'll be watching the triangle patterns for opportunities, but we're unfortunately right in the middle of it. I'm trying to think of which way I want to start the challenge, short or long. We'll have to see how that plays out. But
that's one for Coin Flip Capital.
Coin Flip Capital. Crude oil really took it on the chin today. Looked like it settled right around that naked point of control I was talking about earlier, 73.52. Looks like a good spot for settlement. And gold, whatever happened to gold today? Right back to that weekly kickoff high, went through it, and now is just kind of, what are we calling this now, JD? A falling brick bounce.
A falling brick bounce, yes. No more cat bounces.
Yes.
Say falling.
For all you cat lovers, we're gonna call it a falling brick bounce.
So we got your feedback, and we heard
gentlemen, I do have one slight rule suggestion that I'd like to put to a vote. Maybe before Ray gets here, because there's three of us, and it's easier. I know you guys have been doing the MNQ, but I was just looking at both the ladders, and I'm wondering why we don't do the MES, because it's more liquid, right? It's like you're being, look at the MNQ. 1 second. Dome right now, it's usually gapped versus the MES isn't.
I don't know why the MNQ was picked over the MES.
I'll tell you why.
To add challenge.
It's more exciting. There's more movement.
Well, but it also punishes you for reversing though too. So maybe there'll be more reversing in a more liquid product. But anyway, you guys can outvote me. It's faster. More points.
Some of us like punishment.
Chad thinks you're scared, Jack.
I'll do it. I just don't think there's much reason. I won't even say my strategy. Why don't we just do the ZT instead? That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Just leg it on both sides. All right. Well, Ray should be here shortly. Rules are rules. I get it. I'll pull up this MNQ. Rules. Played by the rules, the U.S. would still be England, guys. Just saying. Okay, doke. Well, do you guys want to wait until Ray is here, presumably?
It's only fair, right?
Yeah. Okay, well, in that case, let me check in.
There's no fair in trading.
Again, true.
Yes, true.
How much could, I mean, we could be down a lot by the time he gets here.
Possibly. Well, let's just kind of talk. It is power hour. We can still talk through the markets while we're waiting. I got to change the scoreboard because I am short 2 ZTs.
So
Right.
one thing that I'm seeing in the profiles and in Delta, both the S&P and the NASDAQ are holding positive deltas, 8,800 in the S&P, the NASDAQ 5,300 positive. If those are weak longs, they're going to bail at the end of the day at some point. So that information has me kind of thinking short, but I got really bad trade location for short, so I may go long. I don't know. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do the opposite of everything I think I should do.
That's one way to do it.
Last week I would have killed it if I would have done that.
So my one goal for this, besides winning, is I have my live account open in one tab and the combine account where I'm doing this open in another. And I want to make sure that I do not confuse the two. For that would be bad.
Yeah, I just doubled and triple checked to make sure I'm in my practice account.
Yes.
Matter of fact, I'm just gonna close down the other tab.
I'm checking now. Yeah, I'm all good. MNQ, combine account.
5 lots.
Let's do it. Loaded for
All
5.
right. Someone says using combine. It's like, yeah, I'm not, for this we're using a combine. This is purely
Yes.
an
This is entertainment
exercise for trading.
Pure
I'm using a
tradertainment.
practice
folks.
account.
I don't know how to create one of those, so I am using a combine.
I have a combine also.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that we should start at 210, and if Ray gets here for round 1, he'll just have to join in right away.
Sounds good.
All right. So the first round is what, 15 minutes?
Yeah. We got 30 seconds. James, if you want to throw up the power hour clock, that'll help us know when to get in.
Here, I'm going to do a timer here too.
All right. You ready? Let us know. Okay. 5, 4, Hoag's on mute. Go.
I'm long in Q, 18 and a quarter.
Oh, what the heck?
I think we all had the idea.
I have to turn off my risk parameters.
Yeah, I am long as well.
Long and taking heat. I think we all had the same idea out of the gate. 5MNQ.
Just because we're kind of along the bottom of this trend line.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at it, the NASDAQ, but
it's not invalidated yet.
We get the MNQ.
I think JD got a slightly better entry than me.
No fair.
I got 18, 5, 21.50. No, because I clicked the first time and it didn't. That was like me clicking in the browser window. All right, so this round will end at 2:30.
Sounds good.
I got a timer going.
Still long.
Oh, I thought it was 15 minutes. 2:30 it is.
2:30. Still taking less than 10 points of heat on this.
Ray, jump in when you're ready.
All right.
We're in.
Oh, you're in?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Let's see what I'm gonna do here.
Well, let's not tell Ray what our positions are, guys.
No,
Because
no need.
He's very confident.
because there's,
let's see.
as we
What do I want to do
say in
here?
economics, a dominant strategy right now.
All right. I'm gonna go this way. I'm gonna go this direction. So I'm short.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm long.
I'm long also.
I'm also long.
Yeah. Just as a reminder, this is just for fun. Please don't trade this way. Please don't trade this way.
Mm-mm.
Starting to take a bit of heat now. Oh, there's a pop. Minor pop.
Oh, look at these guys. It's almost like magic. As soon as you said that, the market started to turn around.
Yep.
Here we go.
Back to my entry.
We're running.
Order filled.
What'd
Someone
you do?
reverse?
Yes, I did.
Reversed.
Sorry, I should be calling these things out. My bad.
Yeah, Ray, currently we
Cheater.
don't have your charts. If you want to get them shared, you
Oh,
can.
okay.
But if you want to just shout out what you're doing, that's also fine.
Yeah, that's cool. I'll do that.
I reversed.
Jack short.
You're short now?
I did.
Yeah, I'm long. I'm long from
Ooh.
537, I guess. No. 523. Long from 523.
Still
Mixed
long.
Beans says they just lost their mortgage. Can they reverse that? You can reverse mortgage. I
Not
see those
here.
on TV. Not here.
Yeah. Tom Selleck. You took care of your house. Maybe it's time your house took care of you.
Let's scale down to a 1 minute chart.
That's a good idea, actually. I would never do this otherwise. Santa 5. Okay. 6 minutes left.
Hmm.
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 So let's take a look around. So who's short right now?
Long.
I
I'm
am
long.
short.
I'm long.
Long.
And to everyone at home watching this riveting action, don't forget, you can still submit Power Hour submissions at our Twitter, x.com/Topstep.
Oh, that's a
James
good
loves
reminder.
scrubbing X for you.
Yeah. Scrub that X, baby.
Easy.
I'm so used to being on with Andre where he makes those plugs there.
Mm-hmm.
In
Oh,
real
no,
money
Andre,
trading. Yes, Andre is getting ready to dance in a tent for the weekend.
Oh, nice.
You joined a
All right.
harem?
I attempted to
I
share. I
reversed.
don't know if
I
I was
reversed short.
successful or not.
4 minutes left.
Darn. Should have held.
Mixed Beans. Santa likes house music.
Yes.
You guys caught that though, right? I reversed short. I'm short at 36.5 now.
You're short now?
Hey, okay.
I'm still long from 523.
Long 513.
Now, how's the score work for this? Do we add both rounds?
Yes.
Okay, that's
Is that
good
it?
info. Wait,
Oh,
how
yeah.
long are the rounds? We started at 2:10.
Well, we said it was
so
going
when-
to be
So we're gonna
15 minutes.
Yeah, when
15 minutes?
Dolby's here,
Okay.
he does like 5 minutes of intro, 15 minutes of game, 10 minutes of intermission, 15 minutes of game.
So we'll end at 2:25 for this round, right? Because we started at 2:10.
225. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jackie P's coming
Oh.
back.
The suspense
Right back
is
to my entry.
killing me.
It's horrible. I hope it'll last. Willy Wonka's favorite quote.
That's right. GD, you got a nice reversal there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Keep pushing.
Yeah, in the 1 minute chart.
A
Huh?
little more follow through. Yeah, I switched from a 3 to a 1.
Oh, bless it.
What'd you do, Jack? You missed the
I
reverse.
didn't.
I was
I didn't reverse.
I was thinking about it too.
I
I
was
wanted
being
to, but
greedy.
I didn't do it. I was waiting for a specific number there, and I didn't do it. Also, might still get it.
Yeah.
You know, you guys could use a little Coach T because you're over trading. You know that, right?
Oh, give it a rest, Hoag.
I like it.
Once
It's just
again,
feeling a little too strong.
I reversed long.
this is 100% just for practice. For the folks that are saying that, I think someone said that like people are going to copy trade you regardless. That's insane. Do not do that.
This is not for copy
No.
trading. This is pure
This is not-
entertainment, folks.
This is pure
It is pure
entertainment.
entertainment.
Don't
And
even
if
copy
you-
trade us when we're actually trading.
Hell no. Yeah, there we
Make
go.
your own decisions.
Absolutely. Don't rely on people to fish for you. Be the fisherman.
That's right.
Teach a man to reverse trade the.
Oh shit! I
And
just
then-
hit the reverse button when you said that. I'm long now. I had my finger on the trigger and I hit it. I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah. I see you, amateur genius.
I'm just trying to imagine the person that like stumbles into a YouTube room and is like, "Oh, these guys are doing this. Do it right now." On a 6-second delay.
Follow them. Follow them all.
Yeah. Yeah, this is how you do it, huh? No, it is not.
That person is going to lose their money anywhere.
That is funny. They made the money just to lose the money. Where can I go lose this money?
So when do we close?
We got 5 minutes still.
We got 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Also, this
Okay,
is one of the
fine.
rare times where, like, I think that the reversing was the key.
What do you mean?
Like, more reversing would have worked better here. I feel
Yes,
like a lot
you
of
don't have
reversing
the,
wins.
It's super
You
choppy.
don't have the
right
live
now, no
P&Ls
doubt.
up this time.
No, that's such a like we're kind of short staffed, and
Yeah,
that
that's
is
I'm
such
sure
a pain
that's
in the
hard.
butt to do. We might for the second round, but they can see it. I think when we go to the screens right now. What's everyone? I'm about scratch right now.
I'm
I have
realized
158
P&L
realized.
at $74. Unrealized, jumping around.
Yeah, unrealized. I'm about to be break even in a minute.
Yeah, I'm about
Realized I'm
break-even
up
with my
158.
unrealized.
I haven't done anything. I haven't switched, so unrealized I'm up $127.
Notice that, guys.
All right, I flipped. I'm realized 133, and I'm long. This is good for like tape reading stuff, but like I kind of want to open a second dome so I can see the actual NQ as opposed to the MNQ.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that might be a benefit. I've got
might
an
even do
NQ
that.
chart and an MNQ chart up.
Order filled.
I
Back to
reversed.
break even.
Reversed.
You're short now?
I'm short, yeah.
Should get out of this.
Meanwhile, you'll never guess where my live ZT trade is.
Where you at?
Scratch. It's just right back.
Just like this.
Yeah. So at 25, so you see that that closing bell thing down there on the screen? When that hits 35, we all got to hit flat and all.
Okay.
Got it.
Oh, we can
It was up this whole time. Now I'm down.
I should reverse that last pop.
I'm short now.
spin cycle.
Now I'm long.
Now I'm short. Now I'm long.
Now I'm long. There we go.
It's a strong pop.
Strong enough to short.
Short. I shorted. Reverse.
I shorted. Sounds weird.
Didn't it?
I know. I was thinking the same
Reverse
thing.
long.
All right, we got 1 minute and 8 seconds.
This is not pretty.
Come on.
Super choppy.
Give me a pop.
Yeah. More reversals would have been perfect for
Yes,
one.
you could have really racked it up here on that. This is, look at this wiki market. Someone asked, what happened to Gabe? Gabe's on vacation. He's okay.
Gabe's in Jamaica. Jamaica Gabe.
Jamaica
Rasta
Gabe,
Gabe.
man.
Yeah, man.
Here we go.
20 seconds.
Hover over that, baby. Here we go. In
7, 5,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Flatten all.
Order filled.
Oh, wow. That was
I'm down
beautiful.
$7.30.
I am up.
Go
What are you
ahead.
down, Ray? I am up
300.
I am up $102.70.
Jack.
Nice. What do you got, Hoag?
Down $3.60.
All right.
And that, my friends, is how we reversal challenge. So, round one. Hoag, I don't know if you saw my, as I said, I have my shirt from the Wyoming, asked me about my butthole. Yeah.
Yes.
Feeling good. I see some people out there with Mike Purdue plus 645. See some 560s. Good stuff. Love it. I want to know.
Nice job.
JC says hit DLL. I don't know how you could have lost or made $3,000 there, but
that much
impressive.
money there. Unless you were literally buying the top and selling the bottom on every reversal.
Well,
I'm
let's
really good at that.
Let's take a little break here to take a look at the actual markets as they were. I'm going to switch back to my
yes.
ES. Yeah, you look at those. This is a 5-minute chart. So this is what we just traded. Yeah, that is an indecisive
beautiful.
period right there. That's beautiful for the reversal challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Will it last? We will see.
All right. So what's up for round two? Are we going 20 minutes?
Yeah. Do you
Typically,
want
that's
to do it?
what we do. Yeah.
Cool. Well, I'm up to do it into the close. So do you want to start at what time does Dolby usually want to start at?
That's a good question.
35 after for 20 minutes.
All right. Well, that gives us 8 minutes. Ray, you popped in late. How are you doing, Ray? You make any trades today?
I did. I took an extension trade for crude oil to a 61.8% extension, and booked, I don't know, somewhere in the range of 30 ticks on that for a couple of contracts.
Nice.
That was really my only trade today. So I was running around with errands this morning. So
That's true.
Very good.
Hoag, you take any trades?
No, I messed around on my practice account today, just trying to see if I could get into some sort of an idea. And I had a couple that would have worked, but I was busy at the time, wasn't available to take them. So I did not take any live trades today on the Topstep account.
Yeah, Power Hour. Yeah, was just watching Dakota kind of try and snipe his.
Yeah, he
snipe
did too.
Those scalps, and boy, did he! That was pretty crazy.
He sure did. Now, why couldn't it have been 5 minutes longer? I'd have been killing it right now.
That's the game, Hoag.
yes. We don't trade the market we want. We trade the market we have.
Indeed. All right. Well, I guess so. We'll do 20 minutes. I'm sure. James, do we have the hashtag Power Hour stuff today? Have we got anything from X?
Yeah, I got some stuff I can show now since we have a little intermission.
Let's take a look.
All right.
My trading hand.
Fresh from Twitter, Luna locked themselves out of a scalp XFA before Power Hour. After the best day so far, bringing their account balance back into the positive. One more $200 day, and they'll be eligible for a payout. So take that payout when you can.
Good advice.
Jack, this next one's for you from Lost Trader.
I can't wait.
We have our very own Kanye West with multi-emotions.
Nice.
I do like that. I have a monotone face sometimes when I'm doing this because I'm usually like staring. I'm staring at like a chart usually. So sorry.
This one's good. And then we did. I did get the Carl Hungus Power Hour meme in before. Or then.
Perfect.
On the ball. The Nick for a Tick experience.
Nice.
So keep sending your Power Hour stuff. Maybe we'll squeeze in a few more before the end, but I definitely wanted to show those while we're at intermission.
All right. Guys, give me 1 second. I'm going to grab a beverage for the last 20 minutes. I'll be right back. Like, literally, it'll take 10 seconds. This shirt's so tight, by the way.
Having trouble breathing.
We'll time you.
I also took a screenshot of the proof of him using the company card to buy that T-shirt.
Oh, nice. Did Nick for a Tick have pasta hands in that picture? I didn't notice.
Let's take a look. No.
No.
Just normal hands.
He did say brisket and pasta.
Yeah.
Which are two delicious
I bet they're good together too.
food groups. They're excellent together.
As mentioned yesterday, this is an NA beer, but I wouldn't look down upon anyone for on Friday partaking.
No boozies in the office today.
Sorry, they don't make NA whiskey.
Oh, they do,
Sure they do.
Hoag, and it's tragic.
They do, Hoag.
No way.
Yeah, they make.
It's a thing.
They make
Mocktails.
NA. Well, especially they make like NA tequila and NA gin and stuff like that. I think the NA beer is pretty good. The others are just, I mean, why bother?
Right?
Okay.
What's the NA you're drinking there, Jack?
Oh, just the classic. The athletic, what is it called? Upside Dawn. I don't think they need the advertising. The point is that I wanted something carbonated, and this is what I had in my fridge. And it tastes pretty darn good. Okay, so we're getting
close.
Still,
2.5
we're
minutes.
getting close. Oh, we had a great right off of VWAP. I think we all would have gone short.
Yes.
Yep.
I think we would all be short if we were in right now.
Yes.
Yes. Well, 2.5 minutes will go. I mean, I guess it depends if you're going to play the strategy of this or where you would actually go here. Like, yeah, I would be inclined to sell it right now, but we've been down a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You know, bargain hunters coming in.
Yeah. Delta.
This
Positive
will cover
13,000 in the S&Ps, positive 6,300 in the NASDAQ.
And this will cover MOC too at 250.
Jack Spear is like his profits. Ouch.
Yeah, no, Ray, go ahead. I was going to say the same thing. I was like, you're catching flack in the chat.
No,
from
no, it
Dakota,
says
Jack.
Yeah,
Jack.
you are.
Jack.
You are, Jack.
Jack Spear
Yes.
is like his profits. Fake.
Yeah,
Love
I'm
it.
trading in a sim competition. Of course they are.
There was another good
Little
one
buy-
from Kevin. We don't watch the power hour we want. We watch the power hour we have.
Yes.
Pretty stuff.
I like that. Who's that?
W_Kevin.
I got to thank him for that. I resemble that statement. Oh, look at this go.
All right. 1 minute.
1 minute.
Remember, this is not trading advice. Please do not trade like this.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, absolutely.
Entertainment
100
purposes
times.
only. Don't try this at home. We are professionals. I'm actually Hoag's stunt double.
Mr. Hoagland. The anticipation is killing me.
10 seconds.
And
we're in.
short.
Long.
Short.
Short.
I got short.
We get the power hour we get.
All right, for those just joining, which would be an odd time to join the show at 2:35 on a Friday, but we are do not do this. This is the reversal challenge. It's a practice thing we're doing in honor of Dolby, who's out of town, but we keep it alive while he's away. We can only hit the reverse button, and we have 5 MNQ on at all times.
Must always be in a position.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't caught any cheaters yet, but I don't know. We'll hit their
How would you cheat?
By not having it on or adding.
Oh,
Or
we'll
lying.
closing or adding.
Yeah. We'll hit your hand with a hammer, the mouse hand.
Like in casino?
Yes. Okay.
Reversed.
Me too. I'm long now.
I'm long as well.
Turncoats.
Hoag, I know you just want to hold this short, but I, for one, believe in America.
I do too.
I was messing with you.
There was a good reverse there. There was a good reverse there, guys.
We shall see.
Reversed.
Short again?
Mm-hmm.
It's probably a good move.
Jack's carving it up. He's already ahead on the first round, right? Jack, you won the first round.
I did. Oh, boy. Look at this.
Woof.
I'm back long.
Woof.
Still long.
Let me take a look at my beloved bonds. Okay.
Getting pretty late here. We've got positive delta. We got a lot of bottom pickers in this thing.
Yeah, right.
Still got MOC in 13 minutes. What was I going to say? So we end this at what time? At 2:55?
55.
Okay.
17 minutes. Ooh. Just found some liquidity.
The
Still
thrill of victory and the agony of defeat.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather sell a pop than the low.
Yeah.
Well, let me know when you get
Generally.
out at the low, because I'll buy it then.
Yeah, so I'm going to let you know right about now, Hoag. I didn't do it
I'm
yet.
sticking with it.
Yeah, I'm getting smoked here. That was my chance.
I'm gonna flip at my trend line down there, and if it breaks through, I'm going back the other direction.
Yeah, I just flipped short, and now it's going to pop.
I needed that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
I'm back long again. I just wanted my, realized down 297. Just hovering around my last entry price at 06 quarter.
Realized I am up 470. Unrealized down 160. Take a look at the chat here at the same time.
Lost trader, not really a fan of it. But hey, we're having fun.
Yeah, we usually like to have the overlays in here. Let me see if I can.
Ooh, man, I'm getting smoked again. I looked away for a second to read Slack, and here we go.
I poked my head in there, Jack. It might be too difficult. You're right, but take a look.
Yeah. No, well, I'm going to get smoked here while I'm doing this. That's okay. I got an idea. I'm going to do something interesting.
All right. Reverse.
Order filled.
Realized up 625.
Down 503, realized. Should have just held that short with you, Hoag. Try to get cute with it.
Turn off my camera for 1 second here.
Now, if we start moving below that trend line, I'm back short.
You're long right now?
Yeah.
It was me getting long again. I don't know why I keep trying to buy it.
There it is.
Order filled.
Pouring here now, all of a sudden.
Oh,
You got rain up at you?
Work.
Yeah, the sun was just out. Now it's pouring.
Bright and sunny. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I was trying, like, for the future, if we all set it up in advance in OBS, we could get it so our P&Ls are at the bottom of our screen. What I would really like is if Topstep X could have our position next to the P&L up here, because otherwise you need to, like, cut out 2 parts of it so they can see what you're doing. All right. Less than 15 minutes.
Reverse short again. Got a little bit back.
Oh, I made my bed. Now I'm sleeping in it.
What are you at now, Jack?
I mean, I'm still up, but I mean, 20 minutes is a long time.
Yeah, it
But
is.
I was thinking that when I booked, I had like realized in the last one of like up 470 that I just had to pick a position, like something and go with it. And it's not worth trying to it's not worth trying to reverse at this point. It's either going to come back or it's not, but it's not going to help by me like flipping it around a bunch. So let's go NASDAQ.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
And I asked, would you use micros on a 100K account or minis only? I think it's totally dependent on your risk appetite and also trading style. And lastly, the market. Like today, you saw Coach Jay trading like a couple micros or whatever. Like if things are moving gangbusters, then your size should reflect it. Like if I had like a $500 self-imposed loss limit or something, well, that's only, it depends on how many points of risk you're taking in a trade, but that goes pretty quick in an ES contract or something.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
So last week I was down 1,000, got back to break even. I was like up 100, and then I ended down 1,000.
Amazing how that happens.
Was it a more directional move? I take it.
It was choppy, and I was using like moving averages, just trying to stay long above or short below a very short time frame moving average. And it worked for a few minutes, didn't work for a few minutes, back and forth.
We're getting push higher here.
Nice push. I'm back to, if I got out now, I'd be up 100 again.
All right. I got short.
Order filled. Order filled.
A lot of time left.
A lot of time
Sure
left.
is.
Yeah. 15 minutes seemed like an eternity.
5 minutes to the MOC.
Oh, wow. That should give us a little push. Oh, someone didn't like that.
I liked it.
Yeah, Jack did.
Hey, someone did it, and I said.
Came right back.
Right.
Dude, this thing is so choppy right now. It's just like everything. Maybe we do just hit the reverse more. Like, hey, this is not trading advice.
No. Absolutely not.
Who's long, who's
Slack
short?
notifications keep showing up over my reverse button. I'm turning Slack off.
I just reversed short. Realized up 877.
I'm realized up 622.
I'm realized 743 negative.
I am realized down 380, but I'm up 350 on this trade right now, unrealized.
5 minutes to MOC. 4 minutes to be precise.
I'm long currently.
I am also long currently.
As am I.
It should be illegal for people to send us Slack messages during this.
It pops up directly over my reverse button.
Yeah. All right. I'm short.
Folks, don't trade like this. This is not trading.
Please don't.
This is a game.
Order filled.
All right, I just reverse short.
I'm long.
Order filled.
Danielle is in the chat. Good to see you,
Hey,
Danielle.
Danielle.
Reverse long again. Realized up 105 now. I got a few bucks in this trade. I'm down a few bucks in this trade now.
Realized up 892.
Nice. Jay.
Negative 746.
Short.
Order
Realized up 644.
Nice Hoag. You're going to be closing this
Oh,
on
I can screw
scratch.
that up in the next 5 minutes.
5 minutes is a long
that-
time in this game.
MOC, it's been an important click before that. I think for this, I haven't been looking at the charts at all. I'm just looking at the order flow.
Just walking, yeah, looking at the dome.
Which you got to constantly scroll around it.
Yeah, especially in the NASDAQ.
Order filled.
Come on, give us a little push. Push,
Long
push,
again.
push.
I'm short. I reverse short.
No, I should just do the opposite of everything I want to do.
I got short.
I'm long from 23s.
29s.
I'm short 30s, 31s. There goes. Damn.
Guys, see, maybe if I move, is there a way for me to move my screen down a little bit so you can see? Oh, they can see it. Okay. I'm up 931 and down 100 unrealized.
Order filled.
Jack is the master.
Good at this, yeah.
No.
That was the plan. Just keep reversing. Don't.
One
this is
time,
not the
one
to
time,
hold.
a pattern does not make. Got my fake beer, got my fake profits. Eat it up. Oh, there comes.
Nice fake Friday.
Yeah,
Yes.
fake Friday.
It was very prophetic. One time does not a pattern make.
Yeah,
Ooh, that was-
it's the truth.
Still short. It took quite a bit of heat on that.
Reversed.
No, I'm short.
Uh,
Eating away my
MOC
profits doing that.
MOC coming in 15 seconds.
Do we have someone on that?
Eddie's on a special project, so I might have to open the juice myself.
I got it here.
Okay.
Keep an eye on my trade.
Come on. It's getting thin. Oh, no.
Take this thing apart. And its
on.
friend, too.
Oh, come on, buyers. Where's NVIDIA's at 106? No. Oh, you can't do this to me. You cannot be serious.
It's happening, Jack. It's happening. One more little push lower.
Whoa.
Long.
I reverse long.
Order filled.
Bummer.
3 minutes
Jack, did you
and
go?
seconds.
Sure
What's
you
up?
Jack, did you go short? Did you go short when all of us went long there?
No, I'm long. I'm
Someone hit
getting.
something. Yeah.
I'm short again now.
I'm still long now.
MOCs.
Long as well.
S&P up 190 million. NASDAQ down 765 million. Dow up 200 million. Mag 7 minus 245. Mixed bag there, guys.
Non-event. Doesn't add up to 2 billion. Non-event.
No.
Order filled.
No. We got 5 minutes left here.
Oh, somebody
He's
said, does
got,
Jack realize he's looking at an ES chart? I'm not looking at the chart, period. I'm just like, Sorry, I was literally looking at the dome the entire time. So no, I did not realize that. But thank you for pointing it out.
Good reporting, chat. Good reporting.
How much time do we have on this? 3 minutes?
2:40
minutes. 2.5 minutes.
Order filled.
Come on.
Jack hanging long still?
I'm not going to risk what could have been on this. Yeah, I'm hanging long.
As am I right now.
If I
Long as
lose,
well?
I'm going to lose long.
Oh,
There it is.
Friday.
Nice.
Yes.
Friday.
Yes. Friday vibes. Let's go. 1 minute and 45 seconds.
Look at that pop.
To the moon, Alice.
Oh, yeah.
Order filled.
I reversed it.
Who did it? You
I
reversed
reversed it.
I'm just cashing in on some.
Short-term volatility.
Yes.
Did it again. What am I? I am.
Oh shit!
Oh no!
Sorry, I hit the flatten all button by mistake. It was right
Okay,
above, right below the reverse button.
$5.
Yeah, 560 realized. I'm getting back in.
All right, we got 1 minute.
I'm short.
I'm long America, guys.
Yeah, me too.
With you.
Live or die by long.
All right, we got 40 seconds. Let's go, 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 go. Pushing up. 18,500. Keep pushing.
Where you at, Jack?
970 realized and moving around a bunch on unrealized. We got 17 seconds. I reversed. 10, 9, 5, 4, 3, 2, flatten all. Woo!
Nice.
Dang.
Good rip to end.
All right. What is the final damage here, gentlemen?
Actually ended very well.
No bueno. No bueno. Negative 700.
Okay. I am at, if you could see mine there, James, I am at 974 and 70 cents.
Very nice. JD is at positive 813 and 40 cents.
Nice, JD. Nice, you guys. I'm positive at least 140, 164.
Too bad we're not in now.
Right?
We'd only had a runner.
If I weren't sitting in my own office, I would just like crush just pour this beer over my head. But I think I'm the winner, right?
Jack wins. Yep.
Yeah, you win, Jack.
Excellent,
Oh.
Jack.
Nice job.
That feels
Good job,
good.
Jack.
So Dakota, let it be known that they may be fake profits, but they're real feelings of
Real feelings.
delight. Real feelings. Fake profits, real feelings. So
Nice.
I already opened it, so I can't shotgun it.
Bragging rights.
I don't see anything.
They say that you deserve a real beer now.
Yeah, that'll be right as my wife walks in at 2:56 on a day like this. I'm literally looking here for something to shotgun.
So if you're gonna go fake beer, you might as well go fake dinner too.
Yeah.
What's fake dinner?
I could. I could use it.
I'm not gonna go there.
All right, let me check back in.
Look at this thing go.
Yep.
Bounced
Wrong
off
America.
of it did bounce right off of VWAP again.
On McDonald's. There goes fake dinner right there. McDonald's. Spartan
Indeed.
said it, not me.
I've seen some of the comments that need to be approved. I'm like, oh, I get what you're saying.
Oh, geez. El Toro, watch your language.
Yeah. Well, there shouldn't be kids here. All right. So that is the reversal challenge. Crazy
Celery
day,
butter.
crazy week. We'll see what happens in the last couple minutes here. Hoag, any thoughts?
Yeah, don't trade like this.
No.
We hope that you had a fun, interesting, and informative week with us. Remember to stay kind to yourself and stay kind to others, and to pray for peace. It's the weekend, time to disconnect, maybe read a book, have a ham sandwich, do something. But great week with everybody, and hopefully we'll have a nice, profitable, fun week next week as well.
Guys, I've taken one thing away from this, which is I made 974 fake dollars there. If I had traded real NQs, that would be $9,700. And if I copy traded that 5 times, I'd make 50
45.
grand.
Yes.
I'd be in the leaderboard. So no, just in all seriousness, do not obviously do this.
Yeah.
It is, I would say it's fun for looking at the tape. Like, I love trading in the dome, and so much so that I had the wrong chart up. But that's my takeaway. Ray, anything you want to say going into the weekend?
Yeah, I'm just thankful that that's not the way I trade.
No.
Yeah.
Right.
Fair enough. It's fun though. Yeah.
Yeah.
If we were trading 5 minis, I definitely would have hit the max loss limit before I came back to positive. But yeah, I'm happy with the $800. My goal was to not lose today.
Excellent.
I've accomplished that goal, everyone. Second place, I'll take second.
I
want to
still
be back.
do.
I want to show up every other week for this to re-up on the challenge, though.
Yeah,
I like this. This is fun.
If you hear this going off right now, I was still in that bond trade. I'm taking it off right now. It's going to be like it's almost embarrassing to say. It's going to be like an $80 loser, which is like basically scratch. But I had it on this whole time we were doing this. There we go. I'm out.
Those are the real bucks.
Those are the real bucks. But
losing the real bucks, making the fake bucks.
I'll take 1,000 fake bucks over $80 any day of the week. No, not really. I don't know what I was going at there. Anyway, Eddie is not here.
There was once a guy in the bomb pit that said, "I'd rather lose $10,000 than make $100."
That's good.
Have an awesome fake weekend. Nice.
Yeah. Everyone out there, have an awesome fake weekend. Thanks for joining us. It's been a pleasure. We had a blast with Daddy Powell and the gang. Do something fun. Take some time to yourself. Don't think about the markets too hard. We'll be back at 8 a.m. on Monday with fast markets. No, with opening call and the whole show as usual. I don't believe we're starting this. Is Dakota doing Sunday nights? Dakota,
yes, he is.
In the chat. Okay.
Yes, he is. Sunday night, 7:30. Don't forget 7:30, 3:30 in a.m. Central Time for D. And then we've got it looks like Coach Dakota and Nick for a tick on fast markets on Monday. Jack, Peter, Tuckman, Gabe, JD for power players on Monday. Shoulder tap, Jack and Mick. Group coaching, JD and Robert on Monday. We've got Anne Marie back with us on Monday for Strategy Lab with Robert and JD. And then Power Hour is going to be Jack, Gabe, Carl Hungus, and me. That's going to be fun. So have a great weekend, everybody. Love to you all. Be kind to each other again. And don't forget to pray for peace.
Absolutely.
That is correct. Keep it real, everyone. We had fun. We'll see you on Monday or Sunday night. Until then, trade well, as Hoag used to say. We'll see you later.